say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you eat black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey, yo. What up, fools? Today is 6/17/2026. It is 11:51 p.m. Eastern Time. How y'all doing? We apparently just lost the war. Lost the war? I will happily pay the $300 billion to ensure Iran never gets nukes. Wait, it's the same deal when we only give them $3 billion of their own money. Well, this one's better. Does this one? So I haven't actually gone over the deal yet. Okay. I did mention yesterday that like part of my understanding is that we are going to be giving them enriched uranium. So I haven't gotten to it. We'll look at it, but yeah, if that's the case, I mean obviously there is a major difference. And if Iran accepted that deal, that I will be absolutely blown away. But yeah, we'll check it out.
Major news conference out of France from the president. It will happen this morning. He'll take questions at the G7, could give us our best look yet at what is inside the Iran peace deal. So whether it's France or whether it's the Snake River in Idaho, everything's looking pretty good this time of year because it's almost summer officially. I'm Bill Hemmer. welcome to our broadcast in New York. And Dana,
Good morning. I'm Dana Perino, and this is America's Newsroom. So we got news, and the news conference is going to come on the heels of a whirlwind G7. The U.S.-Iran breakthrough has dominated the summit, though we are still waiting to see the terms of that particular agreement.
So the deal scheduled to be signed in Switzerland on Friday. The president saying that it will stop Iran from getting a nuke and restore the flow of global shipping. And he said this about the deal just a short time ago.
It's a very strong deal. Nobody knows what it is, but it's very strong.
Is the text of the agreement now final, or are you still...
No, it's not final. It's a memorandum of understanding. And if I don't like it, we'll go back to shooting at them, dropping bombs on their head.
Trey Yingst is in Tel Aviv, but first let's go to Aisha Hasni. She's been at the G7 as that gets going and gets wrapped up. Hi, Aisha.
Hey there, good morning to you, Bill and Dana. The president says he is going to take a ton of questions about Iran in this upcoming news conference, and that is going to be very important because right now there are multiple versions of this memorandum of understanding swirling online right now, including those leaked by Iran. One controversial piece I want to talk about quickly, Bloomberg is reporting, is a line in this where it says the U.S. will release and fully make available to Iran all frozen or restricted funds and assets. So we want to know more about that. When does that happen? What's the incentivization for that? Another part is where, according to Bloomberg, once again, the U.S. along with regional allies will develop or create this $300 billion rehabilitation and development fund for Iran. It's supposed to be implemented within 60 days. It does not say, Bill and Dana, who's going to finance this. But here is the president again, doubling down and saying that America has nothing to do with this. Watch.
We are not investing in it, and we do not have a fund.
Are you asking Gulf countries?
No, I'm not. I'm not. If they do it, fine. But I would say they won't be doing it for a while until they find out the behavior. It's a behavior thing, but we are not investing.
Yeah, I think what we read the other day, I do think it like it said that it wasn't going to be us. It was going to be like Africa and, you know, just a bunch of other countries were going to end up paying it for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why those other countries are paying it. But from what we read, it did say something about, yeah, like African countries paying it.
It's a false story that got picked up incorrectly from a statement that was pretty well made.
The Wall Street Journal is also reporting this as part of this agreement. The U.S. will allow Iran to immediately begin selling oil and fuel under the deal to end the war, offering Tehran an early financial incentive to wind down the conflict. And if that is true, Bill and Dana, it's going to concern a lot of Iran hawks out there. Last night on The Five, Vice President J.D. Vance explaining why the White House hasn't released the full text yet.
So there's some diplomatic procedure at work here where the Qataris and the Pakistanis have been mediating this entire negotiation with the Iranians, and they've asked us effectively to sequence the way that we roll this out. I frankly don't understand it. We'd be happy to release the agreement today or tomorrow. We may release it as late as Friday.
Iran says it will begin the second stage of negotiations on Friday here in Switzerland for more detailed talks on its nuclear program. The president says the U.S. is going to destroy Iran's enriched uranium that's buried in the mountains at a later date. Right now, we are running behind schedule. The president is supposed to meet with Prime Minister Modi of India, and then he says around the 4 o'clock hour local time, which is the 10 o'clock hour your time, he's going to hold that press conference, and hopefully we'll finally get some new details about this deal.
All right, Aisha, thank you so much. Beautiful.
I mean, I believe we have gotten some points on the deal. This is from The Guardian. It says, U.S.-Iran deal takeaways, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, waived oil sanctions, and Lebanon. U.S. officials have revealed a preliminary memorandum of understanding between Washington and Tehran to end the costly 110-day conflict. Senior U.S. officials have revealed the contents of a preliminary memorandum of understanding between Washington and Tehran to end the 110-day conflict, which has cost thousands of lives and devastated the world economy. The officials dictated the MOU to journalists on Wednesday before it was signed by Donald Trump and Iranian counterpart Mossad Pezeshkian. Both sides have 60 days to negotiate the terms before a final agreement. This is what the deal includes: an immediate permanent halt to fighting on both sides, including in Lebanon. To start, both the US and Iran, along with their allies, agreed to declare an end to military operations on all fronts the moment the document is signed. Senior officials on the call read out the line. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran and their allies in the current war, by signing this MOU, declare the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. The inclusion of Lebanon is significant, and it effectively requires Iran to rein in Hezbollah. Israel retains the right to strike back if Hezbollah attacks regardless, officials added. Israel was not a party to the negotiations or the MOU and may not feel bound by the agreement. Number 2, Iran agrees to downblend enriched uranium. U.S. officials claim that Iran conceded that its enriched uranium stockpile would, at a minimum, be downblended or diluted on Iranian soil under the supervision of the UN's International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA. But rather than a concession from Iran, this appears to be a compromise from the U.S. Iranian negotiators offer, I was about to say, this doesn't sound like a concession from them. This sounds like what it is that they've been saying this the entire time. Like, where Trump and all of them, they keep trying to play this out as, Iran has finally agreed not to enrich uranium, or they finally agreed not to build a bomb, they finally agreed not to have a nuclear program. They've agreed to that from the beginning. Literally from the beginning. From the beginning. There is not a point where they didn't agree to this. They have agreed to it the whole time. The whole time. It's absolutely fucking stupid. This is such stupid shit. Like, before the war even started, they had already agreed to not build a bomb. They had already agreed to unenrich their uranium if there was some sort of deal that they could come to. But yeah, this is not a concession from Iran. It appears to be a compromise from the U.S. Iranian negotiators offered to downblend their 440 kilogram stockpile of highly enriched uranium under the supervision of the IAEA inside Iran in February, 2 days before the U.S. and Israel launched their war. Yeah, so this is literally, they agreed to this before the war even started. Yep. In those negotiations, Iran had resisted calls to ship the uranium out of the country, which proved to be a major sticking point with the U.S. A large number of issues related to the nuclear program remained unanswered, with much to be negotiated over the next 60 days. Quote, the two parties also agreed to discuss the issue of enrichment and other mutually agreed matters related to the Islamic Republic of Iran's nuclear needs, based on a satisfactory framework being agreed upon in the final deal. Number 3, sanctions relief is tied to a final agreement on the nuclear program. Much of the coverage of the deal has treated sanctions relief and nuclear questions as separate tracks. Officials on the call said the two paragraphs use identical language and are deliberately intertwined. Quote, the United States of America undertakes to terminate all types of sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran in an agreed-upon schedule as part of the final deal. End quote. And then the next quote says, the sanctions relief in 7 is tied to the nuclear settlement in 8, a senior official said, referring to the paragraph numbers in the agreement. Quote, to the extent that you perform on nuclear questions, you will get the sanctions relief. End quote. So, Iran will not receive broad sanctions removal simply by signing the agreement. Number 4, an oil sanctions waiver. Iran will receive waivers for crude oil exports, petroleum products, and associated banking services the moment the document is signed. Quote, immediately upon the signing of the MOU, U.S. Department of Treasury will issue waivers for the export of Iranian crude oil, petroleum products, and derivatives, and all associated services, including banking transactions and services, transportations, etc. What the fuck? Officials defended the move, arguing that Iranian oil was already flowing to China regardless, and that existing sanctions were simply giving Beijing a steep discount. The critics have argued that such a move allows Iran to immediately start to refill its coffers before negotiations over the nuclear program even begin, and surrenders a key tool of economic leverage that the U.S. had before the war began. This seems insane. Am I crazy? Is this not fucking insane? I just saw what you sent me on WhatsApp. Yeah, I just sent it a minute ago. So what exactly? Waivers? A waiver from a U.S. federal department is an official exemption that releases an individual, state, or organization from specific legal, regulatory, or financial requirements. Because the U.S. Department can refer to several agencies, the most common federal waivers fall into 3 distinct categories: immigration and visa, health, medical, education waivers. Whoops. Whick. U.S. Department of Treasury and Foreign Assets Control, OFAC, has issuing immediate waivers on Iranian crude oil exports and petroleum products as part of the newly signed Memorandum of Understanding to end the U.S.-Iran conflict. Signed June 17th, 2026, this major diplomatic development introduces critical upfront economic waivers alongside strict conditions for both nations. The core oil and financial waivers, immediate export authorization. Under the signed MOU, U.S. Treasury is granting waivers that allow Iran to immediately begin selling crude oil, petroleum products, and derivatives freely on the global market. What the fuck? Strict conditions. 60-day negotiation. The waiver triggers a 60-day diplomatic clock during the U.S. and Iran must negotiate a final permanent agreement regarding Tehran's nuclear program. Nuclear down blending requirements in exchange for oil revenue. Iran must immediately begin to down blend, diluting. Strait of Hormuz reopening. Permanence of sanctions relief. Iran must restore Strait of Hormuz traffic within 30 days. That's number 5. Number 6 is Iran's frozen assets will only be released after they implement the terms of agreement. So we're releasing their frozen assets again? After all of the shit that Trump gave Obama and Biden for releasing frozen assets to them, they are also releasing frozen assets? No. No way. No way. No. No way. No way. No fucking way, dude. No way! After all the crap that they gave Obama and Biden, there's no way they're gonna do the same exact thing. There's no way! And then number 7 is both sides have 60 days to negotiate. What the fuck? Dude. Trump is going to be sending them pallets of cash in the middle of the night. So Mantis, that guy was in New Zealand, right? I thought he was, but I wasn't sure. This is Ben Shapiro on the new developments.
Ben.
Well, I've said many times, the president deciding to go into Iran and to hit nuclear facilities in Operation Midnight Hammer, and then to go after Iran's ballistic missile facilities, nuclear facilities, Army, Navy, and Air Force in this current operation was the signal act of political bravery, perhaps, of my lifetime. With that said, this MOU appears to be, just from the text, a disaster that does not achieve any of the actual signal goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. There were effectively 5 goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. One was ending the nuclear program, not just nuclear weapons, no nuclear enrichment, zero enrichment. That is not in the deal. Ballistic missiles ended. That is not in the deal. And the president today suggested that ballistic missiles should actually continue to be held by the Iranians because the Saudis, our allies, also hold ballistic missiles. Then you have the support of terrorism. That is not part of the deal. Anything that looks like an attempt to end terrorism. A permanent opening of the Strait of Hormuz toll-free. Not only is that not in the deal appears to have a provision allowing Iran and Oman to attempt to toll the strait after 60 days. And then finally, the idea that Iran would receive some sort of sanctions relief after all of those things happen. We are already seeing from day one relief in their ability to ship oil out of Iran. In my opinion, the Vice President of the United States, the chief negotiator on this particular project, has not well served the president.
So just to clarify.
Let's see what the comments are. Myron Gaines, Jews mad. Okay. Can American posted a meme that said the difference in view towards Iran. Bush, send money. Obama, send money. Biden, send money. Trump, send the military. Somebody did not read the fucking negotiations. Somebody did not read this. Well, where's my there we go. Oh, it doesn't ever let me go to my most recent ones on here. Alright, the chosen people said Trump's deal making is just stop the bleeding and got oil flowing again. Give the man time to deliver. He always does. Vance is doing exactly what the boss needs. America first wins. This is absolutely fucking insane. This is, it really is. It is the art of the deal thing. Like, Trump goes directly against what it is that he said he was going to do with the no new borders and everything else. He said he was going to get, you know, a new JCPOA and everything that was going to be a billion times better. And then now he has gone to war. Like, Obama was able to get this deal done without anybody dying, without spending billions of dollars on missiles and rockets and, you know, all sorts of other things, without any of these issues, without, you know, sending the global markets into free fall. And then Trump can do all of those things and then still not even get a fucking deal. And they're still like, haha, art of the deal. Yeah. He didn't even get the agreements yet, but he's making a bunch of concessions. And they're like, yeah, that's my dog. JD Vance is officially the scapegoat of this horrible deal. The cult will never blame Trump. Trump will be looking for a new VP when this is all said and done. This deal is atrocious. That's funny. That's funny. You have those two back to back. That's great. Yes, Trump starts an illegal war and ruins the U.S. economy in the process. This guarantees major losses for Republicans in the midterms, which makes him so desperate to get out of his failed war that he agrees to give Iran everything it wants. But it is the vice president's fault because Republicans can't bring themselves to ever put blame where it belongs, squarely on Trump's shoulders. There's Deaf Noodles. Ben Shapiro lived long enough to become exactly what he used to criticize, a single-issue, identity-driven political hack. Truly sad to witness. Yeah, I don't know that anything here is... I don't know that his positions have changed at all. Is this really... This is the real Deaf Noodles with 4,000 followers? While he's running for office? He has 4,000 fucking followers? And he's followed by Ethan Klein? He has 4,000 followers? And he's running for office? What the fuck? Did he get banned or something?
This is Matt Nuclear. Now, you may know him as that token conservative guy from the Jubilee debates, as well as the guy who places the camera a little too close to his face. But what you may not know about Matt is that he is also one of the most dishonest people on the internet.
Oh, we were gonna watch this. I was planning on watching this. It looks like Deaf Noodles and this guy, two conservatives, debated. I think it was Parker and Dean, and it turns out that like Deaf Noodles' partner turns on him, like on almost every single argument, where Dean and Parker make an argument, and then Deaf Noodles immediately comes out with like the dumb, you know, layman MAGA argument, just repeating whatever it is that Trump said. And then his own partner is like, no, dude, that's not true. Okay, there's an argument against this, but that's not it. Like that is totally incorrect. So yeah, he just does it over and over and over and over, where Deaf Noodles just has all of the just straight fucking stupid talking points that you would expect. So we might watch this a little bit later. Daniel Cormier did finally come out and give a full explanation of what it is that happened during the, you know, when he posted a video and everybody said it was a hacked account, it was AI, it was a hoax account, and he didn't even post it. Like, a bunch of people came out making all sorts of excuses for it. He did apparently finally give an actual answer to this.
See, he recently made this post.
Shut up.
That loves sports, and loves his country. I get to the UFC on Sunday. Two of the UFC social media people are telling me, we were just talking about you. And I said, about what? They said, you and Eric Trump. And I was like, what about me and Eric Trump? Guys, this is at 6:30 p.m. on Sunday night. I go to the event and they're telling me, they're talking to me about something that I have no idea that is going on. I have no idea how long it was up. I have no idea how long it had been taken down.
Is he Colombian or something? He's got, is he, or like Cuban? I think that's, does he have like a, is he Cuban? He's kind of got like a Cuban accent.
Now, whoever did this, whoever hacked my Twitter, they posted, took it down because they think that people are going to believe stuff like that. At the end of the day,
Puerto Rican?
I would never do anything like that. I would never engage in those conversations. I would never go to Twitter and post that after engaging in those conversations. I just wouldn't do that. It's not what I do. So then I go and look at my Twitter account and I see all these like comments on the next thing that I ended up posting about it. Or on my Instagram channel, people are asking me, why did I delete a tweet or something? I had no idea what was going on. I had no idea what was going on.
Still weird. Still weird. All right. I mean, I guess we would have to go to his actual show to watch this to see if he gave like a more full explanation, but with that, we have updates on a number of court cases right now. This is posted by CNN this morning. It says Luigi Mangione will present a psychiatric defense at trial, arguing he killed United Healthcare's CEO while experiencing an emotional disturbance. Luigi Mangione will argue a psychiatric defense in state murder trial. So one, all of these people running around saying that he didn't do it, that he's being set up, that like, you know, he's gonna prove it wasn't him in court, blah blah blah. Obviously not the case. Obviously not the case. In order for this to be your defense, you have to at least be admitting that you did it, but you didn't mean to. You know, you lost your mind at the time. Interesting.
A huge development in the Luigi Mangione murder trial. His lawyers have revealed that they are going to mount a novel, seldom used defense. It's called extreme emotional disturbance. And if they prevail with this defense, Luigi Mangione would be convicted not of murder, but of manslaughter, and he could become, and probably would become, a free man. So let me explain the way this works. In New York and several other states, this defense is available. What you have to show, and you know, this is a legal standard, you have to show that there is a reasonable reaction that the defendant suffered that caused him to lose self-control and do what he did, in this case, kill United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. So before I kind of get into all the machinations of this would effectively allow Mangione and his lawyers to put United Healthcare on trial, because we know that Luigi Mangione was on a mission to talk about corporate greed, how it was destroying America. We reported extensively on this. He was on trips to various countries. He did a tour of Germany with a couple of other travelers where he talked about this. He spoke and corresponded with the author of a book on corporate greed. So this is something that really affected Luigi Mangione. What the defense is going to try and do is show that United Healthcare was so egregious in denying healthcare claims that it pushed Luigi over the edge to do what he did. Now, the really interesting thing here is that in a murder trial, you have to show guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, so you always think, well, reasonable doubt is always the standard. With this defense, you don't have to show that he had extreme emotional disturbance beyond a reasonable doubt. All you have to show is it's more likely than not that he did, like 51-49. So that's a much lower standard the defense has to prove. Now, if they prove it, it doesn't mean...
That means more likely than not that he actually had an emotional disturbance, or what?
He's innocent or not guilty. What it means is that the murder charge goes away and he would be sentenced to manslaughter. And in New York, manslaughter carries a minimum sentence of 5 years, a maximum sentence of 25 years. Luigi is 28 years old, so he could become a free man if this defense works. I have rarely seen this before. Frankly, I had never heard the words extreme emotional disturbance as a defense in a murder trial, but here it is, and the defense is going to use that when Luigi goes to trial. But this involves New York State Court. Remember, he is also charged federally with the murder of United Healthcare worker CEO Brian Thompson. And in the federal case, this defense is not available, and he could be sentenced to life in prison if he's convicted. So by no means is Luigi Mangione out of the woods, but at least in the New York case, which is the first case to go to trial, he may not be convicted of murder if the jury buys it. And again, what is fascinating is it opens that door for the defense to put United Healthcare on trial. Now, the judge still has to rule that the defense is available, and he has yet to do that. But stay tuned, because if the judge says the defense is available, this trial is going to look a whole lot different.
Interesting. That seems weird. That seems weird. Yeah, we also have some updates on Chud Etherly's case as well. Chud the Builder. He is apparently, like, a lot of what I was saying yesterday, where I couldn't find the police reports, or maybe it was the day before, but where I couldn't find the police reports to show what it was that I was talking about. This, I believe, is where they
happening now. The controversial online streamer known as Chud the Builder is making an appearance in a Nashville courtroom. Dalton Etherly faces 3 misdemeanor charges stemming from a May incident at Bob's Steak and Chop House inside the Omni Hotel. Investigators say Etherly live streamed inside the restaurant after staff asked him not to, then refused to pay. Etherly also faces separate felony charges in Montgomery County for a shooting investigation. During Etherly's court appearance, one investigator on the stand recalled the shooting.
Shots were shown to be fired prior to them hitting the ground.
Shots are being
I can't understand that.
shown to have been fired prior to that?
Yes.
And how do we know that?
I can see, or in the courthouse video, it shows the case.
Why the fuck does he have music playing? Why does he have music playing over this? Why? Why did you add music to this? What the hell?
Ejecting from the firearm. It also shows the ricochet off the concrete planter.
Okay.
Prior to them hitting the ground.
So Mr. Fox hadn't been hit at that point, correct? If you're seeing a ricochet in one casing.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Been fired prior to that?
Yes.
And how?
Prior to them hitting the ground.
Shots are being shown to have been fired prior to that?
Shots are fired prior to them hitting the ground. So this sounds like, it sounds like he's saying the shots were fired even before the guy ran up and hit him.
Yes.
And how do we know that?
I can see, or in the courthouse video, it shows the casing ejecting from the firearm. It also shows the ricochet off the concrete planter.
Okay.
This audio is complete shit. Let me see. Is this other one better?
Chud the Builder is making an appearance in a Nashville courtroom today for a shooting.
Yes. And how shots are being shown to have been fired prior to that?
Montgomery County for a shooting investigation. During Etherly's court appearance, one investigator on the stand recalled the shooting.
Shots are shown to be fired prior to them hitting the ground.
Shots are being shown to have been fired prior to that?
Yes.
And how do we know that?
I can see, or in the courthouse video, it shows the casing ejecting from the firearm. It also shows the ricochet off the concrete planter.
Okay.
Prior to them hitting the ground.
So Mr. Fox hadn't been hit at that point, correct? If you're seeing a ricochet in one casing.
I would assume so.
The judge denied Etherly's release today, citing violent posts he's made on social media. Etherly is also facing a $1 million bond in the Montgomery County case. Happening now.
So refusing the bond.
What's up, Incognito? How's it going?
Because of social media posts, I think is bullshit, number one. Number two, this is just the of social media posts, I think is so refusing the bond because of social media posts, I think is bullshit, number one. Number two, this is just the bond for the previous case out of Clarksville, right? The misdemeanor cases. This isn't necessarily tied to the bond, the $1 million bond that he's facing in Montgomery County. And from what I'm seeing, a lot of the Chud haters are saying that this new development essentially pokes massive holes in his self-defense claim. Now, of course, the system is trying to paint this as not self-defense. They showed selective clips where shots happened before they hit the ground. Big deal. Dude was surrounded, getting punched by some guy he was confronting, and...
He was surrounded? He was surrounded by one guy? Is that what he just said? Am I hearing this correctly? Am I crazy? He just said he was surrounded by one guy, yes? He was surrounded by one person.
Dude was surrounded, getting punched by some guy he was confronting.
Dude was surrounded, getting punched by some guy. What?
And reached for his piece like any man would. Tennessee is a stand your ground state for a reason. So, let me know what you guys think about this development in the Chud the Builder story that just happened today.
I see this as, so this American Papa Bear guy, every time I see this person pop up, I thought it was this dude. I thought it was him because that's the only time I've ever seen this guy, is I only see it posted by American Papa Bear. But now I'm seeing that it's the Fax dude. That's his name. But if you guys don't know, like, America Papa Bear is a nutcase, like, kind of far right, but pro-Trump online account on Twitter, who never shows his face. It's actually interesting. So now apparently on Twitter, you see how this is done, right? Where, like, the guy's sitting there, the video is up at the top. On Twitter now, you can go to repost, and then you're able to choose video. And when you choose video, it'll then turn on your camera, and you'll be sitting in front of whatever it is that you repost. And this is the same for, you know, posts like this as well, where they're sitting in front of text now, and they can just click, you know, quote tweet or whatever and do it in a video format, right? The thing is, is that this is only available on iOS. So there's a bunch of dudes outing themselves right now as iPhone users. They didn't even know. They didn't even know it's not available for Samsung yet. Grown men outing themselves as iPhone users, dude. Like they're 12-year-old fucking little girls. Look at that. Wow. Embarrassing. How embarrassing.
Oh, we just got LA mayor. I am told we got oh my gosh. Remember I said we would get a gigantic batch all at once.
What is this? This is old.
I don't know what he believes.
Let me respond.
That's the point that I don't know.
I think a lot of
you know what he
I
believes.
don't think that we definitively know 100,000% what Trump believes. Like, just like I don't definitively know what you believe. You may be secretly homosexual or something. I don't know whether or not that's true.
Like,
but
say some
that's
stupid shit like
that's possibility. I'm saying secretly that's a possibility, right?
No.
Okay, that's not a possibility.
No, because I'm myself. I know whether or not I'm straight.
Oh my God! Stop, guys. Hold on, because you later find out you're gay.
Wait,
You're a
the
liberal.
Conservative
You're a
Party
liberal. I wanted it off.
Well, wait. It would be a possibility for the other guy. It's from the other guy doesn't know. You might know, but the other guy doesn't.
The only group
You're
of
telling me
who will push homosexuality on you.
Parker, you're gay. Parker, you're gay. You couldn't
I didn't
be gay,
even
Parker.
say that. I just said it.
I'm
And you're
telling you right
telling me
now,
it's
I'm
impossible.
straight. I'm not
okay,
gay.
Okay. I mean, the fact that you're fighting is hard, man.
I'm Dean Wood.
That's some fucking great. That's some great shit right there. Tell them they're gay, and then when they keep saying they're not, be like, well, it's a little weird that you're fighting so hard to try to tell me you're not gay. It makes it sound guilty, dude. Makes it sound like you're gay.
And I'm a progressive liberal.
I'm Parker, and I'm a progressive liberal.
I'm Matt, and I am a classical conservative.
I'm Dennis Feitosa. I'm an America First conservative. I'm running for Congress, and you are watching Roundtable.
So far, they haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but we will be. We will be either that or we'll have to just finish the job. But their Navy is gone, as I've said 1,000 times. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Everything's gone. And
every time they play any clip, no matter what it is, as soon as the clip ends, you know, they go to like they go to me to like make an argument. Like, Trump is in the Epstein files. 32,000 times. The fucking Epstein files more than Epstein. He said he was going to release the Epstein files. He didn't release them.
they're negotiating on fumes. But we'll see what happens. Maybe we have to go back and finish it. Maybe we don't.
Trump is proving that peace through strength works. Iran is negotiating because it knows America is finally willing to finish the job.
If we're considering that, quote unquote, demonstrating peace through strength is getting Iran to negotiate, and more specifically, getting them to negotiate by first starting a war, well, then I don't think that this is something that's been proven to work, considering the fact that we were in a better position a decade ago under Obama with the JCPOA without a war in Iran.
Yeah, I would just disagree with that immediately. I don't think that the JCPOA was peaceful, right? Because the JCPOA essentially allowed the Biden administration to unfreeze billions of Iranian assets that were held in Qatar, held in Iraq, and so on and so on.
The JCPOA, that wasn't Biden. The JCPOA was gone by the time Biden was in office. Donald Trump got rid of the JCPOA. before Biden ever got into office.
So forth. Under the Obama administration, they unfroze assets, and under the Biden administration, they also unfroze assets. And this essentially allowed the IRGC, as they are the #1 state sponsor of terrorism, to support groups like the Houthis in Yemen that have disrupted global maritime trade in the Red Sea. I believe specifically $200 billion worth of economic damage was done in the Red Sea because of the support of the IRGC. They created the Yemeni civil war in 2011, for example, with conflicts with one of their largest economic partners of Saudi Arabia. They fueled and funded Hamas to support them and gave them intelligence to conduct October 7th, which was the second largest terrorist attack in the 21st century. I mean,
228. I'm gonna lamp on my bad reputation.
administration, they also unfroze assets. And this essentially allowed the IRGC, as they are the #1 state sponsor of terrorism, to support groups like the Houthis in Yemen that have disrupted global maritime trade in the Red Sea. I believe specifically $200 billion worth of economic damage was done in the Red Sea because of the support of the IRGC. They created the Yemeni civil war in 2011, for example, with conflicts with one of their largest economic partners of Saudi Arabia. They fueled and funded Hamas to support them and gave them intelligence to conduct October 7th, which was the second largest terrorist attack in the 21st century. I mean, the Hezbollah, for example, in southern Lebanon, right, in their war with Israel, and their South American drug trafficking operation that was like Operation Cassandra, I believe, exposed in 2008 by the DEA. Sure, like the JCPOA limited their enrichment, right? It wasn't at 60%. But the issue with the JCPOA doesn't account for Iran being the main state sponsor of terrorism, and it also didn't account for them having the largest missile stockpile in the Middle East. So that's like the main issue with the JCPOA.
So you do disagree with Trump's war on Iran? Because even Donald Trump is, in his negotiations with Iran, is willing to relinquish economic sanctions on the country, promoting more economic activity, which would then lead to the same sort of outcome as like unfreezing.
But yeah, this is what I kept arguing with the people the last time that I was on, what was it, TikTok? I was fighting with a bunch of these guys, and while I was on there, they kept saying stuff like, you know, well, why would we pay millions of dollars to the #1 state sponsor of terrorism? Why would we release sanctions? Blah blah blah. And I kept being like, you know, Trump has offered the same thing. The Trump administration numerous times throughout these negotiations has offered to give them money. Like numerous times now, they have offered to give them money. Like, so why would you allow this country to exist if they're you know, you're one of your enemies? Do you think Donald Trump is going to make it to where the country doesn't exist anymore? Like, what do you mean? Why would we let the country? Donald Trump is also going to let the country exist. Like, all of their complaints about the JCPOA, these are not things that are going away under Donald Trump. These are all things that the Trump negotiations seem to be willing to do as well.
In their funds, for instance. So that's like my one issue. When I hear people on the right saying, well, the reason why I disagreed with Obama's JCPOA is because it unfroze funds. It gave them back some of the money,
Can I respond to that?
which they sold goods to us in the 70s. Well, we'd see the same outcome from, I mean, Trump's war today. If we relinquish the sanctions, if we allow them to promote more economic productivity within their own country, well, then they're going to have more money to do the same thing.
Well, the real is like $2 million to the dollar. That's one. And number two, currently they've suffered like $4 billion worth of lost oil revenue because we blockaded their blockade, right? Preventing them from also exporting oil over to China, which about 50% of their oil goes to. I do agree that like Trump offered them like a short-term relief where they can export oil, not because that he loves Iran, but just to obviously like decrease the global economic turmoil because of the oil loss, obviously. But generally, he does believe in John Bolton's, Mark Levin's, Lindsey Graham's maximum pressure strategy on Iran. And I don't think this is like a new war. I just think Trump is addressing things that other presidents or prior presidents were not able to address.
Yeah, it's not a new war. It's been going on for 47 years, guys. It's 47 years.
Do you think that Trump got Iran closer to a nuclear weapon?
No, I don't believe that Trump got Iran closer to a nuclear weapon.
You don't think pulling out of a JCPOA led to them getting closer to a nuclear weapon?
No, because Trump would be willing to actually strike Iran in their facilities. Like Natanz.
It doesn't matter though. He's striking the facilities to get them back into a deal. What kind of deal? One like the JCPOA. If you wanted to renegotiate the JCPOA, he could have done that. If you wanted to add things to the JCPOA, he could have done that. But he didn't even try. He never even tried. Never even attempted. Like this is the fucking banger argument against all of these people. Every time they bring up any sort of issue with the JCPOA, the best argument against them every fucking time is, then why didn't he even make an attempt? Why didn't he even just reach out and try to add that to the JCPOA? Why didn't, if he was upset that they still were able to develop their nuclear programs, why didn't he try to add more restrictions on their nuclear programs before just ripping up the deal? Why didn't he try to make a new deal separate from the JCPOA that was just about their nuclear program? Like, this is a banger against them every single time, because there's no way that you say, the deal wasn't perfect in Trump's eyes, so what he did was he gave them the ability to start making nuclear weapons again, to start enriching uranium again, he gave them the ability to do all of these things again, because it just wasn't perfect, guys. Thank you, Jen, for the 628 joules. Sheesh, with a happy pride. Happy pride. Oh my goodness. Thank you. And then thank you, Joe, for the 30 joules. Clutch. And then also the 10 joules for the gold coin. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Fordo and Isfahan were struck during Midnight Hammer.
So because they got...
Tom, we backed a truckload of money to them with the JCPOA. It was unacceptable. Yeah. We flew 100 planes over there with stockpiles of cash in the middle of the night. Do you know how much worse it is when you do it in the middle of the night?
Closer, we then had to strike them, acknowledges that you are saying that it actually got closer in the first place. So Trump pulling out of the JCPOA did get Iran closer to a nuclear weapon. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree to that.
That's just denying reality.
What you're failing to understand is that their enrichment. Hold on, their enrichment was 60%, right? Which is like really close to 90%, which is weapons grade.
Is that higher than 3.67?
Of course, but the reason. But can I respond to that? Can I respond to that really quickly? Okay, great. What you're failing to understand is that the intelligence report that came out before that was that they were not trying to build a nuclear weapon. Of course, they were at the 60%, which was a crazy level of enrichment, but we didn't assess that they were actually actively willing to build one. And if they were going to actually go for a bomb, like they were, for example, before in the earlier 2000s, we would actually strike, right? For example, Biden was not able to reinstate an Iran nuclear deal. But I believe if Iran were to really try to get, a nuclear bomb during Biden's time period, he wouldn't be willing to strike, and Trump would be willing to strike.
So prior to Midnight Hammer, were they higher than 3.67%?
I think you already know the answer to that. Yes, of course.
Yes. Is that closer to the 90% necessary to be able to weaponize the enriched uranium?
Yes, but we'd be able to strike before that.
So they objectively are closer to a nuclear weapon. Do you now agree?
Yeah, but they were closer in 2021.
So now he agrees.
Biden.
He's now conceded. Thank you.
Okay, I mean,
is Trump actually closer to peace through strength if he's established us in a worse position and actually...
Well, it's not a worse position. This is a nuclear weapon. The issue is hold on, can I respond? The issue, hold on. The issue is that your argument's very reductive. So, for example, Marco Rubio has made it very clear, along with everybody else, that it's not just about their nuclear weapon this time. Like, we didn't get the highly enriched uranium. Yeah, we bombed Natanz and bombed their facilities again, obviously. But we've done more than that, apart from, for example, hitting their Hutch drone capacity, their missile capacity, destroying their destroyers, right? Depleting their naval capacity, hitting top IRGC and nuclear
destroyed their destroyers?
And, making their government dysfunctional, right? Stressing their economic ability to project power by obviously...
Well, we would have been better off if we blew up their blew-uppers. Or if we banged their bangers. That's what I would have done. That's what Biden would have done.
Decreasing their monetary means by like $4 billion. So it's multifaceted than just nuclear weapons. And I think the reason why we're in the current position that we are is because Obama, right, and prior U.S. presidents like Biden thought that it was just as simple as their nuclear weapon. No, Iran is a much larger threat than just nuclear weapons. I mean, for God's sakes, they produce drones for Russia, right? They give cheap oil to China. There's so many other different variables and how them being a destabilizing force. Looking at it through purely, oh, the nuclear weapons is a very reductive way of doing it. I know that's like the main thing that we bring up because that's like the biggest fear factor, but it's more multifaceted than just the nuclear weapons.
Your position relies on being actively at war with them. They will just be able to build up all of those missile capabilities after, so there's a perpetual need to constantly go back to war with them. So you're actually not providing an option that gets you closer to the deal in terms of preventing them from getting a nuclear weapon, because actively going to war with them reduces our bargaining power, because it led to them actually just, closing the Strait of Hormuz.
Where is Sparty? Where the fuck is Sparty? This is like 3 days in a row he's not here. I'm gonna hurt somebody if I don't see Sparty soon. Where the fuck is Sparty? What did you guys do with him? Everybody in chat has always been jealous of Sparty. New mod? Sparty wasn't a mod. What did you guys do with Sparty? Van Dread's always been jealous of my relationship with Sparty. #1 suspect.
Which inevitably,
Why are they willing to engage now?
What you said? Why are they willing to engage? Are they really engaging? Where's
Yeah,
the
they are
negotiation?
actually.
Why did we strike in southern Lebanon?
So the negotiation.
Answer the question. Why did we strike in southern Lebanon if they're negotiating?
Okay, really quickly. So Israel has been the one striking in southern Lebanon, not America. So I think you're just confused.
So they're
there.
not coordinating?
Well, coordination now is different from us actively striking. So I like how you're changing the topic.
Oh, that's interesting, because that's not what you guys said about Don Lemon. You guys said that if he coordinated, that he was directly responsible.
Hold on, we've just gotten so far.
I'll let him go. I'll respond to you.
We're only looking at a microscopic aspect of the claim. We're not even looking at all the actions that happened that could be argued. There was Venezuela, there were the strikes that happened last year. Sure, the war has been, in my eyes, a tremendous failure. Hasn't really proven peace through strength has worked. But as far as the claim that Iran is negotiating because it knows America.
Peace through strength has worked, guys. That's why we're at war. In order to do peace through strength, you gotta go to war. Everybody knows that.
America is finally willing to finish the job. I don't believe that's true. I mean, I don't think there's anybody coming to the table. I think that we're just having Israel still strike them by proxy. And I think that, honestly, I'm just looking at this objectively. Sure. I think that it benefits.
He's just looking at it objectively.
And I'm saying this as...
What? If you guys might look at it your way, okay? His way is to just look at it objectively. That's his thing, all right? Everybody's got their own way of looking at things. His way is looking at things objectively.
Republican, I'm saying this as somebody who saw just everything just flip on our party the moment that this war started, that we're cooling things off because we're about to get slammed in the primaries. That's really what's happening.
It's true. I mean, it is. I mean, we look at the approval rating of the war in Iran inside of the American electorate. We see it's like 16%, okay? Not too many people support it. You, me, and Parker included. But, I mean, once again, just reducing ourselves down to the bare bones of the prompt. Donald Trump is proving peace through strength because he's showing strength, he's going to war with Iran, and that is the mechanism in which is then allowing them or making them negotiate with us. Well, I feel like the answer to this question is so obvious, okay? Obama got them to negotiate. I know you think that he negotiated a poor deal with them because he was unwilling to freeze their accounts. Okay, well, that's exactly what Trump is going to do with other monetary means in the war today, regardless if it's either directly giving the money or indirectly giving the money by relinquishing the sanctions. It's going to happen. But the point is that Obama got them to negotiate. without killing 160 girls at an elementary school in southern Iran.
Yeah, just killing
Obama
thousands
got
of
them
more
to
people.
negotiate.
I mean, you can't really, hold on. You can't
the reason why I bring that up,
he was just.
We could talk about the hospital in Afghanistan. We
no, not just that. He killed the most civilians by drone strikes.
Listen, I definitely agree with that. There's a shit ton of war crimes in the Middle East under Obama.
Libya.
But the point that I'm making is just simply the fact that one of the good things he did was he proved that we can negotiate with Iran without going to war. And then the only reason why Donald Trump tore up that deal is because
it was a weak deal, Bill.
Well, hold on.
I mean,
very quickly, there's
the pallets of cash, all that stuff. It was weak.
The pallets of cash. We scammed them in the 70s.
Okay, hold on.
Do you guys think it's stronger for now that Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon comparative to what they were 10 years ago under Obama? I think it's stronger.
It didn't have the kind of deterrent effect that was.
So I think it's stronger if we were to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon to a greater extent, which would, by the way, still be in place until 2030.
Right. So let me just really quickly respond. You're still stuck on this nuclear weapon thing, which I don't blame you.
Isn't that what he's saying is the main thing?
Well, no, actually. So he's been talking about, just really quickly, that's one of the main factors, obviously. But I told you that there's a broader umbrella and things to look like. For example, Iran has like the Quds Force, which is like their own specialized force. 300 of them, for example, in Venezuela. They've given hundreds of missiles to Cuba and, for example, Venezuela. They've been operating as a pro-Russia axis of evil in the Middle East. And they are a large country with significant military power, with significant ability to project and to obviously engage in warfare. I mean, what other country do you see launch missiles at Israel like Iran or the UAE or Qatar and so on and so forth? And all of those Gulf countries are also obviously in support of this. Now, Dean Withers, obviously, you've mentioned the point that he got him to negotiate. I think there's a difference between getting someone to negotiate on a great deal, right, that actually encompasses the complexities of their ability to project negative power, right? And there's a difference between getting them on that deal and getting them to a deal that was better. The JCPOA,
there's a difference between getting them to negotiate a deal that gets everything we want or a deal that's better. You didn't think about that, did you? You didn't even consider that part.
Do you know that Trump is going to negotiate a great deal?
Well, given the fact that he believes in the maximum pressure strategy on Iran, given the fact that he's not as lenient on Iran, whatever deal comes out of this is obviously going to involve major concessions for the IRGC. That's objectively true. Like, for example, I can get Iran to agree to not invade Afghanistan, but it's not like they're planning to anyways. It doesn't matter. A good deal is when you actually address all of the concerns surrounding the IRGC in Iran. Their ability to project power, their ability to build a nuclear bomb is obviously a good one, which we've completely decimated, by the way. Just got to get the enriched uranium and their missile stockpile in the Middle East, right? And stopping the three main terrorist groups they support. That would be, encompassing a deal like that would be great. The JCPOA included sunset clauses, which meant that within 10 years, in 2025, where it ended, obviously, they would be allowed to continue to enrich uranium, and you'd have to get a new deal. And there was nothing in there that...
Yes, you're always going to have a new deal, a sunset clause. Like the sunset clause is for somebody like Trump. That's what it's there for. Somebody like Trump comes in and says, hey, I don't like this deal. It's like, all right, well, cool. It expires eventually and you can negotiate a new one when it gets there. Or if you do like it, you can just re-sign it and extend it. That's simple.
Ever encompassed anything about their terrorist organizations, which we gave them more money to support, or their missile, for example, power. By the way, a day before the 12-day war started, okay, I believe the IAEA came out with a report saying that Iran had enough enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. And then we struck with Midnight Hammer, okay? And Trump gave them a 60-day warning, right? Before that, to sign a deal, they refused and they were hit. Simple.
So you're wrong about a couple things. First, you had a misunderstanding of what the IAEA said. They didn't say that they had enough enriched uranium to build 9 atom bombs. They said that they have enough uranium that if they were to further enrich it, they'd have enough to build 9 uranium bombs. That's the official reporting from the IAEA. Check it out yourself. This is something I looked at 2 weeks ago in the middle of a debate because somebody made the same point and I Googled it. Now, the second point that I'll make here is while I think that you're...
That's correct, yeah, because you can't make atom bombs from 60% enriched uranium.
Kind of throwing on a lot of extra justification for Trump's war on Iran that just simply doesn't exist. You're saying, well, not only is he going after this nuclear threat, but all these other things like proxy terror groups, power and control over the Middle East as a whole. And that's not what we see. When Donald Trump started this war on February 28th, why did he say he did? Not because of terror groups, not because of the Houthis or Hamas, but rather because of a quote-unquote imminent nuclear threat that never existed as confirmed by our DNI, or I guess who we had as our DNI at the time, Tulsi Tulsi Gabbard. Everything else that you've added on in the middle of this debate is not something that they've added on from D.C. It is your personal justification for the unjustified. And I'll pass the mic to you.
Well, yeah, I mean, the narrative around the war itself has changed multiple times because Mike Johnson, Tom Cotton, even Marco Rubio, and there's a State Department memo from April 21st that says that we preemptively struck with Israel because Israel was just going to strike them, and we did it in defense of our interests there. I don't think it's really peace through strength to attack on behalf of another country. And then at the same time, you have people like Jonathan Pollard going on podcasts saying that the next aim is Turkey, that they're going after Egypt. So this is obviously, we're there to ensure the security of Israel. It's not peace through strength. The reality of the situation is, if it were truly peace through strength, it would be in America's interests. On behalf of our interests as taxpayers, we're funding a military action that's not helping our country.
So I think we got a lot of things said, talking about the JCPOA and Iran, whether or not they're a nuclear threat or not an imminent nuclear threat, whether or not we should be involved in this conflict and the complexities around the nuclear deal, and whether or not this is truly worth it for America or America first.
Imagine boarding a plane and hearing the pilot say, "Don't worry, this is actually my first time flying." Yeah, absolutely not. Some situations are way too important to trust the wrong person. And honestly, the same goes for hiring a lawyer after getting injured because of someone else's neck.
Don't worry, this is actually my first time flying. Who would word it like that? Don't worry, guys. I haven't flown planes hundreds of times. I've got no experience. So you're in good hands. Who the fuck would say something like, why would anybody ever word something like that? It sounds like those infomercials where they're like, you know, don't you hate it when you're trying to put the lid on your cup and you can't get it on, and they're like trying to put it on, and then their hand slips off and goes into the electrical socket next to them, and they get shocked and have a heart attack and have to go to the hospital. And they're like, well, with our new cup, with our lid, that'll never happen.
Felix 954 tipped $5. Peace through no peace.
Peace through no peace. Based. Based. Put peace through your mom.
Negligence.
His quote, tonight in an extraordinary move, the Justice Department declared the IRS is, quote, forever barred and precluded from auditing President Trump, his family, his oldest sons, and their companies, or pursuing any claims for past actions. It's part of the unprecedented settlement after President Trump dropped his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS. The deal was orchestrated by the head of the DOJ, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who is Trump's former personal attorney. Blanche faced tough questions on Capitol Hill today.
You're the president's consigliere.
Your perspective is completely wrong, Senator.
Well,
respectfully.
I think the facts will prove me right.
The president's settlement also creates a nearly $1.8 billion fund, taxpayer money, to pay for Trump allies or anyone else who claims they were mistreated by the Biden Justice Department. It's a group that includes the roughly 600 people charged with obstructing or assaulting police on January 6th.
Trump's IRS settlement is not justice for political persecution, it's corruption in plain sight.
Oh, wow, we all agree.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see everybody's light on. Well, this might be less of a debate and more of a chit chat, I guess.
We're talking about whether or not the DOJ is being weaponized by the Trump administration. Obviously, there was a big conversation about whether or not a special counsel would be established to go over Trump's grievance with the IRS. I'm pretty sure there was a man named Little John who, a former IRS contractor, obviously, he exposed a lot of IRS information relating to many billionaires, including Trump, and that was obviously awful. But the main thing is that Trump now controls the DOJ, which falls under the executive branch, and so he's overseeing his own like, claim with the DOJ that when he has like his own cabinet members obviously overseeing it. So obviously that creates a conflict of interest, and I agree that's bad. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, just to.
Yeah, I mean, I've said that there's always people who get mad at me for saying this, but like, Trump was aggrieved in this scenario. They did, like, the government did do something illegal, or like, an employee of the government did do something illegal where the Lil Jon did go and leak his tax information. So like, he has the right to sue based off of that, but to do it while you're president is just absolutely fucking insane. Like, while you're over the DOJ.
Build off of that. I mean, not only does he oversee the DOJ because Todd Blanche was his nominee for the acting attorney general, but I mean, it was a lawsuit against himself. Donald Trump sued Trump. He sued the IRS, who he also appointed the administrator of, and then it was legislated by the DOJ. And Todd Blanche is literally on camera saying that, and I quote, he is in love with Donald Trump. It's ludicrous. So yeah, getting Todd Blanche, your ex-personal lawyer that you paid millions of dollars to over the course of his career, that claims he's quote unquote in love with you, to sign off on never investigating you, your family members, or your companies for any tax fraud that you've committed up to this point in your life is very corrupt. I mean, it's the creation of a new system of justice where you and me could be thrown in jail for a crime. And if Donald Trump has committed that same crime throughout his life, he couldn't even be investigated for it. That's clearly corruption in broad daylight.
I actually have somewhat of a nuanced opinion on this. First of all, I think the IRS is a criminal organization that should be abolished. That's right off the bat.
Okay. How do you run the government without the IRS and without?
We ran it for years.
Yeah.
For
How do you enforce taxes though?
I don't think he wants taxes.
No taxes.
Oh,
so no Social Security, no Medicare, no Medicaid, no food stamps, no unemployment insurance.
You could have a
all of
tariff
that's
model,
privatized?
abolish all the taxes, go back to a tariff model.
So you're going to heavily increase poverty within the country. You're going to decrease the standard of living for millions, tens of millions of Americans.
What's your data to speculate?
What was the poverty rate prior to the implementation of Social Security and Medicare?
I mean, you're taking.
By the way, this is undisputed within the academic community because of the fact that there was such high rates of poverty for elderly individuals prior to the implementation of Social Security and Medicare, which which the implementation of led to a significant reduction
there are different
in the amount
ways
of people that were disenfranchised.
As far as Social Security goes, there are different ways you could do it. You don't have to get rid of it completely. You could do a privatized, different sort of system.
Either way, you need government funds.
That said, I do believe that the IRS unfairly targets certain individuals. In their case, they spent about $600 million on lawsuits alone as a family just because they were in government. They were elected into office, their dad, right? So I think that's being that targeted, it's a level of political persecution that nobody should be exposed to. That said, if we are supposedly under a fair system, people shouldn't be excluded regardless of their position in government, right? So there's a lot of different things. And also with the January 6 guys, there were a lot of those guys. That's one of the few things that I think is actually beneficial out of this ruling, because there are a lot of guys, some of them who I know personally, who were in solitary confinement, were never charged with anything, were very unjustly treated, and they should be.
I think they should be in jail for life, especially the 170.
With zero due process.
Well, I mean, of course.
A lot of these guys weren't even charged with anything.
But specifically, the 170.
A lot of these guys weren't even charged with anything? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Who wasn't charged with anything? Why do they always say this crap? I've never heard a single person explain this. Not one. I've never heard one person explain why they think that a single person wasn't charged. I've never heard it.
26 J6ers who tried to kill cops and then insurrect the government. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that those guys were in jail. They should be in jail for life. Like DJ Rodriguez, he drove a stun gun into Officer Fanone's neck as Officer Fanone was on the ground being beat with metal rods while the other rioters were screaming, grab his gun and kill him. And then he gave Officer Fanone a heart attack, and the only reason why Fanone is alive today is because then he was rushed off to the hospital. This guy got 10 years. In my mind, way too light. It should have been life. He's a terrorist. Donald Trump comes on 4 years later and then gives him the full and complete presidential pardon.
Even that example,
and that actually accounts for 178 of them. Well, DJ Rodriguez admitted guilt, and it was caught on Fanone's body camera.
Right. Well, even isn't there, if I remember this correctly, isn't there a moment where his body camera goes out, and then you actually see him
DJ Rodriguez drove a stun gun into his neck.
I wonder
why. The missing minute. I haven't seen it.
Well, supposedly, according to people that I know were there, Fanone was specifically instigating.
So do you think he's lying? The officer's lying?
I'm not saying that he's lying, but I'm saying that there's there's testimony that contests what he said. So I'm just saying that basing your entire argument on a contested testimony from witnesses
It's
who were
not
there,
contested. DJ Rodriguez admitted guilt. Nothing's contested.
That's fine. There's still 1 out of 600 people.
Okay, so that guy shouldn't get any funds from the $1.8 billion.
What about the people who were in solitary confinement, thrown in a hole?
Well, yeah, you should like then concede that he shouldn't have gotten any sort of pardon. He shouldn't be able to get anything from the fund. Like you should be making these concessions pretty quickly then.
Without any sort of charge, and then later we're just pardoned.
We agree with due process, but would you also agree with due process?
Yes, 100%.
Well, I want to say here, if there was any J6er that was, thrown in solitary confinement with no charge, and this is clearly corrupt, clearly illegal, clearly in violation of the Constitution, they don't need Trump's $1.8 billion slush
So
fund.
you don't think this should be restituted?
No, what they do is they sue the government like anybody who experiences a breach of their constitutional rights at the hand of the government. They don't need a special privilege, unlike any other American in this country's history, to get $1.8 billion given to them by the president that let them out of jail after they were convicted.
Some of these guys, there were about 10 or 12 of them that hadn't been fully pardoned. One of them, in fact, it was just about a couple of months ago that his case finally got expunged.
Do you mean commuted? So they weren't fully,
or whatever it was.
Talking about are you saying that their sentence was commuted?
It was finally, his case was finally ended. I don't know specifically the terms. I met this guy at CPAC. He had his case there. He was just taking it around. He's like, I'm still being sued.
Yeah, not a terrorist.
Everybody there was a terrorist?
I think.
What about the people who walked into the building? There's literally video of.
Hold on.
There's literally video of showing them just the doors being open and people walking into the building.
Can I clarify though? Do you think the people should have been pardoned who assaulted cops?
No. Absolutely not. If you committed a crime, you should be held accountable.
Right. So this is where I'll go. Right. I mean, I think generally, I'll say that January 6th was an awful day. I think it was horrible. I think that any officer that was assaulted, I think all conservatives, not anyone that's like necessarily like a cultist or anything, can look at that and say, okay, that was negative and that was unfortunate. And anyone that participated in assaulting any officers or committing any crime or breaching into the halls of our Congress should definitely be arrested and put in jail for a long time.
But breaching is a bit. Yeah. I mean, you're unfairly characterizing that.
I mean, they breached, bro.
They breached.
Right.
So you're telling me that
that's illegal.
When the doors, there's literally footage that shows
why did the doors
they open doors.
Oh no, he's so stupid. He's so fucking stupid. Holy shit.
It doesn't matter. They were allowed in. People do that all the time. They take tours of the Capitol all the time.
Is there
people protest
at the Capitol?
People protest in the Capitol Rotunda every day almost.
Let me ask
you can go there. There will be a protest.
There's a major difference there. Let me ask you, if the doors...
They were all trying to kill congressmen, all 600 of them? How do they all fail?
I think they were definitely going after Pence. I think the day was generally awful. And let's agree, the reason why the doors
You think
were
they were
breached,
definitely, you say that definitely?
They were literally chanting kill Mike Pence or hang Mike Pence. Like that's kind of when people say I'm trying to kill Mike Pence or I want Mike Pence to be hanged, or that's where it becomes pretty definite. Yeah, I would say.
Saying hang Pence though. They were going
pretty definitive.
No,
to be fair, they were saying
it was about. Hold on. Don't interrupt. Hold on, don't interrupt.
People were claiming.
I'm not saying all 600.
You said definitely all 600.
Come on, bro. You got me agreeing with Matt Nuclear.
Many of them were shouting hang Pence. I'm not saying every single individual. I'm not saying every single individual in the crowd.
You did just a moment ago.
I didn't say every single individual. I said they were, meaning many of them were obviously shouting hang Pence. Now, yeah, the doors were open because they were breaking through. Do you think that just because doors open to somewhere where, like, obviously you don't have authorized access to go to, meaning you can just go through and break in? Of course not. That's still illegal. You can't break into the Capitol without access, like being given like explicit access to go to the Capitol before. They were rioting. I do believe that they were certainly being violent. Many of them, and anyone that assaulted any officer should be put in jail for a long time. It was an embarrassing day.
Also, I want to add on to what Matt said. It'll only be 20 seconds because it's really important. We got to ask ourselves, why were the doors open? Because less than 20 minutes before they were open, they were closed with people like Fanon almost getting killed attempting to protect them.
Exactly.
So at some point, when the officials on duty protecting the Capitol from this group of domestic terrorists ultimately became usurped and they were on the ground getting bloodied and they were almost dead, they did retreat a little bit. They did pull back and they said, well, we're just going to roll over and show them our bellies or else we're all going to fucking die. Because that's legitimately what it felt like to be an officer on that day. Just look at the testimony on scene. And I told you I'd speak for 20 seconds. I'll let you go.
My question is, there are protests that happen all the time at the Rotunda. They happen in that area. People have done that. They've done it multiple times. There have been Free Palestine protests that happen in the same place. They acted in the same manner.
That's a false equivalency.
How is it a false equivalence?
I'll tell you why. Because those protests. Sure. Because those.
Right.
Yeah, because those protests.
This is the MAGA
hold on, really quickly.
Protesters.
Well, really quickly, because because many of those protests are organized, and many of them specifically near the Capitol are not explicitly violent, where they're not trying to breach into the Capitol, breach into the White House, right? Where people don't have weapons.
So let me get this straight,
hold on. Let me finish.
Can I just understand what
because on top of that, they don't have, for example, like an explicit reason. Like many of the January 6th protests, I'm not saying all of them. Many of their specific belief was that they were going to go in there, right, and punish Pence for not certifying the results. That like.
Yes, they were trying to delay the certification of the election. Like, we already know their entire goal was to do something illegal.
Certifying the electors. That was the whole point. Yeah, like it wasn't like they showed up that day, hey, we're protesting because we don't like the Democrats or something. Yeah, they went there for an explicit purpose, and you trying to like say that other protests that had nothing to do with that like specific goal is the same as a false equivalency fallacy.
That's true.
Okay. So are you a Pence head?
What? What even is that? I don't know what a
I'm
Pence
so
head
sorry.
is.
You're acting as if it takes some sort of political bias to yield the conclusion that they wanted to kill Pence when they're screaming "kill Pence" with a fucking guillotine.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. You guys are
what he's talking about with the elector
scheme. Here's the thing. I'm not
too.
denying that
the
claim.
elector scheme from Donald Trump in the 2020 election is also very meaningful to this conversation. Because J6 and the events that unfolded at the Capitol weren't like some isolated incident. What underpinned the J6 riots was Donald Trump's fake elector scheme, where he tried to steal the outcome of the election from Biden by installing fake votes for himself in the 7 key swing states that Biden won that he lost. So when we take that underpinning, we add it to the events that unfolded on the day. There's no way that you could yield the conclusion that this was just like your typical run-of-the-mill veterans, sit out in the rotunda trying to get better protections for them after they leave war. No, this was a violent and visceral attack on the fabric of our nation, on our democracy, and as Matt pointed out, Mike Pence, and you don't need to be pro-Mike Pence in order to understand that as a fact.
So here's my question. There have been multiple investigations that showed anywhere between 20 to 200 FBI agents were embedded in there. And
yeah,
so Trump
who's
ordered the FBI agents.
1 second. Who's FBI?
Who was running it?
Tell me.
Who was running it?
You tell me.
Who was
this is a
Trump
question I'm
administration,
asking
but
you.
who was
so Trump's FBI.
But who was the head of the FBI at the time?
Oh wait, an appointee of whom?
Who was ahead?
No, can you tell me who appointed that?
Was that Trump? Was that
That is a good question. Yeah. Okay. Well, you don't have an argument there, though. Like I've heard that.
Listen,
hold on.
Can I finish this one point? I'm trying to get clarity.
And then let me respond. I'm
just trying to get clarity on the situation, because this is the thing. The reason why I'm pushing back is because you guys, including you're painting this whole situation with just broad generalizations about everybody who was there, about the due process that they got. I've heard, including from you, characterizations that all of these people were domestic terrorists. Were there bad actions that happened that day? Yes.
And literally nobody did any of this. Like, literally nobody did any of this. They each time like Dean or Parker mentioned this stuff, they would say like 600 of them, or 1,700 of the convicted, or like a lot of these people. Or almost every time they would say something, they were giving like very specific numbers. And he's like, oh, you're saying each and every single person who was there, you're giving broad generalities. No, they weren't. They were being pretty specific.
Of course, do we know the full truth of what these FBI agents were doing? No, there's still investigations happening.
Hold on. I just want to say something.
This is literally, there's a Senate. Let me finish my point, brother.
Okay.
Chip Roy literally did a Senate hearing. There's like there's multiple 2.5 to 3 hour testimonies of FBI agents talking about what happened that day. I'm just talking.
Saying what?
I'll be less than
saying that they were embedded there, and that there were efforts to not just coordinate but to agitate.
The Trump FBI, with the Trump appointee running the FBI, embedded FBI agents in the J6.
You're inferring political motivation.
I'm gonna finish.
Yeah, bro, you're cortisol maxing.
I'm cortisol maxing?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you're cortisol maxing. Bring it down a level.
It's actually adrenaline maxing when you actually look at the science of it.
It could also be.
I've only heard this once before. There was some guy who came on here and kept accusing me of cortisol maxing, and I was like, what the fuck? What the hell is this? I guess it's some Gen Z lingo.
Actually, please be quiet. Actually, can you please be quiet?
Also be.
I guess anything with the term maxing is obviously Gen Z lingo, so It's a clavicular thing? Really? Bald maxing, yes sir. Yes sir.
Coke maxing, but we won't go there. Listen,
Coke maxing?
I'm sorry.
Are you just hurling accusations now?
Well,
You were staring at us.
okay, let's just get back to the topic. What you're saying is that there were Trump FBI agents being led by a Trump appointee embedded in the J6 crowd that inevitably antagonized the people, causing them to insurrect the Capitol, that were then pardoned by Trump. I mean, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist or anything, but if everything that you're saying here is true, it almost seems like this was Trump's doing.
So here's the thing. One thing you have to recognize, part of the reason why I asked you who was the head of the FBI at the time, do you remember the investigations that were happening, the Russia collusion investigation? That FBI was extremely hostile to Trump. So it's not exactly out of the ordinary to have the assumption.
How many charges did Trump get through the Russia investigation? Did Trump get impeached from those investigations? Nothing came of the Russia investigations, but they were extremely hostile, guys. Extremely hostile. So hard.
That an FBI that's embedding their agents into a rally the day after Nancy Pelosi refused to give him the security detail that he requested, okay? Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer were in a completely different area. They all evacuated. They knew what was happening. So this is what, I'm just trying to look at this
Donald
fairly.
Trump sat in the Oval Office and refused to tell his people to stand down for 2 hours.
I'm just trying, I'm not making excuses for the terrible behavior that happened that day. I'm trying to look at it fairly without demonizing people who were not given due process.
Why did Donald Trump pardon the FBI agents then?
He pardoned every single one?
Yeah, why?
Name them.
I don't have to name the FBI agents.
We just need to know that he
there
offered
are
blanket
FBI
because
agents
nobody
that
knows. I don't think,
specifically
as far as I know, there hasn't been a list of those FBI agents that have been
you claim
released.
that those FBI agents were involved in this January 6th. Do you think all individuals at January 6th
The
were
numbers
pardoned?
are between 20 and 200.
Were all individuals
at
at January 6th pardoned?
I don't know how many of those were FBI agents. I can't tell you that.
I know at least one of them was?
I know that there were at least a dozen.
At least one.
There were at least a dozen people who were involved in January 6th that weren't immediately pardoned. In fact, I met a guy just 2 months ago at CPAC who was still being charged. So not everybody was immediately pardoned. These weren't all blanket pardons.
Agent?
Do we know any?
Wait, yeah, you're saying you met somebody who said that he was still being charged. You're complaining that like you haven't seen any evidence, you haven't seen the names, you haven't seen this, you haven't seen that, but then some guy just claims that he's still being charged from January 6th, and you just keep repeating that without any rhyme or reason to it.
Anybody that was charged
Could be.
Hold on,
It's a
hold on,
common
hold on.
charge
Do we
on the
know-
right for
So
everybody to be
everyone
fed,
that was involved in it that committed some sort of crime, was accused of a crime, obviously was pardoned. So do we know any of those people?
No, there were people who were never accused.
That's fine. Do we know any of those people that were charged or accused that ended up coming out as FBI agents? Can you name a single person?
You think people are just coming out and saying they're FBI agents?
I guess we originally started with agreeing completely that there was political corruption involved with the Trump IRS settlement, but then we happened to disagree with a lot of beliefs specifically on January 6th and the involvement of police officers and whether or not they were lying in the first place, or whether or not the January 6th rioters happened to be FBI agents working undercover, even though it's under the Trump admin.
Here is the political reality of today, a reality that we just saw yesterday in the election in Kentucky, when Congressman Thomas Massie.
Yo, this person's name is Abaddon. Abdon. Abdon 6. You see that? Sparty! Sparty's here! Sparty, I was getting ready to end my entire fucking career. I was ready to end my whole fucking career. Ask chat. I almost killed Van Dret. Very close to killing Van Dret.
Somebody who I have very little in common with politically, was defeated by $9 million in contributions from AIPAC and $7 million from Trump mega donors. And what was the great crime that Massie committed that gendered so much super PAC money in opposition to him. Well, he opposed the war in Iran, and so do the vast majority of the American people. He demanded that the Epstein files be opened, which is what the American people have wanted, and he refused. What a crime, what an outrage, to be a rubber stamp for Donald Trump.
He went pretty German there with that Epstein.
Foreign entities and super PACs are ruining American democracy.
No way, dude.
Are you against Thomas Massey?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
The bigger issue is you actually want. Hold on. Now, let me ask you a question. You actually want foreign money influencing our election?
Well, so AIPAC is not foreign money. That's really quickly. So AIPAC is the American.
Wait, where does it say AIPAC on the product?
Yeah, I mean,
well,
where does it say AIPAC?
It's called,
I'm sorry. Wait,
it's called
Matt,
context clues.
Who
he
brought up
mentioned
AIPAC?
foreign. This doesn't say AIPAC.
Well, no,
so I'm
foreign
going to presume he's talking about AIPAC.
Qatar, foreign applies
I'm
to
sorry.
Chinese.
I'm sorry. At no point did anybody
India
say
has a pretty
Israel.
big
At no
pack,
point
too.
did anybody
Right,
say
but
AIPAC. No, just let me
Sure,
finish.
okay.
The prompt literally just says foreign entities and super PACs are ruining democracy. He says, why do you want foreign money in politics? You say Israel.
Well, he also said he never said he wanted foreign money in politics. He also never said that. So
Right.
Go ahead.
Okay, great. The reason why though is because I know that he likes to talk about Israel and AIPAC a lot. So knowing that context clue, I already jumped to what I knew he would immediately try to mention and talk about. So that's the reason for that. But let's go ahead.
I said foreign PACs for
okay, that's fine. But let me go ahead.
There are numerous PACs.
There's no such thing as a foreign PAC. That's not
Yes,
how
there is.
that's not how that works. Right?
They represent foreign interests.
You're talking about groups registered under FARA specifically, and those are not called foreign PACs, right? There's no such thing as foreign PACs. It's illegal for any PAC to take foreign money. I want to just denote, right, the notion that this is mainly about AIPAC or, for example, foreign entities. And the reason why I say that is because John Cornyn just lost the Republican primary race for the Senate, obviously, in Texas, and he has taken over $2 million from AIPAC, and he has never opposed Israel in terms of any bills or anything like that, yet he still lost. Why did he lose? Well, he lost because Trump is the unequivocal leader of the Republican Party, and he has total unilateral control backed by billionaire donors in terms of who can win. And so do I think that that's generally a good thing? Yes, because when I look at Thomas Massey, I disagree with a lot of his policies in his proposal. I think that he turned the whole Epstein thing into a scandal that didn't need to be. And he obviously decreased his percentage rate. Let me finish. He obviously decreased his percentage rate in terms of supporting the Republican Party and voting with the Republican Party, going from like 99% to 91%. And so acting as a dissident, obviously he should have been opposed, and he was.
Okay, your point's just subjectively retarded. That's all I have to say.
Don't use that. That's a great argument.
No, it is, and I'll tell you exactly why. When people are getting 6 pieces of mail for 2.5 weeks talking about how the guy is just an awful human being, when there are literal AI ads falsely framing him as though he's hanging out with Ilhan Omar and AOC, and you have a boomer at home, doesn't he? The disclosure just flashes so quickly on the screen that they can't even tell, and it looks like hotel security footage.
why do all the liberals have such soy posture? I don't know. They should be leaning over the desk the whole time like me. Just looking chill as fuck. That's what they should be doing.
Now, the issue that you're misunderstanding, it's about foreign influence within our elections. And yes, very much. The American-Israeli PAC, okay? The American-Israeli PAC, as well as there's a PAC similarly for India, similarly for Qatar, for all foreign nations try to influence our politics. And there is money coming in from abroad to shape our foreign policy. To say otherwise is just either disingenuous or you're having a brutal disregard for the truth.
Let's talk about the foreign money that has been influencing our election. So if we go on Open Secret specifically from 2016 to 2024, we can look at all of the money that has been specifically spent. I believe that Israel, from that time period, spent 33%, right, meaning 1/3 of what Saudi Arabia and Qatar specifically sent. We're talking about foreign lobbying. I believe they were about around 200, and Saudi Arabia Arabia and Qatar combined were over $600 million. And
Again,
so the
you're
fact
not-
that
you're not
Bernie
even
Sanders,
arguing
let
my
me finish.
point. You're not even arguing my
Yeah, we're
point.
talking about
My point's about foreign influence.
Yeah, hey,
You're
hold on.
choosing
Let me
microscopic
finish.
things.
Yeah,
It's
you're
actually
talking.
giving even more reasons to believe that foreign entities are influencing our
But guess
politics.
what? Yeah, hold on. But except that Bernie Sanders mentioned AIPAC, he's talking.
Foreign entities, but that's not what the question wasn't about. Foreign fucking entities. He made the point about foreign PACs, you dumb fucks. Why are you defending him on this? This is an absolutely stupid fucking point from Deaf Noodles. He said foreign PACs, not foreign lobbying, not foreign money. Oh well, yeah. See, now you're making the case that there is foreign money coming in. He never said there wasn't foreign money. He said there aren't foreign PACs.
Talking about Israel more specifically.
No, I
although he did
literally
mention
mentioned
Qatar.
Qatar
Yeah,
and
I know
India
you mentioned
and
other
other
countries, but he mentioned more Israel. And I'm just making sure that we understand the amount of money that has been spent by, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the general Gulf countries. Now, it's significantly more than Israel has actually actively spent.
But
let me ask you another question.
You just presented a fallacy that people love to present when they're trying to defend Israel as far as its influence, financial influence in our elections. So $250 million from Miriam Edel.
Wait, ask him what the fallacy is. Ask him what the fallacy is. He's just gonna say we've heard Deaf Noodles do this numerous times in other arguments where he says that's a fallacy, and then it turns out he just disagrees with them. Like he just makes another argument for why he thinks they're wrong afterwards, but he doesn't actually represent like any sort of logical logical process that was messed up.
In Trump's election, that wasn't directly through AIPAC.
She's an American citizen.
Dual Israeli.
So what?
Again, the first meeting that Miriam and Sheldon had in the White House, what were they advocating for? Explain it to me.
They can advocate for what they want to advocate for. Right. Miriam Adelson, right, and the late Sheldon Adelson were both American citizens that obviously had a lot of support. Let me finish. It's like you're talking about dual citizen, not dual Israeli.
I'm a triple citizen.
I don't know why he keeps saying dual Israeli. What the fuck? They're dual Israeli? That's crazy. How did they become? Because yes, when he says I'm a triple U.S. citizen, that's what it makes it sound like, is that they became Israeli citizens twice, dual Israeli.
Shit, I know what I'm talking
about. Okay, great. So wait, hold on. You're triple citizen.
Yeah.
Citizens of what other countries?
Italy and Brazil.
Okay, great. Hold on. Should you be able to hold elected office here in America, given the fact that you are a citizen of other foreign countries?
I actually have a proposal where if you are elected into office and you have dual or triple or however many citizenships you have to renounce it.
Okay, given the fact that you are running for office here in California, are you going to make sure? Hold on, let me really quickly. So when you run, so given the fact that you are running for office here in California, you do agree to everyone here that you will renounce both of your other passports as soon as you are elected, correct?
I've already filed the paperwork.
Okay, great.
Yes, you don't have to hold me to this. I've made speeches about this. I actually have a plan that's called the JFK plan, okay, that's about removing dual citizens from public office if they're not willing to renounce their citizenships. I'm about having sole allegiance to America. That's it. If you are in...
Oh, I just realized I don't have my name on the entire time. All my stuff reset again today. Yep, that just became my high score now. I hate when it does this. I hate when it resets all of my stuff, because then I lose my high score, I lose all my stuff. It's so weird. Def confused fallacy and feeling because they start with the same letter. Poor guy. Yeah. I think he just thinks that like a fallacy is when you're wrong. That's what he thinks. He thinks a fallacy is when somebody's wrong. Like, even though the guy's not wrong, he's still like, he thinks like, oh, well, that's a fallacy. And then just continues to explain why they're wrong. This is why lots of times when people say like, no, that's a fallacious argument, and then they start they start arguing. I'm like, wait, no, what is the fallacy? What is the fallacy that I committed? Give me the fallacy. Give me the logical. If you can't name the fallacy, that's fine. Give me the logical thought process that where I fucked up. Well, you forgot to mention. No, not I forgot to. I don't want a fact that was left out. I want a logical fallacy. I want a thought process. I want the logical process that I fucked up. That's what I want. Let's hear it. Where's the fallacy?
In elected office, because we have issues, and it goes beyond the Israel stuff. We have Ilhan Omar, who travels over to Somalia as a dual Somali American citizen, travels over to Somalia and says that she's working for the benefits of Somalia in U.S. Congress. So it's about having sole allegiance to America. And yes, I've already filed the paperwork, but you know what? In Italy, especially, it takes.
Wait, you realize that there's tons of people who have been working for tons of other countries because they believe that it's beneficial to the United States. Like, Republicans and Democrats alike have been working on things that are beneficial to Ukraine, to Afghanistan, to the UK, to the Gulf nations, to like all sorts of countries. Even Trump has consistently said that he's working on to help Qatar and to help Oman, and like, this is to just say, oh well, she went to a country and said she was trying to help them. Like, that doesn't mean anything. That don't mean shit.
It takes about 2.5 to 3 years for it to. Why do you have to act like this?
I'm curious, have you spent any money on any campaigns whatsoever supporting any candidate as you have been a triple citizen?
What are you talking about?
I'm asking you a basic question. Have you spent?
Of course.
Oh, so as a citizen of 3 countries, 2 that are foreign, you have spent money on American elections. Okay. And you're complaining about Miriam and Sheldon Adelson that are only citizens of 1 country spending money on American elections. You, sir, are a hypocrite.
Can I say something? If anything, I'm showing that I'm willing to hold myself to a standard that I'm demanding from my elected officials. This isn't a hypocrisy.
I'm actually not going to attack you right now. I'm going to attack you. You said some dumb shit with your answer.
Right.
You said that you don't like Thomas Massie because he tried to turn the Epstein files into a scandal.
Sure.
Okay. Well, let's first start off by discussing what you're calling a scandal. What you're calling a scandal are many women, girls who have been victimized, who have been raped, who have been.
Not calling that a scandal at all. You misunderstood my entire point.
I thought you were about to say that there hasn't been many.
No, of course they have been, and I think it's awful.
Exploited, who have been trafficked.
Right.
And then we have Thomas Massie, we have Rep. Roukhana, and they set aside their political differences to come together on agreeing to singular facts.
Right.
That predators should be held accountable, that pedophiles should be in jail, and rapists shouldn't be roaming free in the streets of our country. In the sense of the Epstein files. So they passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
Right.
They give a platform to the victims. They allow their voices to be heard on the internet, on news, and to be voiced through our federal politics and policy in an attempt to force the Trump administration, who vowed to never again release the Epstein files, to then be forced to release the Epstein files.
Okay, great. Let me just go ahead and say that.
For you to call that a scandal, I think is a mutiny. I think it is a act of terror against victims of SA and other survivors in this country, and I hate to hear such disgusting.
Right. So this is like a basic example of someone not having good comprehension skills and misunderstanding an entire person's point. So I didn't call what Epstein did to his victims and, for example, anybody that was a co-conspirator with Epstein that engaged, for example, like Ghislaine Maxwell, I didn't call any of that specifically a scandal. I think that many people, like Thomas Massie, like Roukhana, like other people, tried to turn this into something that it wasn't, right? This whole belief that there's a perfidious secret cabal of people, right, trying to cover up for Epstein and trying to cover their tracks. Yeah,
Well, but we do know that the Trump administration and tons of people who were Republicans in the House and the Senate were actively covering this stuff up. We do know this. Like, that's not a scandal or some sort of conspiracy theory. That's just a fact. But we know we watch them. We have tons of clips of people in these committee hearings straight up denying to allow people to vote on it. Once the votes came through, they would reject the votes, and which they're not allowed to do, and then go to recess. There were we had tons of examples of this over and over and over and over. this isn't a conspiracy theory. We know they did this shit. The Trump administration actively was trying to stop this stuff from getting out.
I believe that specifically is a conspiracy theory that has yet to be substantiated. I want to mention something.
Then why'd they have
Epstein,
to pass the bill?
no, let me finish. I let you finish. Under the Trump administration specifically, Epstein was prosecuted, right, until he obviously killed himself. And furthermore, over 3.5 million files have been released under a GOP Congress and a GOP, for example, executive branch specifically, right? Over 20,000 documents relating to Epstein's emails called, you can literally go on Epstein's Gmail and you can check them all out. Pictures, photographs, stuff like that. Under the Trump administration, we have released now been aware of, right, made notice of, and enlightened to the most transparency regarding Epstein, knowing who he collaborated with, who he sent messages with, who he knew, people that were working with him, foreign leaders and their involvement. So all of this has specifically come under the Trump admin, and so I give Trump credit for this. What Thomas Massie tried to do was to try to act like Trump was some sort of a pedophile, when actually in the Epstein files, there was a document specifically that came out talking about the former Palm Beach police chief, Michael Ryder, that specifically said that Trump notified Epstein, or Trump notified Michael Ryder, who was the former Palm Beach police chief, in 2006. And Trump said that Ghislaine Maxwell was
He never filed a report. Trump did not file a report with the police department. All he did was just called one of his buddies and told him. That's it. That his friend happened to be a police chief, and he called that guy and told him that he was glad that they were looking into Epstein. And it could have been that he was doing this on behalf of Epstein, for all we know. I mean, at the time, Epstein and Trump were on the outs. Like, they had literally just become, like, on the outs. And, like, right before all of the stuff became very public, they had just gotten into a fight right before this. But yeah, it could be, like, for all we know, Trump apparently said during that, they're like, oh, you should especially be looking into that Ghislaine Maxwell chick. She's evil. Like, he could have been trying to get the attention off of Ghislaine. He could have been calling and acting like he was on their side to try to get information for Epstein. There's so many things that, like, could have come from this, but he didn't fill out a report, and he might have even been trying to, like, get himself in the good graces of these people while knowing that he had done some incriminating things. Like, there's just so many possibilities with that phone call, but there's no reason to believe that he was doing anything that was, like, selfless. There's no reason to believe that he was trying to help them. There's no reason to believe, because you don't just call the police department and be like, hey, just wanted to let you guys know, glad you're doing this. Just wanted to let you know, I'm happy that you're doing this. Okay? It's just, if you guys were sitting around wondering how Donald Trump feels about this investigation, well, now you know. I'm happy with it. Like, sure, you guys have just really been racking your brains. I wonder how Trump feels about this. Well, I am perfectly okay with it. I have no issues with this, guys. None whatsoever.
Epstein's operator, and that Epstein was evil, and to look into Epstein.
Being an historical revisionist is not cute, lowbrow, okay? It's simple. You're sitting over here saying that the Trump administration released all these files, most transparent admin in modern American history, as if this wasn't the same administration calling MAGA supporters dumb if they wanted the files released, telling them to redirect their attention to something else because the files are quote-unquote Democrat hoax, who then had Caroline Leavitt vow anybody in Congress who voted for the release of the Epstein files was committing an act of hostility against Congress. And then when the vow to vote for the release of the Epstein files, that pledge got near half support in Congress, well, then to swear, they attempted to obstruct the swearing in of Adelita Gerhova, who would be the final vote for the majority to force the vote for the release of the Epstein files. They obstructed her swearing in ceremony for 6 weeks, and then after she was sworn, then the White House went to Lauren Boebert, MTG, Nancy Mace, and Thomas Massie, and they asked them to take their names off that discharge petition list to force the vote for the release of the Epstein files.
Yo.
Lauren Boebert said no. She got fucked. Her clean water bill from me and another 50,000 of the Colorado constituents where I lived was killed.
Right.
MTG got fucked. She was kicked out of politics. Thomas Massey got fucked. He was kicked out of politics. And the only reason why Nancy Mace didn't get fucked is because she then once again usurped into the MAGA crowd. And then for you to say that this is the same man who wanted them released.
You're disagreeing with the whole premise. So can you at least concede that an individual citizen who's a dual citizen of a foreign country spending $250 million in an election to then have one of the first meetings to advocate on behalf of this foreign country she's a dual citizen for is not necessarily in the interest of Americans? It's a disproportionate amount of influence that you...
It's just not necessarily in the interest. Nothing is necessarily, like, even Americans sending money isn't necessarily in the interest of Americans. That's a meaningless fucking statement.
will never have, you will never have, you will never have, I will never have. Even if I'm elected into Congress, I'll probably end up having meetings where people will try to throw money in my face so I can vote in certain ways. But none of us in this room right now will ever have that level of influence. So we can spend $250 million to influence the president. So do you at least concede that this is bad?
No, actually I don't. Talking about disproportionate influence, yeah, people that have more say in the game, people that have more money, people that own companies and corporations that hire thousands of people, and are the reasons why those people, for example, have health insurance, stock options, paid leave, all of those different things. People that have the money to disproportionately pay taxes, we have the most progressive tax system in America, should have disproportionate power in reference to somebody who's relatively a nobody like yourself, right? So that's the main. That's what I think a lot of people don't understand.
This is why we're saying
we have a lot of people with liberal ideas.
That's fundamentally
we have a lot of people with these liberals. It's not fundamentally Americans. The most American thing known to man. Actually,
Matt, you're actually proving our point because you're showing how it's ruining democracy.
It's not ruining. It's not ruining.
My vote means less than somebody else.
You're diluting my individual vote for the prioritization of people who have more money than me or have more ability to have control over resources, whether they inherited it or not.
Were the founding fathers more American than us?
I don't know what your point is.
Like, would you say you're more American than Thomas Jefferson?
I would say I'm just as American.
Just as American as a founding father?
Like, are you saying support of American?
Yeah, I don't know what that would even mean to be more American. Like, yes, because he was born a citizen and they weren't.
Values, or are you saying
what's
in
your
terms
point?
Of being
Are you just not a citizen, American values? Are you more of an American than Thomas Jefferson, who was a founding father?
I would argue I represent more of what America should value today than Thomas Jefferson.
Not today, just generally. Are you more of an American in terms of values and principles and understanding the Constitution than Thomas Jefferson, a founding father, was?
How are you defining American? Let me just
I just told you I'm talking about the Constitution, American values, right?
I think you're just
and the creation of the republic and so on and so forth. This is not a hard question.
I think it's a living, breathing document, so I would say I would uphold it to a greater extent today than Thomas Jefferson did then, because
what does this have to do with passive
changed over time?
What does this have to do with him selling himself demonstrating that indeed super PACs and foreign entities are ruining the American democracy? Because he said the more money you have, the more power you have, the more vote you have. Under democracy, it doesn't matter if you're a man, it doesn't matter if you're a woman, it doesn't matter if you're old, it doesn't matter if you're young, it doesn't matter if you're a billionaire or you have a single dollar to your name. Your vote should matter just as much as the person standing next to you. And for you to say otherwise is exactly why these types of things are ruining the American democracy.
What is democracy?
Why do you even? No, I want to know. Why do you even vote?
Okay, really quickly, can I ask Dina a question about that, actually? So would you consider yourself like politically literate and very much aware of American politics and things that are currently going on to a pretty high extent? Yes or no?
Significantly more so compared
the
to
average
somebody
person.
like the average
Of course.
person.
So would you say that, let's say we have a homeless man that knows nothing about politics, doesn't even know the three branches of government, and I can go up to him and say, hey, vote for this person and I'll give you like a burger or something. Would you say that that person should have as much political and voting power as you?
Yes.
Yes, and that's exactly why I spend... Okay, so wait.
Wow, like that's like a foreign concept or something. Like that's like an odd, that's literally like fundamental to our democracy. Why is he saying, there's an argument to be had, you can disagree with it, but to be like, wow, as though that's surprising is insane. Like, how the fuck could you be surprised by that answer?
Give me more than 3 words. Give me more than 3 words.
No, give me more than 3 words. No. I understand the reason why you screamed wow is because you didn't want me to give you a fleshed out response to get a gotcha moment for a 5-second clip on TikTok. But yes, I do think that a homeless person in America should have the right to vote, even if they were to be easily influenced and swayed to vote for a person by you offering them a $20 bill, which is exactly why I spend my days trying to end homelessness, which is exactly why I spend my days trying to educate the American electorate, which is exactly why I spend my days trying to ensure that the average voter is just as informed as I am. And the reason why I do that is because I don't treat an individual's right to vote in the American democracy as optional. There's no trade-off. I don't care if they're homeless. I don't care if they're broke. You're saying that these are reasons to take that right away from them. Well, I view that right as fundamental. So because I view that right as fundamental, that's the boilerplate to then work off to attempt to prevent people from being easily swayed to vote, to get people more educated, and to make sure that they won't vote for a Republican because of a $20 bill.
Since you believe in unequivocal, hold on, really, one question, guys.
Never actually answered my question.
One quick yes or no question. Why do you believe in? Since you believe in unequivocal voting power and voting ability for every single American, let me give you a hypothetical because I know you guys love hypotheticals. So if Adolf Hitler,
I like how he's getting the last thing to speak. Yeah, he complained.
You should have said illegal immigrants. Unequivocal voting power for illegal immigrants. Piers today seemed kind of lit. I only caught parts. From what I saw, it seemed gay. Looked super gay. Like it looked like a bunch of men just kissing each other.
Really
about
quickly,
not being able to.
Since you believe in unequivocal power for people voting, right, and that anybody, regardless of beliefs or ideology or even intelligence, should be able to vote. If Adolf Hitler were to run for president here in America, right, and the majority of people wanted to vote for him, would you allow people to vote for Adolf Hitler?
Well, I'd start a civil war.
So you don't really believe in democracy unequivocally, and regardless of people's political ideology. There you go. Thank you, guys.
Hold on. There you go. When we want to envision a hypothetical of somebody like Hitler running for president, well, first, I don't think that hypothetical could exist in the real world because
that's why it's hypothetical.
Limits
the test logical consistency.
Because of the limits of our Constitution. Right. And secondarily, the efforts that I put into ensuring that the American electorate is well informed is why I don't think that the average American will 50 years from now vote for Hitler. Because there's people like me, there's people like Parker trying to prevent that from ever happening by detesting, the neo-Hitler of today, Mr. Donald Trump and Stephen Miller. But listen, my point is, of course there's going to be those exigent scenarios of the hypothetical of Hitler running for president where I'm going to be like, oh yeah, well, I mean, in that scenario, the democracy's clearly failed, okay? But if it's not in a very clear scenario of the democracy failing because over 50% of people in the country support this brutal genocide that's going to lead in until the deaths of millions, well, under more typical scenarios, I would absolutely say it's the case that everybody in the country deserves the right to vote.
You just conceded that unequivocal democracy ends democracy.
18 plus. I don't think I ever argued unequivocal democracy. I think I argued for the fundamentalist right to vote under typical scenarios where we're not literally having.
You didn't say typical scenarios. No, I gave you the reason I gave you.
I guess I'm sorry. I didn't consider.
Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead. That's fine. That's fine. Good response. Go ahead.
So I was like, in a circumstance like that, you're prioritizing the Constitution and individual rights in that scenario and upholding those, and we're totally okay with that. We have no issue with that. But the issue is that whenever you're violating democracy, right, you're deciding to prioritize the interests of corporations and large business interests over the average American, right? That's specifically what's happening in that context. So I think the priorities of the Constitution, individual rights, are an actual genuine reason to undermine specifically like an election in that scenario if there's some sort of crazy scenario like that, right? And that's why we have a Constitution in order to be able to keep those rights in check. But we wouldn't do the same thing specifically when it comes to private corporations because that's not a fundamental right. And I don't think that they should have control over my life. I think that it makes my life worse and the average American's life worse.
So I think we talked about foreign entities and the influence of super PACs in American elections and whether or not, obviously, it decreases the voting power of everyday Americans and individual citizens here in the country. Obviously, we mentioned all sorts of different things, like whether or not corporations are too powerful and whether or not they aren't as powerful or whether or not they should have that sort of influence over America. But overall, I think we had a good conversation and everyone brought up good points. So, yeah.
The questions about Donald Trump, who has always claimed an exceptional level of fitness and well-being, well, they're going to come up. Especially when that exceptional level of fitness and well-being start to change before our eyes. Like earlier this month when he appeared to nod off while hosting an event on maternal health with members of Congress. Or back in April when he was fighting to keep his eyes open as he had healthcare officials in.
Who is this lady? That voice is something else. That That sounds very Kardashian-like.
In the Oval Office, or back in December when you can clearly see him struggling to keep his eyes open. But it's not just the apparent sleepiness, which frankly is normal at that age. It is his physical fitness as well. The swelling in his ankles, which after a loud public outcry and concern, his doctor attributed to chronic venous insufficiency. There's also those deep bruises in his hands, which he attributed to his aggressive use of aspirin.
Trump's falling asleep, visible health problems, and erratic online tirades raise serious questions about whether he is mentally and physically fit for office. Oh, wow.
What?
I'm sorry.
I did not expect that. Was the last thing I expected,
we're
to be
just
honest.
going to open it up. Of course, his mental and physical problems raise questions. That's no fucking doubt about it. He threatened to genocide 90 million people.
Okay.
So he's threatened to fall asleep in the Oval Office. Well, he hasn't.
He's threatened.
Yeah, sorry.
He's
fallen asleep in the Oval Office more than we saw Biden.
Okay.
He goes on delusional sycophant tirades on Truth Social at 3 a.m. Like, I think 2 weeks ago, in less than 2 hours, he posted 55 times, including an allegation that Obama is literally a demon spawn of the devil, saying that Obama had wiretapped Trump Towers, saying that Obama worked with the CIA to overthrow the government in 2016, and saying that Obama is a traitor that needs to be thrown in jail. He's also posted other shit on Truth Social, literally depicting himself as Jesus Christ, or saying that Biden died and was replaced with a robotic clone in 2020.
So I've seen some of these. I don't understand where like the random, you know, obsession with Obama came from again, though. Like, did Obama say some shit that hurt his feelings or something, like more recently, or where did the Obama hate come from?
These things like very clearly call into question his fitness to serve and his mental and physical well-being.
Okay, so 25th Amendment him.
Okay, so you changed your mind.
No, I'm saying
Well, I thought you
if
disagreed with
that's
us,
all
the 25th
factually true, then
Amendment.
25th Amendment him.
But you
Well, I mean,
disagree,
there
though,
would-
right?
So-
Yeah, I disagree.
Tell us why you disagree. Like, elaborate further.
I can't believe that he's criticizing you on this.
I mean, he's jumped at my neck several times here. He's like, we disagree on it. It's like,
Why do you think, bro? I might as well make Parker my.
Why do you
partner
think
this
Trump
one.
is fit for office?
I mean, he's doing the job, no? Why do you think Biden was fit for office?
We could talk about
You
Biden.
think
Wait,
Trump's-
well, I'm so sorry.
No,
I'm so
hold on.
sorry.
You
No,
think
no,
Trump's
no,
unfit for
I'm
office?
interrupting.
Hold on, I have a
No,
second.
I'm sorry. I'm interrupting. The reason why I'm interrupting
'Cause he laughed.
is because
I
it's
wanna
always
understand one
the
thing.
but
laughing
Biden.
at this.
I don't know how you're pulling a but Biden on a Jubilee Roundtable prompt that is explicitly requesting us to talk about Trump.
Because it's a fair comparison.
There's
Would
no
it not be
comparison
the
in the
last
question.
president?
Let me
Literally,
that's called
That's called the whataboutism logical fallacy. Can you actually address the prompt without bringing up anybody else?
Well, he doesn't know what logical fallacies are. He thinks that a logical fallacy is where you just disagree with people, so. You might have to explain to him what a fallacy is first before you tell him he committed one.
Yeah, like, let's just read.
Biden is no longer in office. Let's just address this.
Let me read the
Okay,
prompt.
so let's go through the
examples.
examples. No, bro, I got
You don't
the
need me to
prompt.
read. Okay, well, you're
Yeah,
talking about
so let's
Biden,
go
so
through the
clearly you
examples.
don't.
Let's go through the examples.
Of Biden?
Right? No.
Okay,
Trump.
good. Thank you. Thank you for getting on
Okay,
topic.
falling asleep, right? Is that disqualifying for office?
We're not saying it like it's disqualifying for office simply.
No,
to
but
fall
that's
asleep. What we're
he's
saying-
mentally and
Listen.
physically unfit for office.
Can I
It
explain
raises
the position?
questions.
Okay.
Those questions go to disqualifying. So maybe I'm taking a jump. So let's just strictly stay there. Is that mentally or physically unfit? Falling asleep 3 times
I think it's
in
been like
2
six-
years, pretty
I
much.
think it was
Right?
like 6.
Okay, he was at least he was making sense there. I'm surprised he was even capable of like going through that thought process of like, okay, yeah, I am jumping a step. All right, fair enough. Let's just stop it. Does it make him unfit? It's I'm actually surprised he's capable of like understanding the logical thought process and where he fucked up there. That's I don't know. See, now I'm like questioning everything. I'm questioning my whole life now. I'm questioning his whole life now. It's strange.
times in 1.5 years.
6 times?
Well, I think
six
I think
times
it draws
in
those
two.
questions,
6
yeah.
times in almost 2 years.
Yeah, it draws
6 times in almost 2 years.
It draws his fitness into question.
Yeah, it draws. It draws.
When that's
okay, so here's the question. Let me.
Well, it's not even just 6 times in 2 years. It's like it's been in just like the last couple months. I think it's been 6 times in 2 to 3 months, right? Am I wrong about that?
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a
during
follow-up
a 4-year
question.
term, and he's only been in for 2 years. I also want to clarify.
Let me ask you a follow-up question. No, hold on. I got to say one thing. You guys are just monologuing.
Falling asleep. That's calling in these questions, although it does. But more so that in conjunction with the crazy rants on Truth Social.
Yeah, they mentioned like the rants, not just on Truth Social, but even during like meetings. He just starts going off on these random rants that make absolutely no sense. They mentioned his swollen ankles, they mentioned his bruisings, they mentioned his hands swollen, they mentioned like all these different things. And he's like, oh, he fell asleep, so that makes him unfit then, huh? No, not by itself.
Okay, that in conjunction with the bruises.
That's
on
fine.
his
You
hands.
said all this.
That in conjunction
That's
with the
fine.
whole
Repeat
I'm Jesus
yourself.
thing. You know what I mean? It's this set of items.
Right. Okay, no, I got you. We're taking it one by one. We're taking it one by. Hold on, dude. We're taking it one by one. So falling asleep. What? So you said 6 times?
I didn't make a claim about
in 18 months.
Yes,
Falling asleep
yes,
6
Jerome
times in
Powell,
18
yes.
months. You were just
Not
falling
Jerome
asleep
Powell,
a second
William
ago. You're like, so is that disqualifying, or would you be mentally and physically unfit?
He's not the president.
Yeah, well,
No,
I mean,
I'm saying I'm
let
trying
me
to
answer
get
this
clarity.
question. So yeah, like A, I'm not the president. This is a Jubilee debate, not America. B, I wasn't falling asleep.
Being
Hey, 1 second ago, you were like standing over in the
Being
corner
exhausted and
taking a
falling
shit on the
asleep is
ground. I swear
Again,
it's true
I'm
because
trying
I
to-
said it.
I'm
Just
pointing
because
out-
you said it doesn't make it true. What I was likely doing when you're accusing me of, being asleep.
I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm bringing up something.
Yeah, sighing is
rolling
different from
my
sleeping,
eyes at
dude.
you because
and that's
I'm
a false
done with this
equivalency. He's a random. Well, he's not a random kid. People know Dean obviously, but he's obviously not the president of the United States. He's not in any authoritative power.
Okay, so the point that we're saying is that there are serious questions about their level of fitness. We would say the same thing is true about Joe Biden as well. There are serious questions about his mental fitness. How we both called for him to drop out after the debate. Well, we obviously did.
After the debate?
Even before I did as well. Like, let me just clarify.
Good.
Like, we both did that. So the point that we would make is that just because there are questions of the fitness, doesn't mean the same level of fitness is in question. Like, I would argue, and you might think this is crazy, Joe Biden had a better level of fitness than Donald Trump right now, because everything you can mention with Joe Biden is unintentional. Everything I can mention with Donald Trump are the crazy things that he believes are utterly intentional.
There's a difference between one factor, right, contributing with other factors to potentially lead to a conclusion or a serious question. You're honing in on one factor when it's a conglomerate of factors, right? There's confounding variables and other variables generally, right? And those variables together raise serious questions. That's what it's all about. It's not that, hey, there's just the bruised hands and this is not enough. No, it's the bruised hand.
You should have had this energy with Biden. Well, first off, I don't know of any meetings where Biden fell asleep. Second off, Biden, like, the fact that people made such a big deal about Biden is why everybody's making such a big deal about Trump. It's that, okay, fine, if you think that this is disqualifying, if you think that the signs that you saw from Biden are disqualifying, then you need to also believe that this is disqualifying about Trump. You're the one who's setting that standard, right? The MAGA set the standard of this is disqualifying for Biden. He's not fit. He's not even running the country anymore. So we're just using your standard and saying, okay, if that's the fucking standard, Trump's not running the country anymore. Trump doesn't know what's going on. Anytime somebody asks him about something, he says, you need to ask that person, which means that he's likely not signing off on anything. He's just auto-penning everything. He does continuously have to keep going back to the hospital for different exams where he refuses to actually give the information about those exams and let us know what's going on with his health. Like, these are all like things that are mounting where MAGA set this standard, and now they're the ones who are becoming very hypocritical on their own fucking standard. Whereas, like, there's a million things that disqualify Donald Trump besides his health. Like, his criminal record alone disqualifies him. His history disqualifies him. His lack of acuity disqualifies him. Before he even got to this age, his absolute, like, is his inability to talk about how government worked, his inability to explain how passing legislation worked, his inability to talk about our history, other countries, to know what languages people spoke. Like, that disqualified Donald Trump. He didn't have to get to this point. He was disqualified before he ever started declining. So we've already been holding a standard that Donald Trump was less than capable. Joe Biden on his worst day is better than Donald Trump on his best day. So it's not about like, oh, you should have held the standard for Biden. It doesn't really matter. It's y'all's fucking standard. It leaked that last time Trump went to the hospital, he saw 21 specialists. Yeah, well, correct, but we don't know what specialists or why. So yeah.
It's the falling asleep. It's many of these different things. Now, I don't think he's even disqualified for. I don't think he should be disqualified. But I'm saying this is what it's about.
And I wonder if a child shows up to school one day crying, okay. If a child shows up to school one day with a bruise on their leg, okay.
Right.
But you know, if a child continually is showing up to school crying with bruises all over their body,
bruises on their face,
it raises serious questions about their health.
Every single day. That's
so it's not one. So it's not one factor.
No, again,
it's not one. His broader point is that it's not one factor.
No, it's not. No, it's not every single day. It's just a pattern. That's all you're looking for. You're just looking for a pattern that would mean something. Because yes, like kids get bruises sometimes. It doesn't mean stuff. It doesn't mean anything. Kids cry sometimes. Doesn't mean anything. Like, you have to have a pattern of behavior. And this is the same problem that I had with everybody when I'm trying to talk to them about whether or not Trump is a fascist. Like, every example that I bring up, I'm like, I've got 200 examples of things that would make Trump a fascist. And then I name one and they're like, well, Biden did something like that. How? They're like, well, he did this. Okay, he didn't do that, but even if he did, okay, that's one fucking example. I've got 200. Like, well, okay, well, you're a hypocrite because you're not calling Biden a fascist. No, I'm not. You don't have 200 examples. You don't. I'm sorry, you don't have 200 fucking examples of this.
But it's multiple different factors contributing to a serious question, obviously, or potential action. That's what he's mentioning, and that's right. There's a difference between your girlfriend is like pissed off at you one day, and then like her being pissed off with you every single day, and her starting to like not do a lot of things she used to do for you and stuff like that. Like, that adds up, right? And then that raises serious questions. So there's a difference between one-off thing. Or one thing occurring and a conglomerate of different things happening, right? These things being corroborated, right? Go ahead.
Let's go through what the clip presented, okay? So, falling asleep, bruises, the tweets. What was it? Did I miss anything?
Oh, the erratic statements, like him saying that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19, like him saying we should nuke hurricanes to fight them, like him saying that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote against Joe Biden.
Depicting himself as Jesus.
What kind of questions does it raise? Since it's not supposed to be disqualifying for office, what kind of questions does this raise about his mental and physical fitness?
Well, it may.
And again, I actually have a different. You're just parsing words. I actually want to dig into what your logic, because you were just advocating for a war in Iran. If you believe that this makes him mentally and physically
unfit, said that. Because I'm not simplistic.
Wait, you were defending actions in Iran, and you're now. You're being hypocritical. Remember earlier?
Well, I think. Can I say something really quickly?
How would you? You don't seem to think that the president is mentally and physically fit.
Never said that. That's not the prompt.
So why?
So I think.
Yeah, no, it's about whether or not it raises questions about his physical fitness. It doesn't mean that you have to come to a conclusion on that. It's just, does it raise questions? Which this is the thing that like all of us always said with Biden is like, yeah, sure, like these are some things that raise some questions. We don't have answers to that questions. You guys are jumping to the conclusion saying that Biden is senile. You guys are jumping to the conclusion saying that Biden lost his mind, that he doesn't know where he is. Like, that's you're already jumping to the conclusion as though you have the information. Your questions have already been answered. You've seen the doctor's reports. You've seen all of the information you need. Whereas this raises questions. Like, this raises some questions that we need answered, and the Trump administration is actively obstructing the American people's ability to get these answers. So
Agree.
Listen, I'll explain it to you really quickly. I don't agree that the president is mentally and physically unfit for office. I agree that it raises.
Change your
if
color.
if only you had the ability for nuance.
Don't make me defend
I agree.
this guy.
Right. I agree that it raises serious questions. There's a difference between.
So what's the question? What's the question?
It says it on the
Am I able?
No, you guys are
See, is there not a question mark? My eyesight is horrible.
Okay.
I would say that he's mentally fit for office, but obviously, like the whole physically part, I think we can just get rid of it because, for example, FDR was in a wheelchair, so he wouldn't be physically fit, but mentally, I would say that he was mostly aware during his tenure, right? Yeah, Trump does go on rants. He does say all sorts of crazy stuff. He does speak in grandiose measures. I think when you vote for somebody, you vote for a lot of their policies, not just like their Twitter rants or their fucking rants on all sorts of different platforms and the crazy things they say. You vote for certain policy prescriptions, and we can argue the merits of that. And you also vote for administration and a cabinet. There's like 21 members that are part of Trump's cabinet. It's not just Trump. He gets briefings on different things he's not aware of, and there are all sorts of different people that we can argue whether or not they're intelligent, that obviously, brief Trump on things and are experts in their own fields that help him. So I don't think it's like just Trump. I think his administration is generally okay, and I don't really care too much about the rants. I mean, we've known Trump to be this unpresidential guy. No one's going to argue he's presidential. I'll leave it at there.
Listen, if it was anybody but Trump, you'd think they're insane, okay? Claiming to be a Christian, then praising Allah on Easter, then threatening to genocide 60 million people. Not so.
That never happened.
If I had to say, in a very simple and concise way, why I don't think that Donald Trump is mentally fit to serve, the best example, the prime example, is that he tried to end the American democracy when he lost an election. Dude's nuts. Why the fuck would anybody ever posit in their goddamn life that he's mentally fit to be our president when last time he was our president and then he lost the 2020 election, he installed fake votes for himself in 7 of our key swing states to rig and steal the election from Biden? Like, no way. No way.
I think our standard of fitness is, aren't we saying like whether or not they meet the standard of presidential when we say that they meet the standard of fitness?
No, I don't think so.
To be president, right? So it sounds like we're saying.
I think if we're saying like mental fitness to an extent, I mean, I guess you could say that. Like, I don't think Trump is literally insane. I do think that he's very heterodox in his takes, and he can be very unpresidential. And obviously, you agree. Like you've said that Trump is more funnier than Harris. Obviously, so that's a factor. You mentioned Christianity, right? One, the post was taken down. He was saying that he was trying to make himself look like a doctor or whatever, but it did make him look like Jesus. I agree, and that was horrible and that was bad.
Is that not mental fitness to think he's a doctor?
Well, I mean, I don't think
Hold on.
Do you think Trump posted that? Like, I've seen some campaign videos of Trump, and it's like he doesn't even write the stuff. I think he has like a person.
No, but he said he looked like a doctor.
And
you think he looked like a doctor?
By the way, he explicitly said that he posted it.
Okay, great. Well, it's like, because I hardly ever, because I've seen a lot of it, like stuff that is like indoors with him. I'm not saying I've been there. I'm just saying the videos, like he tells someone to post stuff and like upload stuff and write stuff for him, and then they post it for him.
Is it intelligent for him to do that? That's the question we're asking.
Is it intelligent for him to do specifically
For him
what?
to think he's a doctor.
How does this
Was that
make
specific
him,
action
mentally or
intelligent?
physically?
Yeah.
No, but I don't
would a
think
reasonable person think he was a doctor?
I don't think he said he was a doctor. I think he said he was a healing person, like a doctor or something like that. That he was like healing the nation or some shit.
They're in that scenario.
I mean, maybe if you're 70-something.
So
really? You think a typical 70-year-old would even
So the argument
No.
is if you're senile, you'll think it's a doctor.
I mean, not that you're senile. Well, I mean, I get that, but not that you're senile. I think it's possible for him to have interpreted it that way.
I think that's rude to the average 70-year-old. The average 70-year-old would not think that was a doctor. I'm sorry.
He did claim he looked like a doctor. Yeah, no, he did claim that the AI picture was supposed to be him as a doctor, but that doesn't mean he thinks he's a doctor. But if you posture yourself as Jesus, that so when you posture yourself as a doctor, that could mean a lot of things. And generally, it would mean like you're a healer, or you're somebody who helps people, or something like that. Like there's a lot of different like metaphorical conclusions that you can take from that. Whereas if you're saying you're Jesus, that there's not a lot of like metaphors that you can take from that. There's not a lot of different ways to look at that. It's pretty obvious. You're just like putting yourself up as God. You're posturing as a savior.
It's the historical Jesus' clothing. He does not, by any person's mean, look like a doctor. No reasonable person. You're literally just trying to sane-wash it.
If he saw it,
no reasonable person at all would think he's a doctor. This is actually evidence that he's not physically fit. If he actually legitimately believed,
well, I don't think I also don't think he literally.
If he actually legitimately believed that he was a doctor in that scenario, that shows that he's so cognitively declined that he literally can't even tell truth from false.
Hold on, do you think that he believed that he was Jesus Christ himself?
Well, regardless, whatever
do you think he actually believed he was Jesus Christ?
I don't know what he believes.
Let me respond.
That's the point that I don't know.
I think a lot of.
Do you know what he believes?
I think a lot of.
What do you know what he believes?
I don't think that we definitively know 100,000% what Trump believes. Just like I don't definitively know what you believe. You may be secretly homosexual or something. I don't know whether or not that's true.
Like,
but
say some
that's
shit like
that's possibility. I'm saying secretly. That's a possibility, right?
No.
Okay, that's not a possibility.
No, because I'm myself. I know whether or not I'm straight. I know that I'm straight. Like, what, you think someday I'm going to turn gay? Like, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, okay, yeah, Parker is wrong here. Like, Parker's saying he doesn't know. Parker does not know Donald Trump's state of mind. Donald Trump telling Parker his state of mind does not mean that Parker knows Donald Trump's state of mind. Parker doesn't have to believe everything that Donald Trump tells him as his state of mind. So if this kid says, well, you might be gay, okay, sure. From that kid's perspective, Parker might be gay. Parker just telling him that he's not gay does not mean that this kid needs to believe that Parker is not gay. Like, that is the thing that he's trying to get out of this. But we can, like, come to conclusions based off of, like, you know, obvious intuitive thought like there's enough signaling there with the fucking glowing coming from his hands, with the angels in the background, with all this other shit that, you know, if he actually thought that that was just like a fucking doctor or some shit, then he has lost his fucking mind. Like, if he actually thought that that was a doctor, then yeah, he's lost his fucking mind. But that the idea that Parker's gay, well, we don't know what would bring you to that conclusion. Like, you would have to make the argument for how that would make sense or why you would think that that's true. So the state of mind argument, sure, like he needs to concede this and say, like, yeah, sure, we don't know his state of mind, but we can come to conclusions based on some, you know, reasonable thought processes.
Quickly, so you're saying that
Hold
it's
on,
never,
guys.
you're a
The
liberal.
Conservative
You're a
Party
liberal. I wanted to off
the
topic real quick.
only group
You're
of
telling me
people who will push homosexuality on you.
Parker, you're gay. Parker, you're gay. You couldn't
I
be
didn't
gay, Parker.
say that. I just said it.
I'm telling you right now,
it's
I'm
impossible.
straight. I'm not gay. Like, what are you doing this for?
I mean, the fact that you're fighting this hard, man.
We had a very lively discussion about whether or not Trump is mentally or physically fit for office based on the examples that MSNBC presented. Clearly, these guys don't agree with me, but it's okay. I'm right.
Okay, that's... Oh, my God, dude.
Artificial intelligence already touches many areas of our lives and affects decisions.
Ew. Having the Catholic Church talking about anybody touching anybody or anything touching anything. Not a good look, guys. Not a good look. You need new speech writers.
That shape human coexistence. It is also dramatically changing how war is waged. Artificial intelligence needs to be disarmed.
AI is becoming a threat to human dignity, and governments need to rein in AI before it's too late.
I would have agreed, but I just think it's more too broad or too vague, generally speaking. Like, the whole thing with stopping the weaponization of AI isn't happening. I disagree with the Pope and what he specifically said. I do believe that inevitably Russia and China will obviously use AI to weaponize it. And we already are weaponizing AI, obviously, using intelligence and coordinating with strikes and so on and so forth, and using advanced technology like drones and changing how warfare is actually done in modern society. Instead of trying to end the weaponization of AI, and I understand the Pope would say that because he's the Pope, he's supposed to be a peacemaker and, you know, bring union. The truth is, and if we're talking about the geopolitical reality, if we're being a realist in this perspective, is that we do need to weaponize AI, but moderate it and make sure that the government has the best access and the best AI weaponry, so that if we do go to war with China or Russia, we aren't behind because of what? Because of feelings, because it's like, oh, it's bad, evil, or whatever. Yeah.
So I got a question before we jump into this. Did any of you guys read the encyclical, like the full thing he said?
No, I just saw the clip. Go ahead.
You just saw the clip?
Yeah.
Okay, because you just like thoroughly mischaracterized everything he said.
Okay, great.
It was a little clip, but he actually talks about the distancing, basically creating a gap in the process of killing and having AI fill that gap, automating murder. That's what he's talking about. That's what he means by disarmament. He means that there are systems where the human is being removed from the process of killing somebody else, and it's being highly automated, and he talks about the dangers of that. In fact, he compares it to the Tower of Babel in the sense that it'll lead to ultimately a large-scale destruction of humanity.
What did he specifically say verbatim, though?
Bro, it's like a 10,000 word thing. I'm giving you a summary because you didn't even read it. So I'm trying to
I mean, you're giving me the summary, but I don't even know whether or not the way you're describing.
I'm not misrepresenting. People are going to be watching this. If I misrepresented it, trust me, you'll find it in the comments.
But even then...
Well, you already misrepresented a number of other things in this conversation that we know you did, so...
Like, I think if AI does get advanced to the point where the human can not be like obviously oversee killings, and I think that's definitely something that I wouldn't mind seeing in the future in warfare.
You wouldn't mind seeing that in warfare?
Yeah, wouldn't mind.
Have you watched any of the kill cams that are happening in Ukraine and in Russia with all the drones?
Hundreds of them.
You've watched it?
Yes.
You think that's good? Have you seen the nets covering streets where even when they do EMP?
That's not because of AI, though, by the way.
No, that's not because of AI. That's because they're doing
technology.
So they're doing EMP strikes to basically remove the ability for these drones to.
Well, even what AI isn't really like clear anymore. Like things that were just called computers before or bots before are now called AI. Like everything all of a sudden is called AI. There's tons of programs that like my like editing software for the longest time has had the ability to denoise or take out like any sort of silent parts of video or like make changes that just automatically. You just push a button to analyze and it'll do it. And now it's literally doing the same thing, going through the same exact process, everything, the same exact feature, but they call it AI now. Like what we call AI these days, like even I've had a bunch of drones in the past that were able to like land back to me, and so excuse me, and it just used GPS to where like if I lost it, I could just press a button on the controller and it would just come back to me. Now they don't call that just GPS tracking, they call it AI. Like everything is fucking AI now. Everything is AI. Anytime a computer does something for you, it has some sort of process that it's doing for you. They just call it AI these days. So it's not, I don't even know what the fuck AI is necessarily.
And they're flying them on fishing lines, right? I know actual drone operators who've like, they've shown me footage of how they've blown people up. And honestly, I don't know if you're taking death at scale with this level of disregard. It's honestly concerning for your mental. Like I would be concerned in giving you any sort of reasonable responsibility, considering that you would want to kill people or have a machine
I wouldn't elect you into
kill
office.
people.
But you're actually strawmanning me quite a bit here.
You literally said that you are okay with AI automating murder.
So let me go ahead and respond to this. Ukraine has been using these drones defensively, which by the way has nothing to do with AI. They're not AI drones, to defensively stall out Russia and defend their sovereign country, which we have been supporting under both administrations, okay? So yeah, I think that's a positive thing. Ukraine does not have the amount of men that Russia has. They don't have the amount of like firepower, and they can't just do a meat grinder forever. So them utilizing drones to mitigate Russia's offensive is a great and beautiful thing. But you're trying to strawman my argument here to make me look like some sort of a maniac, which is crazy.
No, but I'm using your words to describe what you said.
Let's go ahead and
I'll just take 10 seconds, and I'll pass the mic back to you, so you could go back and forth. Listen, I agree that Ukraine is a sovereign country, and I stand by Ukraine, and I have for years now. And I think that what Russia's doing to them is just despicable. And even maybe to a sense, I actually see where your argument's coming from, saying, well, they have to use drones because they don't have as many men. And like the official approach from Russia is just to throw as many men as they can at Ukraine. And the Kremlin doesn't care how many Russian men die.
Exactly.
They just throw. So it seems like maybe that's the last resort that Ukraine is left with. But to call it beautiful, listen, there's nothing beautiful about this last resort. I understand that in some senses it may be, but it's certainly not beautiful.
Okay, and also, can we clarify, you do agree that it is a threat? Like all of these types of things?
Generally, this is why I said it's kind of vague in a way, but generally speaking, do I believe it's a threat? Of course it's a threat, but I just don't like the wording, and I'm more of a dissident when it comes to this. But what I mean by beautiful is them being able to protect their sovereignty. I'm not talking about the visceral or vitriol actions in terms of people blowing up and limbs falling apart. I'm not saying that's beautiful, but I'm saying the fact that they're able to protect their sovereignty, I think that's the more beautiful part. But go ahead.
The whole discussion got derailed into Ukraine because I brought up this example. The central question here and what the Pope was talking about is the moral question around removing the human decision in the act of murder, in the act of killing, even in the war field. Because this could, and it very much will be used, this technology outside of the war field. I've been to sheriff's offices throughout my district. I've met with the police chief in Glendale and Burbank, and I've seen the technology they're using to track everything that we're doing in the streets. And I actually saw them within a period of 5 minutes arrest somebody that quickly. They had people out there in 30 seconds. This is an actual moral issue. Just how far are we going to automate these systems, and are we going to allow machines to effectively kill us without a single human being in the chain? So that's, and I mean, from the sense that I'm getting from you is that you're okay with having a machine decide to kill, let's say, your mother.
Let's say in the context of specifically warfare, not domestic issues or civil issues here in America, specifically in the context of warfare, let's say that China and Russia is using AI to kill our troops in warfare, right? And human beings are not signing off on those debts or specifically reviewing those debts. But
these two guys have to kill each other. Whichever one. Oh, he killed him. Okay, you get out. Oh. And then he killed himself. All right, cool.
Had become, in this hypothetical, it becomes highly advantageous for them to do so. Should we also engage?
Only a bald dumbass like yourself would say Trump's lost the war when the actual details haven't been released yet. Your TDS is pathetic. Iran agrees to never have a nuke. Petrol prices hadn't hit the records we saw under Biden. Okay, so why don't you jump on then? Well, if I'm such an idiot, it's so obvious. Hop on. The Discord link is in the description. Get your ass on here. I'm sure you're gonna be more than capable of arguing that points, right? Or arguing those points. You can make the arguments. Hop on. Let's get into it. I will wait for you to be in the waiting room. Orange man bad. If that's the best your argument can get, then okay, never mind. I assumed you actually had a real argument. I didn't think you came in here just to say orange man bad and move on. I thought you actually had real arguments. I thought you actually would know what you were talking about. If you're going to come in here saying I'm an idiot, I don't know what I'm talking about, I figured you would know what you're talking about, not just orange man bad, right? I have a whole list of arguments that I have for this, so I'm sure you do too, right? That's all your argument has been for two. Well, hop on then. Just hear me just say orange man bad, and then you'll be able to be like, see, yeah, that's your only argument. That's your only argument. That's all you have. Let's do it. Why is it so hard for you? You just said it. He's scared. Sad, dude. Masculinity's disappearing. These fucking conservatives are getting rid of masculinity in our fucking country. It's absolutely disgusting. I would never let another man just challenge me like this and fucking run away. Just sit there in a fucking chat looking scared ass motherfucker. I'd be embarrassed as hell. But it's just fatherless behavior. Men don't know how to be men anymore.
In that to defend ourselves.
You're saying for us to use AI to kill people?
Yes, without direct human overview.
That's not what we're actually discussing.
No, I'm giving you a specific hypothetical to see whether or not you actually, like, where you hold.
Saved enough to travel to New Zealand? I've had enough to travel to New Zealand for years. Where did save enough to travel to New Zealand come from? I'm not short on money to travel.
Like, are you saying, like, civilly, I would probably agree with you.
I'm not
but in the
arguing
context
for
of,
disarmament.
But the Pope,
I'm discussing the moral issue around.
The Pope is more talking about warfare.
I think that we're actually kind of all missing the point here. Because when I first read this question, I read it as AI is becoming a threat to human dignity and governments need to rein it in. I read it as America needs to rein it in.
Okay,
but on the page it says,
the Pope said,
it says governments. Okay, like the world needs to rein it in.
Yeah.
Right.
Why did you move on to New Zealand? Why can't you just hop on and argue about Trump? Why are you so scared to argue about Trump? Why is it so hard for fucking conservatives all the time to just actually be honest and intellectual sometimes? Like, this isn't, for me, it's literally intuitive. I'm a sapien. I'm a homo sapien. My brain works like a real human that understands things and can think logically. Why is it so hard for MAGA? Why can't they ever do that? It's kind of weird. All right, well, until you hop in the waiting room, link is in the description. Let me know when you're ready.
And I think having that understanding, like, you may even end up switching your color here, which would be really cool. Like, yeah, of
domestically,
course.
of
course,
yes.
Governments across the world, okay, should idealistically put this effort into reining in the power in which is vested in AI.
Right.
So idealistically, hopefully, we'll never be at the point where this moral dilemma of should we allow AI to kill other people before, you know, China and Russia allow AI to kill us,
So would you change your color?
will just never exist.
Not necessarily.
Based off of this proposition alone, governments need to rein it in idealistically. Do you agree?
In terms of just general domestic threats, in reference to AI, I would agree. But in terms of things that would be like, in reference to foreign issues, there's sort of like this competition between.
Your clock site. Oh yeah. It is. Hold on. Let me grab it for you real quick.
Multiple different governments. I don't think we live in a multi-polar world yet, but if we do, these governments are going to constantly be competing for the most advanced AI weaponry, and they're going to try to weaponize AI, and that's what the Pope mentions, is the weaponization of AI. Reining in on AI and moderating it and making sure it's not a big threat domestically, I believe so. In terms of like what the government should do in of itself.
So this is tickcounter.com, just so you understand what I do. So you can design like whatever you want and you set the time and everything. What I do is, and you can put like all sorts of different backgrounds on it and shit. And it has tons of different backgrounds that you can use. I put the background on. Oh, it has this now? Anyways, I put the background on green. And hold on. Yeah, I put the background on a green screen and then chroma key it out for mine. and then you can change like the font and everything. But you just create a count, and then you have your counters, and I just go in and edit mine every day. So I'll edit the same one each and every single day. And then once I click Save Changes, it gives me a link. And I don't know if you're doing this, but you can embed it if you want to, or I can just take that link and put it onto OBS. Or just refresh it. I don't even have to like reset this every day. It keeps the same link every day. So if I go back to the same exact clock and just update it, it'll update that clock. And I just hit refresh on OBS.
Every country. No. We're just saying
every country domestically, or every country in terms of foreign policy.
Every country idealistically, okay, should rein in AI, given that we agree that this is just something that's.
Why isn't the guy in the waiting room? I'm so surprised that the guy wasn't willing to come talk. I'm blown away. That's crazy, dude. I would have sworn he would come and make his points.
We're just saying
you added idealistically in there. Idealistically, homelessness should end. Idealistically, everyone should have food. Idealistically, of course, I would agree with you, but I think that's very reductive.
Right. Well, I think that this is
Orange Man bad.
True. Jen Wink with the $20. Let's go. Appreciate it, Jen. Yeah, I think you might be a little bit behind, Jen. The guy disappeared a while ago. We banned him, but thank you for the $20. Yes, Orange Man bad. Orange Man bad. Let's get some W's in chat, guys. W's in chat. WP.
is an idealistic question.
Yeah, but I think there's more specifics to get into. So if we're going to specify further, I'm going to make this very clear. Just let me finish this point. Yes, like you're talking about the surveillance state or people being surveilled, I think that should be questioned. I think we should know how much access the government, has to our data, our information, things in reference to flock cameras and monitoring people and text messages and how the world has been digitized. I think we should focus on that and talk about that and issue those civil domestic concerns. When it comes to weaponry being used in foreign conflicts and how that may conflict in a potential war and how advantageous certain AI equipment may be, I don't think government should weigh in or rein in on in terms of moderating that. I think they should create the most sophisticated weaponry arsenal possible and wait to see what happens in warfare so they're not outgunned and they're not severely defeated. That's my general
Well, I mean, even creating like the most sophisticated AI weapon possible or whatever, right, for like means of like personal defense, like the nuclear race of World War II.
Nuclear is not a word. Just want to make sure I remind you guys of that every single time somebody uses the word that does not exist. Nuclear is not a word. It's just nuclear. They're literally just saying nuclear. But that was a George Bush-ism, where George Bush started saying nuclear for some reason. But it's just nuclear.
Still yet, I feel like those are the things in which should be moderated the most. Like, the more dangerous AI is, the more oversight and moderation we should have of it.
I agree.
And I feel like you agree.
I agree on that. Now that's the thing. It's like weighing in on moderation. There's like a big difference here. Like I believe like all of our nuclear weapons anywhere everywhere in America should be moderated and should have like a multi-layered, sophisticated, sort of like step in order to launch it. So it's not like one rogue guy launches a nuclear weapon and then like mad actually goes into effect, right? So I believe that AI should be the same. We do have the most sophisticated arsenal possible, right? But in order to deploy them or to use them, we should have a multi-layered system, so it's not just like roguely used or it's like misused or anything.
So like
that.
people overview the AI, you're saying? Isn't that kind of like
not just that, like reviewing the AI to make sure it's not just like being like deployed randomly
before operation or after operation?
before operation.
Okay, well,
like
it
after,
seems
because
like you agreed with him then.
No, because I'm talking about like after operation, like, hey, we're engaging in a conflict now. Like, should we use some AI systems that may not have direct human overview if it's militaristically advantageous? But it's a very complex. Anyway.
Let's since we're talking about this and treating it kind of like an arms race, let's take it back
before we do. Can we just like say, like, do you agree with the topic that AI is becoming a threat to human dignity and that governments around the entire world need to rein it in before it's too late?
I think it's too vague for me to do that. No.
Well, here's a hypothetical
to disagree that there needs. Like,
it'll
I think
carve out. I have a hypothetical that'll carve out.
Please. Yeah. I think all it's asking is, do we need moderation? Do we need regulation? That's really all it's asking, right?
Well, of course, but I think the whole like reining in and it being like in this being looked at as like this existential thing is where I disagree. I don't really think it's existential. I think it's being blown out of proportion.
Regulation, the need for regulation is existential. Can you agree with that?
Do you know what existential means?
I'm always behind on every stream. Just wanted to remind everyone that Orange Man is in fact bad. MAGA pretends that isn't a justifiable argument. It is. You know what's even better is that your super chat is orange while saying Orange Man bad. It's kind of meant to be. It's kind of meant to be. Everybody should be sending $20 donos saying Orange Man bad. Because it is meant to be.
Yes.
You're saying that AI right now is gonna our existence will be in question?
I think that the idea is that like if we allow for AI to have complete.
My entire legislator says nuclear, LMAO, and one of them is a PhD. It's like physicist. Whew. I kept my mouse kept wanting to say psychiatrist. I kept saying that's not psychiatrist. Psychiatrist.
Complete control over these things. Yes, there is like
well, no one's
legitimate...
advocating for that.
Well, I mean, that's what I think the question between you guys in terms of what you guys misinterpreted.
Okay, sure.
Was.
I mean, I believe that obviously. I already made my point with domestic and foreign. I made that very clear.
I understand.
I have a hypothetical.
Disagreeing with in terms of the topic.
I actually have a hypothetical that will help paint some of the point there. So earlier you took a position on Iran and the justification around that war being denuclearizing them.
No, multi-layered reasons.
Okay, I'm not gonna just go in and I'm providing an overview. That's what I'm trying to do so I can go into the hypothetical. Hypothetically, if you were to find out that Iran is developing this extremely advanced AI that will annihilate people, right? They could just drop off drones off of our coast and it could just track and kill everybody in New York City in 30 minutes, okay? What do you, as far as, now I lost the train of like how I was setting that up. But
would governments need to step in that
basically,
scenario
yes.
Prevent them from being able to have access to weaponry like that?
Of course, yeah. I think we all agree, right?
Then that means that you agree that we need to rein in AI before it's too late.
It's talking about governments generally speaking, though. It's not. That's why I'm saying it's vague, and it should be vague because it's one of those questions. But I mean, broadly, in the vague sense, I would agree. I just disagree with the specifics. So we'll have to say that.
I think that you completely agree with it because earlier you're saying you agree with it domestically, but then disagree with it like
in a foreign sense, right? Which is why I'm saying it's more specific.
Even in a foreign sense,
it's like we're going to other governments and moderating them.
Go to other governments
right.
and moderate them.
I think we're saying like governments should moderate. I think they're saying like governments domestically and civilly speaking, in reference to their electorate and their population, should moderate themselves. But if you're saying like in a foreign sense,
but I mean, you just said domestically, yes.
Domestically, yes, of course, and so I think in a foreign way. So I would agree in domestically speaking, but I don't think we should rein in on moderation when it comes to foreign use of AI weaponry. That's the conclusion right there.
This is where Mayor Bass lives. You notice something? Or here, where Nithya Raman's $3 million mansions.
Maybe I think I might have missed some of that to understand what the fuck that even meant to say. Rein in on moderation in a foreign sense.
They don't have to live in the mess they've created where you live.
Oh, I bet you anything Def Noodles is gonna love this motherfucker. I would bet anything Def Noodles is gonna love Pratt.
This is where I live. They let my home burn down. I know what the consequences of failed leadership are. That's why I'm running for mayor. For my sons and the rest of us Angelinos that want to stop these corrupt politicians from destroying our city. We are going to get the golden age of Los Angeles back.
Spencer Pratt's popularity shows how fed up voters are with Democratic leadership in big cities. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think Spencer Pratt's, his ads are absolutely amazing, including some of his AI ads. I've seen them, and they're really good. Speaking of like Mayor Bass, I think she has been an awful mayor. I don't live in California or Los Angeles specifically, but I've done some research, and it turns out during the 2025 California wildfires, she was actually attending a presidential inauguration in Ghana while her city was burning down. And so that sort of leadership, I don't even know if I can.
This is such a stupid talking point. Like, so she shouldn't have gone somewhere because because there's a chance her city could catch on fire. So she should never lead. She should never leave her city because it might catch on fire. What the fuck? This is such a dumb argument.
Call it leadership. I'll say that it's incompetency.
I honestly, I gave this guy a little bit more credit than I think he deserves. I didn't think that he would make an argument this stupid.
And I don't think she has been able to articulate her positions or even accomplish a lot of things in California. There are still 45,000 homeless people in California. I don't think this is just like Democrat leadership in big cities. I think this is Democrat leadership in large states. But if we're talking about cities, we can also talk about the former mayor of New Orleans, LaToya Cantrell, that was exposed for, one, actually using her bodyguard as her like boyfriend, and they would like steal.
She was using her bodyguard as her boyfriend? What does that even mean? She was using her bodyguard as her boyfriend. Does anybody even know what the fuck that means? Does that mean she was dating her bodyguard? Or does that mean her boyfriend became her bodyguard? Or her bodyguard just became her boyfriend? Like, what is that? That is such a weird way of saying, I have no idea what that means. OMG, she hooked up with her security. They stole by hooking up on trips when he was working. Wait, really? That's it?
Money that was supposed to be meant for New Orleans people to travel around the country and misappropriate money. And there's so many different examples of this when it comes to Democrats.
Do any of you live in LA?
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
So what do you think about Bass?
I would prefer Nithya Raman.
Really?
Over Bass.
Why?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I do agree with the fact that like you have to be able to respond to fire events and things like that directly on spot a lot quicker. I do think the response on that wasn't as quick as I would have wanted. So obviously, I think that there is a notion to like prefer better leadership. Now, this isn't representative of all Democratic leadership in big cities. It would be representative of specifically Karen Bass. And secondly, right, like what do you guys think Spencer Pratt is polling at?
So last I saw, I think like 23 or 24%. He's pretty close with Nithya.
What about you?
I'm not sure, but I don't think he's like likely to win. But I still like his general ideas.
Why don't you think it would be likely to win?
Hold it before we go into that. Yeah. Around 23, 24%. Would we typically say that like an opposition party getting 23, 24% of the overall like primary actually going to mean that like people are responding against Democratic leadership?
Well,
or
here's the
going to
thing.
be the percentage of people who already were like sort of against the leadership already?
What is the current registration for Republicans in the state of California?
Well, we'd have to look specifically at LA County, right?
This is a Democrat majority state.
It is,
In
yeah.
fact, we've had Democrat rule for about.
Yeah, but this isn't, you're not talking about a state election. You're talking about the city.
About 60 years. In fact, we've had Democrat rule in Los Angeles for that much amount of time. I can't even remember the last time we had a Republican.
We have a better
president.
argument for saying that this is true for Tellerico.
But I'm just saying the numbers are representative. The reason why people are pointing to those numbers is because he is actually showing a tide turning as far as the sentiment around Democrat leadership. And obviously, like you said, it's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy,
right?
Especially once Nithya Raman is out of the race and the Democrats consolidate behind Bass, which is honestly, I think Nithya Raman is awful. I don't know how you could vote for her. She's been in city council for 6 years and done absolutely nothing. So it's crazy that she would be running for higher office.
What has Spencer Pratt done?
Well, that's a good point. Like I was gonna just ask, like, what you do realize he's not a career politician, right? So the fact that he's,
I understand.
The fact that he's seeing these numbers as a former actor is pretty crazy. That is to show the Democratic leadership.
I don't think he was an actor.
In Los Angeles has been awful, and people are able to notice that.
That's like that's unprecedented in modern politics. That
That's
a movie
unprecedented
star or someone who's not specifically a career politician.
It's not really. Hold on, guys.
Like every
Hold on. Whoa. Okay, let me bring it back to the data. It's part of the reason why I mentioned the registration. Okay, he's pulling beyond the Republican registration. Actually, the second most popular party for California is no party preference. So there are more people that are MPPs registered. So it's Democrats by about 40%. I think about 30-ish% MPPs. And 17% Republicans in the entire state.
Okay, so he's pulling a few points above Republicans.
Yeah, and that's significant.
Really that
and listen, that's significant because, again.
Well, yeah, no, that's not. Wait, if you have that many people with no party preference, then that means he should be polling way higher. If you have that many people with no party preference, that means that he should be polling way higher if the sentiments are shifting against the Democrats because of what it is that Bass did. Yeah, that it should be like double, triple that if for you to be even like considering to make that argument. You would need way more than that. That's insane.
Los Angeles is seen as a D+35 stronghold. It's just something that's like, plus in a jungle primary, which is what he's in.
Can I hop in here at
Go
some
ahead,
point?
dude. It's just difficult.
I just think that this conversation is a pretty dumb conversation to have. The reason why I say that is because Donald Trump won in the Electoral College and the popular vote in 2024. So if we were to sit here and say that the popularity of a politician indicates how terrible the policy of their opposition is truly like a false line of argumentation, right? Because we saw some of the very best domestic economic policy in modern American history from Biden. Then Donald Trump ran on being
No way, dude. No.
and then he takes our economy and all of a sudden every single
No, hold on, dude. Wait.
is worse off today than it was a year and a half
hold on,
ago.
dude.
And now all of a sudden, for the first time
That's
in a long
hilarious,
time,
brother.
there are less
Based.
Americans who approve of the Republican Party and do approve of the Democratic.
Well, I would have taken it the opposite direction and been like, wait, so while he's polling at 23%, you would then say that like Kamala Harris was because Donald Trump couldn't even get 50% of the vote, like Kamala Harris was an insanely popular president, right? Like you would have to concede that then, right?
Party for management of the economy, as we are now facing historical high surges in the price of gas per month, and so on and so forth. Listen, my point isn't to make an advertisement out of Biden and to dunk on Trump, but rather my point's to show that I think that the average voter, and maybe the 26% of voters who support Spencer Pratt and a bunch of other ones too, aren't really evaluating the policy of an administration when they decide that they want to vote for or against them, and are just kind of going off of vibes and feelings.
Well, I think that's the main reason why a lot of people actually voted for Biden, or for example, Harris. It wasn't because I believe Harris actually, I mean, we're not going to really change the topic. I don't believe Harris was very intelligent. Do you agree that many people were dissatisfied with Biden and his cognitive ability and sort of his general policy like right after the debate happened? Do you agree that people were dissatisfied? At least. You can say they were wrong, but they were okay, great. Do you think it's intelligent that after you are basically, everyone tells you, hey, we're dissatisfied with your cognitive abilities or debate performance, we think the economy is not the greatest currently, and we aren't going to vote for you, and that's what the numbers are showing. Do you think it's then great, like a great idea, as like, let's say you're Harris's like campaign manager, so when you're asked like, hey, what would you have done different from Biden, the person that everyone's dissatisfied with, to say, I can't name a single thing other than differently? Do you think that's an intelligent campaign decision?
I think the way in which Harris interpreted that question is, would you have done anything differently, i.e. would you have implemented different policy, would you have run on different things, so on and so forth? And the answer to that question is a no, so she was honest by saying no.
Right. She didn't say no. She didn't say no. Just to be clear, like, it is a de facto no in essence, but what she said was not there isn't anything that comes to mind. That is what she said, and I think that was like the best way to answer, to say, okay, I'm not going to say no because that would look bad, but I'm also not going to say yes because that would look bad. So I'm just going to say there's not anything that comes to mind, as though it's possible that there's things that I would disagree with him on. Just not in the middle of the show, right off, just off the dome. I'm really annoyed by these motherfuckers saying that she said no.
I think that an intelligent politician would say, no, I wouldn't have changed the policy. And then on top of that, ensured that their campaign ran on a bunch of messaging surrounding why the Biden-Harris administration wasn't to blame for the gas prices we saw in 2022, wasn't to blame for the 9%
That's not an
level of
intelligent
inflation
campaign
by the
decision, no.
pandemic. And all that I'm saying here, if I were to condense
Or maybe she said not anything that comes to mind, no. Maybe that's what she said. Okay, so maybe she did say no. I'm trying to remember. Maybe I'll look it up in a
this
little
sounded
bit.
like 2 sentences or less. As an individual point, it was intelligent for her to say that she wouldn't have changed the policy because the policy was great, but on the more holistic point, it wasn't intelligent for the Democratic Party to not give as much counter messaging to all the bullshit and propaganda and lies we heard from Trump that both of you likely believe.
Yeah, you apply that.
Whoa.
Hold up. You apply that.
This guy just throws accusations at the end of everything he says.
You applied that standard to Kamala Harris, but you would never apply that standard to Trump. Trump said we should nuke hurricanes to fight them, said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19, looked up an eclipse twice with his bare eyes, literally after scientists told him not to do so. I can count to that he denied the 2020 election results. We can point to the fact that he said he drinks Diet Coke because he thinks it kills grass, which means it kills cancer. All of these things are literally delusional things to believe in.
It's fine.
You hold to Kamala Harris a standard where if she says,
debate about Trump. I like this.
I don't want to get out of the subject. Let me just respond.
Let me be muted.
Let me respond to just.
Bro, I haven't even said something.
This is why we need a mute button.
Brother, you're getting baited.
Wait, I want to respond.
I'll respond to this, and then I'm going to send it back to you, and you're going to get us right back on topic, okay?
I
Just really quickly,
respond, then you respond.
We agree that there's different conspiracy theories or different things in medicine that Trump believes in and stuff like that, but that's totally different and a false equivalency to Harris after everyone knows that people are dissatisfied. Can you respond?
Is it intelligent?
Just really quickly? No, it's not intelligent for Trump to say that. Hold on, there's a difference. Hold on.
We've gotten completely derailed.
Don't interrupt, dude. Let me respond to this really quickly. There's a difference between not saying something or having a belief that is an unintelligent belief and having that as your, for example, policy proposal or having your policy prescription. If you were to go on Trump's website, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't hear anything about disinfected XXY or whatever. You wouldn't hear about that. When it came to Harris specifically, let me finish. Epstein files were released, over 4 million files, over 4 million.
Okay, and how many didn't get released?
Oh my God!
Hold on, guys.
We should have more time. How many were released?
Hold on, wait, no.
Released under the Biden admin? How many released under the Biden admin? Could I see Epstein's emails, 20,000 emails under the Biden admin?
Was there a legal mandate?
Exactly, there wasn't. Exactly. Okay, great.
Exactly.
We're moving on.
The conservatives started by making the point that Spencer Pratt's popularity does show that people in large cities are fed up with Democratic leadership. Parker responded by pointing out the fact that they only have a 28% approval rating, and this is representative of a very small amount of people, in which Matt responded to by saying, well, that's still actually pretty good for LA. In which I responded to by saying, well, I don't think that the average voter really knows what they're talking about, and they don't based on policy, but rather based on vibes. And then everybody responded by crashing out, getting mad, and talking about random bullshit.
Oh, this is great. These guys are awesome. We're gonna hang out afterwards and be friends. By the way, I do want to point the irony that Dean called me illiterate, but I was the only person at this table to read the 10,000 word encyclical. So thank you.
Are you a Catholic?
I am Catholic, yes.
Is anybody else at this table a Catholic?
No.
Okay, there you go.
I mean, but you could have prepared. No, but here's the thing. You knew you were debating.
Has nothing to do with intelligence.
Can I say something? Can I say something since you're gonna? We were about to debate this topic.
Not the debate.
If you want to debate this topic accurately, you would have wanted to read it. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, my summary now I feel is that I think that we have had like interesting, intelligent, and I would say coherent conversations with these gentlemen. I think sometimes it got off of the rails and we went and obviously into different tangents and stuff. But I think a lot of very important points were made, and I hope that the audience can understand both perspectives.
It is kind of interesting. Like, the two conservatives disagreed with each other a lot more than the two people on the left. And I don't know necessarily what that says, if that says that, like, oh, the people on the left just have like a better idea of what's going on, and the people on the right always have to argue over like which conspiracy theory they're going to go with, or if it means that, the people on the left are more what would you go, cultish, and have their talking points or what. But I think if I was there and I saw them start to disagree with each other like that, I probably would have made it a point to start disagreeing with my partner. Almost definitely. Almost definitely. I probably would have made it a point to disagree on some small things. So yeah, I don't know that it necessarily says anything in and of itself, but I'm trying to find, there's supposed to be a thing that makes it to where the top 10 names are all in different colors, and I can't find it. Like, this is the top 10 settings right here. Top 10 title color. And then top 10 color if enabled, but it doesn't have anything for like random. And I've always had it to where like everybody's names are in different colors. I don't know how to top 10 gradient. Oh, I have to take off single color. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. There we go. All right.
And I think that, yeah, I think we did fantastic here.
I think this was the most insufferable debate I've ever done in terms of Jubilee Roundtable or even debate in general on Jubilee. To be honest, a lot of it wasn't very productive. I would say I feel like that was just
that Matt Nuclear guy. Is that the black dude? I don't know who. So you're saying you're being racist is what you're doing right now? You're pulling a racism by only calling out the person of color at the table? Just to be clear.
Like too many interruptions to actually like engage in a meaningful dialogue. I don't know, I don't really feel like there was much positive conversation as compared to other times I've been on.
Well, my summary isn't a summary at all. It's a congratulations to the audience at home. You finished the rage bait. You can leave now.
I don't understand this debate. So I saw on Destiny's title earlier, he said that he had a debate with Hutch, and it made it like from his title, I guess it sounded like he was debating Hutch, but then once I pulled it up, it looked like he wasn't debating Hutch. He was actually debating with Hutch, meaning Hutch was on his team or something, I guess. But then I couldn't figure out what the debate was or what they were arguing. Like I scrolled through this to a bunch of different points and I just could not figure it out. To the best of my ability, it sounds like they're arguing over whether or not Democrats should disavow Biden. But then I don't even hear any of them actually disagreeing over whether or not they should disavow Biden. Like I can't, I'm... Yeah, I'm not sure. Did anybody watch this?
Click the buttons a little bit.
Let's see.
You got a camera for us today, Mr. Bishop? Ah, there we are.
Hello, hello.
Okay, now we just got Hutch to undeafen. Nah! Aha! Success. Okay, everyone ready? Everyone set to go? We starting this shindig?
I'm ready.
Good to go. Beautiful. Welcome, 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 one and all, to yet another episode of Whick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious.
I never realized he says it's a cross-eyed illogical.
Today, we have a bit of a show for you. About a week ago, I would say, our friend here, Hutch,
About a week ago,
made a tweet. I'm just going to read that tweet out, and we'll go from there. He says, any Democrat Party candidate running in a competitive race should fully toss both the party and Biden under the bus.
Not Biden. Joe Byron. No way. You gonna throw my mans under the bus?
If it helps their odds of winning. And I and Bishop here had some issues with this statement, and I invited Hutch on and Destiny as well to kind of talk about this and discuss it, because I think it does bear discussing on how do we deal with competitive races. What rhetoric is okay? What rhetoric should be off limits? What should the strategy be? And we're here to talk about it, and I'm happy to talk about it. I want to give the mic first to Mr. Hutch, and he can kind of explain what he means a little bit, maybe clarify, tell people who he is, all these things, and we'll just kind of go around the room. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I should clarify, and I don't know if this like fucks up the prompt for the debate, but I think you could say I was being a little hyperbolic. I don't know about like fully throw by.
I agree with the idea that like if it helped you win races, that you should denounce Joe Byron. I agree with that like yes, if that's beneficial. I don't think it's beneficial. Just straight up, I don't think it's beneficial. It's not like, oh, it depends. No, I don't think it's beneficial. I think that the thing that we need is some uniformity in really explaining to people how good of a president Joe Byron was. We need everybody to understand that Joe Biden was the best president of our lifetime, and that the amount of things that he was able to accomplish, the amount of legislation he was able to get passed, the amount of good things that he got done, how efficient, how effective, how fast, like he was a fucking machine. And that, I think, is what we need to do. We need to get people to understand how good of a president he was. I think that like part of the issue for Democrats right now is that they don't have very good branding, and the Republicans are all very on message. Like right now you have so many Democrats who are sitting around complaining about like, yeah, but you know how many people are going to attack us on Graham Plattner and what he did. Meanwhile, you got numerous Republicans who are running in Texas and Florida who have done way worse things than Graham Plattner, that like they're able to just sweep under the rug and ignore and just keep complaining about Democrats like Graham Plattner. This is a messaging issue, and throwing somebody like Biden under the bus just because like Republicans keep pushing this bullshit message, that is, even considering that, is part of the problem. Like we need to be educators. We need to be pushing this like clear message to everybody that no, Joe Biden was an amazing president. Joe Biden was one of the best presidents, and he is yes, like Paxton, yeah. He is somebody that we strive to be like. We hope the next Democrat president is able to be as good of a president as Joe Biden was. Speaking of, I need to get the my sound bite. I want to play.
What do you want to tell Joe Biden right now? What's up, baby? Take me out to dinner. Hey, yo.
Hey, yo. Joe Byron.
And the party under the bus, but kinda like if it helps. My logic is like pretty straightforward. The Democratic Party brand right now is just really bad. I loved Biden's presidency. I thought he was a very strong president, but
yes, but this is how you fix the branding. This is how you fix it, is with good messaging. The Democrats are really bad at claiming their W's. They're really bad at letting everybody know how good they were. They're really bad at letting everybody know how effective they were. This is what we need. We need better messaging. We don't need to just start making more concessions to the Republicans. That is not what we need.
The approval rating for the party, I think, is the lowest in recorded history. Doesn't really seem to be turning around despite a lot of wins over the last year and a half. And for races like Maine, where you're flipping this red seat, where there's a lot of independent voters, and especially Texas with Tallarico in the Senate race, there is value to him, putting some distance between himself and the party, which is kind of toxic right now. And I don't like generally when left-wing politicians talk shit about the party or Biden, but I think it's necessary in some of these races, and I'll just leave it there.
Okay, we're going to talk about it. It doesn't fuck up the prompt, at least for me. I still disagree. Bishop may or may not, but we'll talk about it. Bishop, I want to give the mic to you. What are your thoughts here?
Hey, everybody. So as far as this topic goes, there's clearly a big problem right now with the branding with the Democratic Party, and there's very low polling on people's opinion on the party. But I don't think what we need in American politics and Democratic politics right now is more shitting on the Democrats. I don't think that that's like an element of politics that is underrepresented right now. I do understand and champion the fact that in specific races, there needs to be criticism of unpopular policies. A really good example is Tallarico and him moving forward with a break in a lot of Democratic candidates on the trans issue involving minors. And so I think that on one hand, it's important to remember injustice is real, corruption is constant, so we do need change. It demands that we criticize bad policies. But I really bristle at the concept of throwing something under the bus, because the implication there is that, well, I'm just going to accuse the Democratic Party of being DC elites and the Epstein class, and me, even though I'm running on the D ticket, I am not a part of that Epstein class, and that's why you can go with me. I don't think that we should be endorsing this demolition of our values and of our movement. We should be repairing it.
Thank you. Destiny, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know how much disagreement there's going to be between everybody here, but I mean, I think it's just one of kind of like strategy. The bluer the district you are, the safer you are. It should be the more you're building the party. Like, those people can afford to attach themselves to the Democratic brand and then hopefully build it stronger. They can take a little bit of a hit if there is some hit to take there because you're trying to boost the popularity of an unpopular thing. But I mean, if you're in a purple district, sometimes you have to create space between you and at least the perception of unpopular Democratic policies. And if we're ever going to have the majorities that we need in the Congress to bulldoze Twitter HQ or to take back every piece of property that Elon Musk has seized to the United States, then we got to do everything we can to get our majorities in Congress first.
Do we think that this creates kind of like this self-perpetuating problem that we have, that the more we criticize the Democrats in order to win specific seats in specific races, the more that becomes the thing to do? And then we ask ourselves, why is the Democratic Party's popularity so low? Well, it's because in every competitive race, we seem to be throwing them under the bus. And so I understand like this desire to do what you got to do to win sometimes. And maybe, and to be clear,
Well, it is like the media apparatus right now is just really moving towards a lot of the slopulism talking points. It is beneficial to just criticize the people in power. It's becoming more and more popular. After 9/11, this was a very trust the government, honor the soldiers, trust your leaders, listen to what people say. If you don't, then you're not a real patriot and you don't love this country. And a lot of hardcore patriotism and institutional trust came out of that. And because there was overly too much trusting, I guess is the way to say it. There was too much trust put into the government during that period that we did ignore too much that was going on that we should have been paying more attention to. We should have been making a bigger deal about. And now we're kind of paying the cost for that because everybody just doesn't trust the government now. They don't trust the presidency. They don't trust the Democrats. They don't trust the Republicans. They don't trust any of these people. The populist sentiments have just become normalized, especially in media, especially in alternative media, but including on like CNN, including on MSNBC, including, pretty much all over the place. This distrust of institutions has become very popular, and the alternative media is very overt in that. Like if you watch anybody on TikTok, if you watch anybody on YouTube, you watch a lot of these people, they're going to be very overt in their distrust of institutions, and a lot of that falls on party lines and party I don't want to say collusion, but I guess that's party organizing, like any sort of organizing, any sort of working behind the scenes to make it to where somebody wins, any sort of working behind the scenes to get talking points out, any sort of working behind the scenes to help your side starts to look very sneaky. It starts to look very malicious, and I think a lot of people are just taking issue with government overall because, yes, while he says that, Republicans are at the lowest approval rating of all time, yeah, so are Democrats. Like everybody's at their lowest approval rating of all time. It's the president. Joe Biden had one of the lowest approval ratings. Donald Trump has a lower approval rating. This is just what we're dealing with. We have low approval ratings all the way around. Everybody, it is just in style to hate on the government right now. And I think that is part of the media apparatus. And I think that if you want to be media that is part of the solution, if you want to be media that's actually part of fixing things, if you want to be media that's part of like getting everything back in order, I think mainstream media right now is like some of the best it's ever been, where they are critical of Democrats, they're critical of Republicans, but they're also willing to kind of push the narratives that are beneficial for their party and their side to an extent. And so I think like you have to have this balance where you are critical, you are pointing, you'll call a spade, but you're also not shitting on your party so much that you're trying to make them lose. And I think that's we need some solidarity. We need some party solidarity. And without that, like, I see anybody who is not in solidarity with Democrats as an enemy. You don't have to be a Republican, but if you're not in solidarity with Democrats, you're just an enemy. You can be a libertarian, you can be a Republican, you can be a groiper, you can be a communist or DSA or whatever. I see them all. That all of them are against the Democrats, so all of them are enemies. Plain and simple.
I think it's okay to criticize Biden, the Democrats, the DNC when they do something that is incorrect, but I think it's just a problem, and I think one of the reasons we're having this problem is because of this kind of strategy that Hutch is suggesting of just, well, you got to do it to win, so we're going to keep doing it. But it, again, just kicks the can down the road. What would your response be to that, Hutch? I'm really curious.
I don't want to make any assumptions, but do you think that your response to this proposition is colored by your disdain for like the lefty candidates that just fully toss the party under the bus all the time?
Yes.
Okay, so it's, in my head, I'm I should have added more clarification. I kind of hinted at it in the tweet, but Destiny mentioned it. I mean, if you're talking about a candidate like, Chris Rabb in Philadelphia or something like that, that's like one of the bluer districts in the entire country. And so that is just a completely cynical, self-serving rhetoric that I find to be destructive to the party, and I don't co-sign that kind of a thing. Like Tallarico really is the perfect example of what I'm talking about. He's running just a decidedly like less partisan campaign than any other Democrat that I've seen, basically. And, you know, for a state like Texas, don't you think there's value there in just acknowledging how unpopular Biden was and how unpopular the party is currently, especially in a state like Texas? I mean, that's a pretty tall order to run as a partisan Democrat in that state.
I understand it's a tall order, but we're never going to build a Democratic brand if we keep retreating from it. I think that the
Real
reason...
quick.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, so I agree to marry these 2 points a little bit, and I would hope we would find agreement here between me and Hutch.
A lot of people, I think the talk about the brand is getting a little out of control. Like, we went over this a couple of days ago, but the Democrats have never had a brand when there's not a president. Like, we have identity when we have a president. When we don't have a president, we don't have uniformity or an identity. We are a broad coalition. We are a big tent party. We have a lot of different ideologies and a lot of different agendas, a lot of different groups. It doesn't mean that we can't have uniformity. When we have a president, we have uniformity. We do. We are very good at having uniformity. But when there's not a president, we are just a mixed bag of a bunch of lost puppies kind of wandering around, all fighting amongst each other. And I think that, again, that doesn't have to be the case for the media. I think the media apparatus is where, like, this needs to be honed in on, where we can support a broad coalition of Democrats. We can support a big tent. Whether or not the politicians show a like strong identity, I think the media for the most part does. I think that, like, for the most part, we show a very clear identity when we're criticizing people like Trump. A lot of people say, oh, well, your whole identity is just Orange Man bad. Well, what are the things that we're criticizing him for? It's obvious that the things that he's doing are things that we're against, and that the things that he's undoing are things that we're for. Our priorities are pretty clear here. It's not just, oh, Orange Man bad. It's, we like USAID. We want things like USAID to stay in place. We're not in favor of the war. We don't want to go to war with Iran. We want to have diplomatic solutions like what it is that Obama did with the JCPOA. We want, healthcare. We want, we want to bring back the normal immigration solutions. We don't want to have these like big shows of force with ICE. We're not just against things. We are showing what we're for pretty clearly across party lines, like that throughout the whole big tent, throughout the whole party, throughout, everybody here. We're all very clear what it is that we're for and what it is that we're against, even without there being a party leader. And I think people are just too stuck on this, like, well, what about our identity though?
The throwing the party under the bus thing, this is exclusively within the realm of people running for office. I don't think members of the media should be doing this. So if you're on CNN or if you're on MSNBC or if you're a streamer or whatever, I don't think you should retreat from the brand there and constantly trash Democrats for whatever reason. I just think there might be times when, if you're running in like a very purple state and there's some unpopular thing related to Biden, creating distance there is probably an okay thing. But different roles for different segments of society, I guess. Yeah.
Would you agree, disagree, Hutch? What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. We're talking about, to your point, you're asking like, how do we repair the damage, or how do we repair the brand?
Yes.
I don't know if that's going to happen until we get power and actually do things. And so in order to get power and do things, I think you have to make smart calculations when you're running.
Yeah, but if the way you ran to get power is, I'm not the Democrats, and then you do something good, people aren't going to they aren't going to connect that in a way that we want. They're going to be saying, look, he ran as not a Democrat, or by distancing himself from the Democrats, therefore he might be fine, and it's very helpful perhaps for the individual candidate's brand, right? But
These
it does
are
nothing
this
for
type of
Democrats as a
connection
whole.
you're talking about. If you're training a dog, you can't spank it after it's peed on the carpet like 10 hours later. Like when you come home, it can only associate things close in time. I think at this point, the average American citizen has proven that they are beyond fucking retarded when it comes to associating policy with anybody. So as long as the Democrats get in office and do good things, nobody's going to remember 2 years ago that some person said this thing about this thing. All that matters is like building the coalition, getting in power, and then doing good things. And then on the media side of things, we have to work at communicating that better. But on the lawmaker side of things, America is a policy-less country when it comes to why people vote for things. So I don't think that should be a concern at all.
Number one of the big problems that I have with this is this idea that there is some kind of a coalition. I think that one of the things that Whick is pointing out is that if these people make it a part of their brand that they're borderline independents, and that their success is that they're a borderline independent and they're not a part of the Epstein class and they're not a part of the DC elites, then they're going to continue to be beholden to that message through at least a sizable amount of their career, a sizable amount of their time in office. And we've seen that with independents. I do think that there's a big difference in let's say like close competitive campaigns, which competitive campaigns is the terminology that you used, Hutch. I do think that in competitive campaigns there is more room for distancing yourself from particularly damaging policies. But I also take a big issue with the idea that if we can just get into power, everything's going to be okay and everybody's going to love us. I feel like there's like this kind of idea here that it's like just one more election, guys, just one more elections and we're going to one more election and we're going to fix everything. And the reality is there needs to be accountability. There needs to be accountability for the aspects of the Democratic platform that have driven people away. There needs to be accountability for why we've lost certain types of voters. And I mean, on one hand, you're hearing that, you're like, oh, well, okay, accountability for these negative things. That sounds like more criticizing of the Democrats, but it's not necessarily a matter of criticizing the Democratic Party so much as it's criticizing specific ideas. And that's how the Democratic Party is going to grow. And the way I see it, that's how we're going to win elections.
Mm-hmm. Yes, this is exactly. This is almost exactly what it is that I just said a minute ago. True.
Well, I don't think that it's as simple as just winning power. It's what they do with that power is really important. And I think they need to swing pretty big on reforms and some social democratic policies the next time they're given power. And to piggyback off of Destiny's point, I agree with him that I think that people's attention spans are pretty small, especially voters in this country. And, you know, like, I guess I would just pose the question to you guys, like, what do you think a candidate like Peltola or Sherrod Brown should say when they're asked, you know, when they're pressed about like Biden's border policy? When they say, like, obviously, you know, like this was a big problem, it's a big vulnerability for the administration and for Kamala's campaign, who inherited that baggage. You know, what do you think he did wrong, and what would you do differently in terms of policy? Like, there's no way to answer that question without somewhat throwing Biden under the bus and acknowledging that he did drop the ball and kick the can down the road too long when it came to the border.
But there's a distinct difference between saying, you know what, I don't think Biden did this correctly, and I think I would do it in a better way, than the Democrats are just weak on the border and we should never trust them. But I am not the Democrats. I'm more of an independent, a maverick, if you will, and I will go in there and I will get what's done for the needs of my people. Like, it's about how you say it and how you approach these things. And I think that when you make statements like we should just throw the party under the bus or throw Biden under the bus, what you're doing, and this is kind of like, and you mentioned this earlier, like how much of this is colored by my disdain for some of these lefty arsonists, as I see them in the party, is that what you're doing is you have people, influencers, streamers, people like that, who take this and they run with it in a way that I think is destroying our brand, is destroying our party, and is saying like, hey, the only way we can win is if we distance ourselves from the Epstein class, the DNC, all these things. And this doesn't just happen in these competitive races. It has a much broader effect than what you're saying. Like, we have to realize that what happens in a specific race does not always, and in fact, rarely, stays within that specific race. These things have ripple effects outside that break containment, that go beyond the scope. And that's what I think that's happening. I think that there are too many people who are saying, you know what, Democrats just can't win by being Democrats. We have to be different. And it's going to destroy our brand long term. It's a bad strategy.
Brand, so it's just, it comes down to recognizing who has what responsibility. It's not on the responsibility of individual candidates running in competitive districts to do brand building for the Democratic Party. Like, you know,
why not?
Because that's not their job. Because they can't do it. It's too much. It's just not fair for them. Where do you put your strongest seats, your majority speakers, your Pelosi's and your Schumers, right? These aren't people generally in a congressional seat in like Pennsylvania or Michigan, right? You put these people in like the bluest places possible because this is where the leadership of your party sits, because it's like a safe district, because you know that you can, fight and dictate the party stuff from there. But you don't have people that are, fighting for their lives in competitive areas, also trying to do brand rehab for the Democratic Party. That should be the job of safer Democratic seats, and then media people that are interested in establishing a strong brand for the Democratic Party. That's it. Yeah.
What's not happening in the safe seats? In fact, the opposite is happening in the safe seats. In the safe seats, what we're seeing is some of the biggest damage to the Democratic brand that we've had in my adult lifetime.
Sure. Then the criticism needs to go to that. But the purple people, like if the tankies online for however little, whatever influence they have, and then if the conservatives in real life are the ones who are dictating what the Democratic Party's brand is, which they are, right? Then why would you hitch your wagon to that in a purple area, in a competitive area, and then try to salvage that brand while simultaneously fighting for your own election? It's just not possible. That's an impossible fight to.
Just to be clear, I'm not asking them to defend every single thing Biden or the Democrats do. I'm asking them not to actively tarnish them, right? Like a do no harm type of thing. Like, I do think it does lasting damage, not only to the local area, but to its brand nationally. When you have someone in a purple state in a deeply
and then media people that are interested in establishing a strong brand for the Democratic Party. That's it. Yeah.
What's not happening in the safe seats? In fact, the opposite is happening in the safe seats. In the safe seats, what we're seeing is some of the biggest damage to the Democratic brand that we've had in my adult lifetime.
Sure. Then the criticism needs to go to that. But the purple people, like if the tankies online for however little, whatever influence they have, and then if the conservatives in real life are the ones who are dictating what the Democratic Party's brand is, which they are, right? Then why would you hitch your wagon to that in a purple area, in a competitive area, and then try to salvage that brand while simultaneously fighting for your own election? It's just not possible. That's an impossible fight to.
Just to be clear, I'm not asking them to defend every single thing Biden or the Democrats do. I'm asking them not to actively tarnish them, right? Like a do no harm type of thing. Like, I do think it does lasting damage, not only to the local area, but to its brand nationally. When you have someone in a purple state in a deeply competitive race that decides to just trash talk the DNC, Pelosi, Schumer.
I don't know. Well, I think maybe, I don't know how much distance there is. We should clarify, I think, what we're talking about then. I can't speak for Hutch. I would be surprised if he disagrees. I don't think any of us are saying that, like, if you're in a purple district, you need to go on TV and be like, fuck Biden, I hope he dies. I hate the Democrats. They suck shit as a party. Like, let's go, new independent. I don't think anybody's saying that. But it's just like, if somebody asks you a question, like, if it's 2027, and somebody, our House majority, if a Schumer or Jeffries type person has a question on, like, what was going on with Biden and the border, I think they should fight for their life on that position. Fuck you. Biden did better on the border than Trump did. And the 20, 30, 40 million people that came in was a fucking lie. The wall didn't get built. That was a fucking lie. ICE didn't do fucking anything. That was a fucking lie. And fight on that. But that's a job for them.
Yes, the border was the Republicans' fault. The border was 100% the Republicans' fault. While you have Kamala Harris saying, do not come, you have Republicans running around everywhere saying that we have open borders before the surge even started. Before the surge even started, they are already saying we have open borders. They are straight up sending a loud message to everybody coming from the South that we will let them in, that they will get in easy peasy, no problem. And what ended up in as a response? We ended up with full detention centers at the border from that point on. We ended up with full detention centers from that point on. So did they just get in easy peasy? Did they just come in and walk right in and just say, hey, welcome guys, have a good day? No, we had full fucking detention centers from that point on. And then on top of that, we set records for the most people deported in a 4-year period. Like, we were already going to have somewhat of a surge from COVID by itself. That was already going to happen, no matter what. Then we have inflation on top of that. That was causing a lot of problems and issues with, the boats being backed up, trucks being backed up, all of that stuff. And then on top of that, now we have Republicans running around inviting everybody in by saying we have open borders. It was definitely the Republicans' fault that this happened. If you want to blame somebody, blame the fucking Republicans. 100%.
After the election.
Yes. And they killed the fucking border bill. Yes. And whenever you say like, oh, well, they killed the border bill, the Republicans will always turn around and be like, well, they didn't have to do the border bill. They could have just done it by themselves. They eventually did. Biden eventually did just do a bunch of EOs and get it done. But there isn't a massive difference between what it is that was happening at the end of Biden's administration and the Trump administration. But the fact that like they didn't vote for long-term fixes to the border that had everything in it that they had been asking for. It had everything in it that they wanted. The reason that they denied it the first time, they said, after they said they were going to vote for it, and they said, you know what? We'll vote for this if you add in money for Ukraine and Israel. We said, okay, fine. That's weird, but fine. We'll add in money for Ukraine and Israel. Added the money for Ukraine and Israel into the border bill. And what did they do? They voted it down and then said, why did they have money for Ukraine and Israel in a border bill? I'm not voting for that. Put that in a separate bill. I don't want to vote for that. Or they even made it sound like, a lot of them made it sound like the Democrats were trying to sneak, funding for Ukraine in. What happened in the end? They ended up separating the Ukraine money and the Israel money. They ended up voting for more money to go to Ukraine and Israel. No problems, no questions asked. And then we took so now the Ukraine and Israel no longer on the border bill. Go do the fucking border bill again. And what did they do? Voted it down again. Voted it down again. They said, if you take out Ukraine and Israel, we'll vote for this. And they again didn't vote for it. The only reason they didn't vote for it is because Trump wanted to be able to fearmonger about all of this shit. He wanted to be able to lie and say there was 20 million illegal immigrants that came in under Biden. There's no reason to believe that. And this is, what made it easy to trick a bunch of Republicans into believing this shit.
If you're running a competitive race on these upcoming midterms and somebody asks you, what do you think Biden did on the border? We're not saying like, Biden let in 30 million illegals to kill and eat our children, but more just like, I think that Biden dropped the ball on the border. It was the thing we could have improved on. And, we look forward to doing that in the midterms, blah, blah, blah. Just like that type of thing. I don't think anybody's saying like it needs to be a full on like.
Well, let's clarify from Hutch then. Is that really all you're saying by throw people under the bus, that, oh, we can just be a little critical of the DNC sometimes?
I mean, ideally, but like when I look at Plattner in Maine, I don't like hearing it. I'm not a fan of his, but it really seems to have worked with that electorate. And so I'm of the mind right now that just do whatever you need to do to win that seat. Like that's just so important to me. And then like for Democrats to become obstructionists, like those are typically the most vulnerable Democrats when it comes to primaries. So, if they use that rhetoric and then actually get elected and then they're, actually adversarial actively, like while they're in Congress, those Democrats that don't play nice are typically have like a shorter shelf life than the ones that do play ball. So,
but the Democrats aren't winning in Maine. I mean, the first person that Graham Plattner attacked once he won the primary was the Democrats. And so you can talk about him having a D in front of his name all you want, but I mean, I feel like the whole intention, right, is to be willing to pull some kind of a vote blue no matter who, and so that way the arguments in Congress are between different shades of blue instead of between blue and red. And while I can understand that.
Okay, I will actually, if you make me defend Plattner too much, I will rope on stream, okay? To say that Plattner attacked the Dems as soon as he came to office, this was after a series of the most weak sauce, insane hit pieces, okay, on the fucking planet, all right? That New York Times piece of like, he took her by the shoulders and he put her in a room 20 years ago. Like, if Plattner attacks the Dems after he wins the primary, I think he's got like a week or two of that where you got to let him slide, I think. A little bit, right?
I don't know. I mean, I think that when Chuck Schumer comes out and fully endorses you and the Democratic Party comes out and fully endorses you, I think that calling the Democrats a bunch of pedophiles is...
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with that article at all. Like, I kept saying this is almost like a blessing for him. Like, the fact that it came out the way that it did at the time that it did. Like, years, well, it was weak sauce. Yeah, yes, it was weak sauce. And it came out at, like... in the primaries, when you're not running against anybody, You're not running against anybody, right? This could have come out in the middle of the general while he's running against a fucking Republican, but right now he's not running against anybody. And this comes out right now. It's able to be diffused. He's able to go on, do his fucking interviews and talk to everybody and kind of make everybody feel better about this. And now in the long run, like he ends up winning bigly from this. This ends up being a huge win for him over the fact that this came out the way that it did at the time that it did. This is, I mean, I totally disagree with Destiny here. Like, oh, he has a right to be mad. This is weak. Yeah, no, it was weak, and it was very beneficial because even the way that they wrote it, it was weak. They made it clear it was weak. They kept saying over and over, these are uncorroborated. This is just something that somebody said, but there's no reason to believe this. Like, they made it weak. They could have made it sound bigger. They could have made it sound like a real big deal. They could have made it sound really bad. They didn't. They like the title, sure. The title gets you to read it. Sure, the title makes you think like, oh no, Potner's in trouble. But when you read the article, they downplay their own shit. They're downplaying their own fucking shit. And they're doing it in a moment where it is most beneficial to him. They could have done it while he was, still running against all of the other Democrats. They could have done it while he was running against the Republican. They didn't. They did it now. They could have held on to this.
I don't think it's just distasteful. I think it's a whole fucking statement.
Sorry,
And
what did he say?
He accused the Democrats of being the Epstein class. He said Democrats and Republicans in the Epstein class. So
well,
I mean,
sure. I don't like that saying.
How is that not calling them pedophiles?
Well, I mean, like that's a much broader thing, right?
Is it? I mean,
How?
the
What is the
problem with
connection to
class
Epstein?
is
The Epstein class isn't just pedophiles. The Epstein class it means like people who get away with everything. They're super rich and they're able to just pay for everything. Hello. Okay, there we go. All right, everybody take a second. Make sure you speed up the VOD so that you can catch up anytime this happens. It puts everybody way behind. So make sure you catch up real quick. I will fix all of my issues on my side while I continue to play the video, but yeah, it said everything crashed, but nothing had crashed. And it just popped up saying, "Do you want to send a crash report?" I was like, "I guess. I mean, I don't see anything that's crashed, but fine." So I hit send crash report, and then once I hit send crash report, then everything actually crashed. And it's like the crash crashed. Like it was very weird. Like nothing had crashed until I hit send crash report, and then it's like that made everything crash. So very strange. But all right, we'll get back to it.
that
Well,
they went
it's-
and they
it's
took kids to an
pedophiles.
island and they fucked them, or at least that's
Well-
the thing, right?
I mean, isn't the idea right that there are a
Okay. So the Epstein class just means that it's a bunch of people who are able to get away with everything because they have a lot of money. That's what Epstein class is. Like, it's not just pedophiles. Epstein class doesn't mean pedophiles. It means that you're super rich. You're part of what they used to call the donor class, or whatever they call it, the Epstein class now, right? They just say they're like, yes, you're people who are able to put money in the right pockets to make it to where you don't have to deal with consequences. You don't have to deal with any issues. You don't have to deal with consequences for your crimes, or, you know, things like that. You can't be canceled. Like, that's the Epstein class, because Epstein was able to get away with all of the things that he was doing for so long, and then even the government was willing to help him once everybody started to push back against this. They're like, that's the Epstein class. I think it's a stupid term. I think it's annoying. I hate when people use it, but that's what the Epstein class is. It's not pedophiles
few elites,
necessarily.
maybe some Democrats that went to the island? Isn't that the whole idea?
Yeah, but
So
it's a populist. It's fucking brain rot populism. Which, listen, I hate it literally more than everybody on the fucking planet. But I don't think that's the same as him saying that like everybody on the Democratic Party are all pedophiles and they're all part of the Epstein
Sure,
files.
that's what
Even
people
Ossoff like
hear.
alludes to like, yeah, I know, I don't like it. But would we rather have Plattner or I mean, here's a question: would you rather have Plattner or fucking Mills?
I don't like the fact that I am going to have to point to the fact that that I've never supported Graham Plattner if I ever criticize somebody's morals ever again, and I'm going to have to do
Why
that.
would that matter? Who's playing that game? Didn't Lindsey Graham say something on TV after the Garland thing? Where was it Lindsey Graham who was like, "We would never block any."
Well, that's okay. First off, on the internet, that's literally the game that you have to play with everything. Like, if there's ever a point where, like, on the internet, this happens all the time, where people are like, dude, Jeffrey Epstein is the one who created Pizzagate, and he's the one who created QAnon, and then he incepted everybody by meeting with all of the top people at Reddit and at 4chan and at all of these things where they were able to push the narratives of the pedophiles to make sure that everybody was looking at the wrong people. And then I come in and I'm like, there's literally like no fucking evidence for this except for just like correlation equals causation sort of thing. And then I have a bunch of people, wow, I can't believe you're defending Epstein just to save your daddy Trump. That's fucking disgusting. You maggots should be embarrassed that you're so fucking brainwashed. You're willing to defend Trump. You're willing to defend pedophiles just to save Trump. Like, you're disgusting. Fuck, dude. I'm not defending Trump. Like, this is so annoying. This is why I started saying, like, if somebody came out and said, if a liberal came out and posted and said, Charlie Kirk unequivocally killed Jeffrey Epstein. We know it. We now know through the Epstein files that Charlie Kirk killed that Jeffrey Epstein killed Charlie Kirk. So, yep, we know for a fact now. Jeffrey Epstein killed Charlie Kirk. It's like, if you go and respond and you're like, dude, Jeffrey Epstein was dead when Charlie Kirk died. Like, Jeffrey Epstein had been dead for a while when Charlie Kirk died. They'll turn around and be like, I can't believe you're defending a pedophile. You're defending Jeffrey Epstein right now. Why won't you just admit that he killed Charlie Kirk? Why is it so hard for you to admit it? Why are you trying to defend somebody who's a pedophile? It's like, all right, technically, I guess I'm defending him in a sense, but it's just because you're fucking wrong. Like, you're absolutely wrong. So this is the way that it is with everything. When there is like a mob mentality for everything, it is annoying. And there definitely is on the left. This is part of like somebody in the Discord right now, if you guys go into the Discord general right now, there's somebody in there who's like, yeah, these guys are saying that you're not allowed to criticize the Democrats. They're saying that nobody should ever criticize Democrats at all. And I was like, dude, they literally all just criticize Democrats. They just said these Democrats should be criticized. They literally, like, they're all literally saying that Democrats should be criticized. And I was like, I'm pretty sure it's been the progressives for like the last couple of months who've been whining and crying. Every time an article comes out about Plattner, they all throw fits about it, saying that nobody should be like listening to this stuff or talking about it. Like, even if you just like talk about it and then still say, but yeah, like, I don't care. It's, I still support Plattner over these other guys. Like, it's obviously lied, but it is what it is. They all throw fucking fits over it. And so yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure it's the fucking progressives. Like, well, they're trying to kick us out of the party. Pretty sure it's the progressives who are like straight up saying they're trying to take over the party. Like, it's not like they literally just had Mom Donnie and Plattner. Plattner hasn't even won yet, and then they get Mom Donnie as a mayor. They're the ones who are over here, jumping up and down saying that they're taking over the party. Like, it's not Democrats fear-mongering that they're going to take over the party. It's Democrats who are laughing at them for thinking they're taking over the party because they have a fucking mayor in position. Like, this is all is all very different than the way that people paint this, but it's I think yeah, like it's everything is very like team sportsy. In the case with like, you know, Dems versus progressives, I think progressives started this fight. I think from my perspective, it is overtly and blatantly obviously progressives who started the fight and started like being very clear that they want to take out Democrats, that they want to kind of take over the party, that they want to push liberals out of the party. They haven't been coy about this. They're not being sneaky. They are straight up saying this all the time, that they're trying to take over the party and they're trying to push liberals and you know, the establishment Democrats out. So I don't think we're like fear mongering about them wanting to take over the party. I think we're just repeating what they're saying. Why? Every time.
Supreme Court justice or whatever, and then like they instantly change their rules the second they have the chance to put in, was it Gorsuch that they nuked the filibuster to put it?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, the Republicans lie as they breathe.
Americans, yeah,
but I don't want to become that party, right? I don't want to become.
There's a difference between criticize and Whick just says he would never vote for Plattner. Does he say that? Okay, that's stupid. Yeah, that's dumb. Yeah, like Whick in the last election when Biden dropped out, he was saying he didn't think he was going to vote at all. When Biden dropped out, he was straight up like, okay, well, I don't think I'm voting now. And he blamed Pod Save America for Biden dropping out. Said that Pod Save America's like forced Biden to drop out. He said the podcast bros did this. I had a couple of debates with him about it, but it was pretty ridiculous. He's definitely not a blue no matter who, you know, sort of guy like I am.
Hold on.
There is no virtue on the road to defeat. It doesn't matter if we can't win seats.
Okay, but we're not talking just one election. I'm talking about a more long-term. I want to consistently win, not just win the next one, right?
Yeah,
go ahead.
We're talking about one seat out of a 50-person Senate, and we're talking about accepting all this damage over one seat in Maine.
But what choice do you have? What choice do you have? Like not support Plattner? I mean, I don't understand how at this point, after 10 years of the Trump era, and you know the Republicans have been losing their minds for the last 30 fucking years. It's just, I mean, I don't like Plattner. I don't like him as a candidate. I don't like his politics. I don't like his rhetoric. But I don't have any hesitation in me whatsoever to support this guy. I donated $50 to his campaign. Like, there's just, what choice do we have? What choice?
The Democratic Party isn't polling at 30% because we don't have a seat in Maine. That's not the change. That's not what's going to change this crisis that the party and that the movement is facing. If we can just...
Wait, no. Okay. Winning and being able to get legislation passed. It is true. Okay, actually, I'll totally give it to him. The Democratic Party isn't polling low because they can't win. That's actually 100% true. Like, if that was true, then like everything, as you know, Dean just said a minute ago, like if that was true, Biden and Kamala would have been like praised as some of the greatest fucking politicians of all time. Like, if this was actually about them being able to get stuff done, everybody that would have drastically turned around under the Biden-Harris administration. The fact that Biden and Harris were able to get so much legislation passed and get like the right legislation passed, get the priorities passed, get the important things passed, get the things passed that everybody needed, everybody wanted. They really did a good job at prioritizing things, getting everything done fast and efficiently, getting, not making too many concessions. Like, they did so much so quickly, and still everybody just hates on them. Still people just talk shit about the Democrats. Still, at that point there is nothing you can do. At that point there's absolutely nothing you can do. You're fucked. Like, if people are still criticizing one of the most efficient and effective presidencies, of their entire lifetime by far, like, this is just numbers. Like, this is just fucking math. And then on top of that, if you actually look at the legislation they passed, it is just insurmountable. Especially in comparison to, because a lot of times they'll compare him to Trump and be like, look, Trump just does whatever he wants. Look, the Republicans just do whatever they want. Well, then why don't they get anything passed? Why don't the Republicans do anything? Why aren't they doing shit? What do you mean they do whatever the fuck they want? They're not getting shit passed. They're getting like, laws. They're getting decisions made in the Supreme Court. They're getting like, they're getting things like that. But the House and the Senate can undo that shit. And if people just get on board with the Democrats and just recognize reality for once, Democrats will be able to get a lot more done. But this isn't about like people not criticizing Democrats. This is about people being fucking deranged and delusional. This is about people just non-stop fucking lying. That's what this is about. It is like, I hate it when people do this, like, oh, they just don't want people to criticize Democrats. No, this has nothing to do with like criticizing Democrats. This is not about criticism. This is not like, oh, you're not allowed to point out when somebody does something wrong. This is, you're lying. You're just fucking lying. You're wrong. Shit here. I'm trying to, there's a specific post that totally encompasses all of this for me, where a girl like goes off about Democrats for a while and is just completely wrong, like across the board. She misses on every single point. She has no idea what she's talking about. I'm probably even going to try to get this chick to come debate. But she's a leftist, and she's just wrong, like factually wrong about all of this stuff. Here we go. I swear, every time I come back to this site, they move the mute button.
So I just watched Dean Withers debate a leftist, and it really made me want to make a video breaking down the crucial differences between leftists and Democrats, because I feel like a lot of us are like,
I'm probably going to make a video like breaking down just how horrifically wrong she is here.
oh, they're like sisters or cousins. No, very different. Very, very different. So one thing that stands out to me is how often criticism of the Democratic Party is met with, well, Republicans are worse. Okay, but you're still not defending the Democratic Party. You're just shifting the blame.
Well, no, that is a criticism of that is a defense of the Democratic Party, because when it comes to voting, if you're voting in a general election where it's a Democrat versus a Republican, the voting analysis is lesser evil. That's what it is. That's how it works. So you're not shifting blame. You're actually engaging in the analysis that is there for elections like this. You are supposed to vote for the one who would be better for the country, or the lesser evil for the country. You could be the greater good or the lesser evil, however you want to put it. Both, it's literally the same thing. But yeah, that is that you are defending the Democrats by saying, well, they're the better candidate. They're the better candidate here.
One of the biggest misconceptions I feel like in American politics is that Democrats are far left. They're not. Absolutely not.
I totally agree with her on the fact that, like, so first off, she's wrong on the terminology, and it's actually embarrassing that she would say this. Democrats are not leftist. She puts the difference between leftist and Democrat. Democrat is a party. Democrat is not an ideology. Democrat could be leftist. Democrat can be whatever. Democrat used to be conservative. Like the fucking KKK and you know, Jim Crow used to be Democrat. Okay. Democrat is not an ideology. Democrat is a political party. Currently, leftists are trying to take over the Democratic Party. Currently, leftists are trying to be part of the Democratic Party. Mom Donnie is a leftist. Plattner is a leftist. AOC is a leftist. Bernie Sanders is a leftist. These are leftists. They are in the Democratic Party. Liberal is different from leftist. Liberal is different from leftist. When you don't even understand the terminology and you're sitting here trying to explain it to everybody else, it's like, oh, you guys, you don't even understand. No, you don't understand. You think Democrat is the same as liberal? No, it's not the same thing. Is the Democrat Party currently the party of the liberals? Yeah, yes, it is. But that's not the same thing. Democrat versus leftist, those are not, that's not, those are not in the same category. You can't compare those two things. It's it's leftist versus liberal.
Biggest difference I feel like between Democrats and leftists is that Democrats want to reform the system and leftists want to dismantle it entirely and replace it with something different. Actually in most of the world, except for here, the American Democratic Party would be considered center-right.
That's not true. That is not true. Just to be clear, that is not true. That is unequivocally untrue. For sure. That is for sure. There are, like, if you go look at tons of left-leaning countries all over the world, especially when it comes to social issues, the Democrat Party is like one of the farthest left-leaning parties in the world on social issues, for sure. Now, when it comes to economic issues, it's somewhat, maybe, like, it's hard to compare things to other countries and say like they're more left-leaning or they would be center-right when what is left and what is right in other countries is totally different. It's drastically different. Like, in some countries, just being populist at all is right-wing. In some countries, just populism whatsoever is right-wing, right? Whereas here, populism can be right-wing or left-wing. And so when you say this, what the spectrums in other countries are, it's a totally different way of, it's a totally different type of analysis, again, that doesn't make sense to really compare. But for the majority of the world, Democrats would not be center-right. For the majority of the world, the United States is centrist. And our Democratic Party is center, or moderate left, and our Republican Party used to be, historically it has been moderate right, but it's not currently, unfortunately.
At best. In many countries, even moderate conservatives support things that Americans are told is like radical left-wing ideology. So like universal health care, affordable higher education, labor protections, guaranteed paid leave. Virtually every other wealthy developed nation actually has some form of universal health care. Health care is even considered...
Kind of. So when she says universal health care, a lot of other countries have a public option. When it comes to what Bernie Sanders was offering, he was not just offering a public option. He was offering single payer. He was pushing single payer. He was pushing what was going to be the most extreme healthcare agenda in the world. Now you can say, oh, well, we can afford it. Well, we can afford it. Well, we can afford it. That's not the same thing. It's not the same thing as you over and over trying to pretend like, oh, all of the other developed nations have this. No, they don't. All of the other developed nations do not have what it was that Bernie Sanders was pushing. They don't.
A human right in some countries. Anyway, supporting bodily autonomy, same-sex marriage, basic civil rights does not make you a leftist. That's bare minimum. Leaving people alone to live their lives is not some radical socialist position. I feel like everybody was like so surprised that when Donald Trump won the election, but a lot of people on the left were not surprised at all because Democrats keep asking voters to support them because Republicans are worse while failing to deliver the reforms that they are campaigning on.
So I was not surprised that the Democrats lost because leftists like this continuously put out misinformation about the Democrats and about liberals to where, of course, if people believe people like her, yeah, of course they're not going to like liberals. Of course they're not going to like Democrats. But it's just untrue. The majority of the stuff that somebody like this person says, it's confusing. It's insane. They'll put out tons of patently false information about what it is that Democrats did or didn't do, what they ran on. They'll claim that Democrats ran on something that's totally untrue, and then they didn't do this thing that they never, ever, ever said they were going to do. Like, this is what leftists do. They are propagandists. They are enemies to Democrats in the same way that MAGA is, where MAGA will run around saying that, the stuff about Joe Biden's laptop or the election being stolen or whatever. Leftists turn around and say the same exact crap and push the same exact types of conspiracy theories as MAGA does. The leftists are not Democrats, 100%. I agree with this. Now, that's not all leftists. There are tons of very pragmatic leftists that exist, and I like that. There's tons of them that I could show you that are very good about being realistic, and they say, hey, look, this isn't my agenda. This is what I'm pushing for, but I can definitely understand that Democrats are the lesser evil, and I'm always on board with them in trying to help them achieve their agendas. That is like... that there are tons of leftists who are willing to do this, but there's the specific version of the online leftist, like this Jake, who are just delusional.
And nowhere was that disconnect more obvious than Palestine. That's what costed us the election. Throughout 2020.
I don't think there's a single survey that says that Palestine was the #1 reason. So obviously, there's tons of reasons for why the Democrats lost the election. There's no single reason, but the main reasons across the board was immigration and inflation. Those are the top 2 reasons. Immigration and inflation. Every fucking survey across the board came to the conclusion that most voters who voted for Donald Trump were voting for him because of immigration and inflation. That is what they were saying. Now, was Palestine one of the issues? Yes, especially for people who didn't vote. You know what though? The people who didn't vote were not all that important in this election. That the last election had some of the highest turnout numbers of all time in American history. The last 2 elections had some of the highest turnout numbers of all time for registered voters. So it's this idea that like we're supposed to only focus on what it is that people who didn't vote thought about this. Why? You didn't vote. What? Who's gonna focus on people who aren't participating? Why would you? Who would do that? No, we're focusing on the people who did participate. And of those people, immigration, inflation. The people who didn't vote, who were really upset about Palestine. Because you know what I'll tell you? The people who were really upset about Palestine, okay, I'll give it to you. Some of them didn't vote for Kamala Harris. You know who they definitely didn't vote for? You know somebody that they definitely didn't vote for? Donald Trump. It's Donald Trump. They didn't vote for Donald Trump. Yet, of the people who voted, the plurality voted for Donald Trump. And I guarantee you they did not vote for him because of Israel-Palestine. Or, sorry, a lot of them did vote for him because of Israel-Palestine, but it was in the other direction when 80% of the country at the time were in favor of continuing funding for Israel. Or sorry, when 80% of the Republican Party at the time were in favor of continuing to fund Israel. I'm pretty positive that people who were voting based on Israel-Palestine, most of them were voting for Trump for the exact opposite reason.
24 millions of voters protested U.S. support for Israel, and the Democrats watched major opposition emerge from their own base. TrackAPAC.com says Kamala Harris received more than $9 million in support connected to pro-Israel lobbying organizations and PACs. And then people acted shocked when the enthusiasm for Kamala Harris collapsed. Personally, I don't think Kamala Harris lost because she was a woman. I think she lost.
Did she just say $9 million? Did she just say $9 million? Is that what she just said? Is that what she just said?
Because the Democrats are ignoring one of the largest anti-war movements in recent American history.
I can't.
TrackAPAC.com says Kamala Harris received more than $9 million in support connected to pro-Israel lobbying organizations.
Kamala Harris had over $1 billion. $1,175,000,000. And you point to 9 million? I fucked that up. So that 9 million is not even 1%. That 9 million is not even a whole percentage. It's not even 1% of how much money she got. It wasn't even 1%. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. 9 million? And you said pro-Israel organizations, okay? Let's check this. Okay, Vice President Kamala Harris, Israel lobby total now stands at 9.4 million plus. A majority of the spending comes from J Street, which raised more than 6 million to support her 2024 presidential campaign. That's fucking crazy. Isn't that crazy? 6 million. So 2/3 of it came from J Street. J Street Political Action Committee has donated a total of $12,000 to Bernie Sanders across multiple elections. So J Street also, so this is $12,000. Okay, now let's check. Bernie Sanders track APAC. What's it's a little odd. Okay, hold on. What's our endorsements? Okay. Oh, okay. So here's track APAC. There's Bernie Sanders on here. Do we have? Ooh. Huh. We don't even have like a. They don't even have them on the website anymore. Isn't that weird? Isn't that strange? Bernie Sanders isn't even on the website anymore. So Bernie Sanders, who has also received money from J Street, isn't even on track APAC. That's very odd. He used to be. Like, it shows him there. Very odd. Very, very odd. Isn't Track APAC shown to be flawed in their methodology? Yeah, so that's kind of the point that I'm I'm going over here is, so Track APAC says here, Track APAC, Kamala Harris, 49th Vice President of the United States, $9,403,300, right? Independent expenditures and campaign contributions received from pro-Israel interest groups. So this says straight up pro-Israel interest groups, right? It's not APAC. Then on top of that, let's see. Over her career, Kamala Harris has received $6 million from pro-Israel political action committees and aligned groups, which includes historical funding tracking back to her time as U.S. Senator. Career direct contributions, according to Open Secrets, Harris received $2 million in direct contributions from pro-Israel PACs and individual donors during her Senate and presidential campaigns. So it doesn't have anything from AIPAC specifically. So when they showed this, they're really just saying she received money from J Street. J Street isn't really they're not like AIPAC. They're not they're a pro-Jewish organization, not really a pro-Israel, pro-Zionism, they're not the same. But the fact that they include J Street is just deceptive. It's just it's very bad faith. So yeah, just pointing out that she received money from them doesn't mean anything, especially when they'll ignore the fact that Kamala Harris numerous times during her campaign did push for... before Kamala Harris's campaign and during her campaign, numerous times she pushed for a ceasefire. She called for a ceasefire and literally went and negotiated and achieved a ceasefire. Donald Trump achieved another ceasefire during his presidency, literally using the groundwork that Kamala Harris had already achieved for his ceasefire. Kamala Harris essentially negotiated 2 ceasefires.
Organizations and PACs. And then people
and I hate this, I hate this bullshit about Israel overall, because if they actually cared about Israel, if they were actually, if they actually cared about Palestine, they would have voted for Kamala Harris. If they actually cared, if they actually wanted a lesser evil for Palestine, if they actually wanted to help Palestinians, Joe Biden was obviously more against Israel than Donald Trump. Joe Biden was obviously, and Kamala Harris were both obviously more willing to call out Netanyahu. We're more willing to tell him to stop. We're more willing to put roadblocks on him. We're more willing to make threats to withhold funds. They were, which they did. But people like her, they will ignore all of that and just continue pushing propaganda about this the entire time.
People acted shocked when the enthusiasm for Kamala Harris collapsed. Personally, I don't think Kamala Harris lost because she was a woman. I think she lost because the Democrats are ignoring one of the largest anti-war movements in recent American history and assume
she lost because people like this girl were pushing lies and bullshit propaganda That's one of the reasons. This is one of the reasons. I don't think they're as big of a deal. I don't think that these people are big enough. I don't think they're influential enough. I don't think they're important enough. I don't think there's enough of them to actually make that big of a difference in an election. But this is one of the problems with messaging. This is what we're talking about. This is one of the issues. And this sort of rhetoric is exactly what comes from people like Hassan, people like the Majority Report, people like Kyle Kowinski. Like, this is what the large content creators online on the left are saying nonstop. That is pretty consistently just spreading misinformation or just omitting the majority of the information.
That Democratic voters would just fall in line anyway. If you keep ignoring your own base, eventually your own base is going to stop showing up, and it costed you the election. Democrats would win an election if they would listen. And the reason that so many people, including myself, have become disillusioned with the Democratic Party is because they campaign as like the party of change, but then they govern as the party of maintenance. They talk about healthcare and labor rights and climate change and wealth inequality and police reform and student debt, housing and war. But the problems never seem to get solved. And when criticism's raised, the response is what people call the lesser of two evils argument. Republicans are worse. Oh, Republicans are more dangerous. Republicans are more extreme. But that's not an actual defense of Democratic failures. It's like, if I'm a firefighter and I fail to put out a fire and I'm pointing at the arsonist like, well, he set the fire. It's not my fault I couldn't put it out. He started it. He started the fire. Dude, you're a fucking firefighter. Put out the fire. Like, that is your job. You are supposed to put out the fire as a firefighter. And for the people who are going to want examples, I'll give you some. Biden campaigned on codifying Roe v. Wade into federal law. He never did. And then Roe v. Wade was ultimately overturned in 2022. Democrats had multiple periods, in my opinion, of congressional control over the years and never successfully enacted a nationwide abortion protection. Biden had a lot to say about police brutality and BLM after George Floyd's murder. We never saw any federal police reform. Another one.
Oh, okay. Federal police reform, sure. But the local police reform that was done, that all turned out horribly. It all turned out really bad very quickly, and they had to switch. They had to switch up. But again, that was like proven to be a minority of people in the Democrat Party who actually wanted, to defund the police or those, sorts of things, that it was not what actual Democrats and actual like real Democrat constituents wanted. Even the majority of Black people in Black communities did not want that and were adamantly against it. So it just it would have been undemocratic for them to do those sorts of things at the local level. I don't know what it is that when she says federal, I don't even know what is it that they would do for federal police reforms. Like, put federal regulations on local police, or what? I honestly don't even know what she wants for federal. Like, those were all local police. Those were all local movements for local governments to do. I don't know what she wanted from federal police.
The George Floyd Justice Policing Act never became law. Obama campaigned on comprehensive immigration reform and a pathway to citizenship, and then deported so many people he got nicknamed the deporter-in-chief. And then Biden campaigned on reversing Trump's immigration policies, and he never did. Detention centers stayed open, deportations continued, and the enforcement apparatus stayed intact. Obama, again, campaigned against the Iraq War and promised different foreign policy, yet he proceeded to commit war crimes all over the Middle East. Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, Yemen, Pakistan, Somalia. Like, hello. Biden's foreign policy wasn't much different either. Military spending.
Obama put in tons of regulations to actually stop war crimes, especially when it came to drone bombings. He put in tons of regulations and red tape to make it to where you were less likely to drone bomb, you were less likely to kill civilians in drone bombings, you were less likely to do tons of things. They really worked hard to make it to where these things were going to decline, And then Trump came in the very next term, undid all of that, and by far doubled Obama's record for drone bombings in his first 2 years. So again, when we're talking about lesser of two evils, and you're complaining about, like, you know, what it is that Obama is doing, and then you're like, oh, but all you do is just say that the Republicans are worse. Yeah, I'm sorry, but when one side is like, you know, hey, I don't like that they killed 2,000 people, but they did write a bunch of laws and regulations to make sure that that would never happen again, and they were working towards ending those sorts of killings of civilians and those sorts of war crimes. But also, the guy who came in after undid all of that, was not working towards it, literally worked in the opposite direction, and then doubled all of that in 2 years, not in 8 years, like Obama had. Obama had 8 years to do all of those. Obama had 8 years to do all of those things. Donald Trump more than doubled it in 2 years and is now doing it again in a war with Iran. Obama got us the Iran deal and was actually going through was using diplomatic processes to make sure that we weren't going to war with Iran. Now, Donald Trump comes in and actually goes to war with Iran. And you're sitting there like, oh, I can't believe they're just using the lesser of two evils argument. I'm sorry, but lesser of two evils is a defense. It literally is a defense. It is obviously a defense.
Remained enormous, arms sales continued, and Biden's administration increased support for a specific U.S. ally engaged in genocide. Hello. Every time I criticize the Democratic Party, they're like, oh, so you support Trump? Oh, so you're a Republican? No. Like, why do people act shocked when leftists criticize Democrats? Because actual leftists have been always criticizing Democrats. Socialists, communists, labor organizers, anti-war activists, anti-imperialists have been saying for decades that the Democratic Party ultimately serves the same economic system as Republicans. They might disagree on some things like culture war issues and using different language and packaging their policies differently, but both parties operate within a system that prioritizes corporate power, military dominance, and capitalism above everything else. So, in my opinion, I think that if the Democratic Party genuinely challenged corporate power and the military industrial complex, pharmaceutical companies, private insurance companies, defense contractors, the billionaire donors, they would actually be addressing many of the issues that voters are demanding action on. Republicans openly push policies that they oppose, and then Democrats campaign against the policies, and then they fail to meaningfully stop them. Republicans are hitting the gas, and then Democrats are like, okay, we'll hit the brakes, put us in the driver's seat. And then they spend 4 years in the driver's seat explaining why they were not able to stop the car because A, B, and C. And that's the propaganda nobody talks about. Americans are constantly warned about moving too far right, but almost never encouraged to question whether there's anything beyond mainstream liberalism on the left. We're almost all taught that Democrats are the left. So
I just sent her a DM to see if she's willing to come on and talk sometime. We'll see.
If Democrats aren't solving the problem.
But if you're somebody who's fairly new here, you may not know, but I have a horrific reputation on TikTok. It is, there probably is not a place where I have a worse reputation than what I have on TikTok. That is, it was with Democrats specifically, not Democrats, but with leftists, with the Dean community and a lot of these people. There's obviously, I don't know if Dean is a leftist or not. I don't think he is. I think he's just a soy lib, but yeah, these people literally think I'm an actual Nazi and an actual pedophile. Unironically, they think this shit. So,
then the assumption must be that the left-wing politics must not work. But for many people, Democrats aren't the left at all. They're the line that prevents people from looking further left and being like me and asking bigger questions about capitalism, corporate influence, militarism, and who actually is benefiting from a system as it currently exists. So I just watched Dean Withers debate a leftist, and it really made me want to make a video breaking down the crucial differences between leftists and Democrats, because I feel like a lot of us are like, oh, they're like sisters or cousins. No, very different. Very, very different. So one thing that stands out to me is how often criticism of the Democratic Party is met with, well, Republicans are worse. Okay, but you're still not defending the Democratic Party. You're just shifting the blame. One of the biggest
So yeah, so this is kind of what I'm talking about. One of the other things she said is that like Obama ran on like immigration reform and instead ended up deporting people, as though he never ran on deporting people. I'll play this one more time just for anybody who forgot, but this is not like a new thing for Obama or anybody else.
Kamala Harris ran what I would describe as the most right-wing you could possibly run on the border. Probably more right-wing than any Democrat has ever run on the border.
This motherfucker never heard of Obama or Biden or Bill Clinton or Hillary Clinton.
We've had 5 million undocumented workers come over the borders since George Bush took office. It has become an extraordinary problem. I have already stated that as president, I will make sure that we finally have the kind of border security that we need. That's step number one. I believe that we can take the undocumented workers, the illegal aliens who are here, get them out of the shadows, make sure that they are subject to a stiff penalty, make sure that they're learning English, make sure that they go to the back of the line so they're not getting an advantage over people who came here legally, who have argued that we should simply provide those who are illegally with legal status. But I believe such an indiscriminate approach would be both unwise and unfair. It would suggest to those thinking about coming here illegally that there will be no repercussions for such a decision. And this could lead to a surge in more illegal immigration. And it would also ignore the millions of people around the world who are waiting in line to come here legally.
All Americans, not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country, are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by
Let me skip ahead because there's literally Bernie Sanders saying this shit, dude.
The last thing we doesn't mean the child gets a message that is contrary to our laws or will encourage more children to make that dangerous.
I think at a time when the middle class is shrinking, the last thing we need is to bring over a period of years millions of people into this country who are prepared to lower wages for American workers.
Open borders. That's a Koch brothers proposal. The idea, of course, I mean that's a right-wing proposal which says essentially there is no United States.
But it would make a lot of global poor richer, wouldn't it?
And it'd make everybody in America poor. Then you're doing away with the concept of a nation state.
In terms of 2007 immigration reform, yeah, I did vote against it.
Is there anything that you think Trump has done right?
Yeah, I mean I think cracking down on fentanyl, making sure our borders are stronger. Look, nobody thinks illegal immigration is appropriate. Now I happen to think we need comprehensive immigration reform. But I don't think it is appropriate for people to be coming across the border illegally.
She is the most pro-immigration and immigrant Democrat to ever run for president in my lifetime.
I intend to fight for a state that has the largest number of immigrants, documented and undocumented, of any state in this country, and do everything we can to bring them justice and dignity and fairness under the law and pass comprehensive immigration reform. Bring them out from under the shadows.
Kamala Harris ran.
Like, dude, she was by far the most pro-immigration Democrat, and still, she was still not horrible on immigration. A lot of Republicans, they cut that clip to where she says, "I intend to have a state with the most legal and illegal immigrants," and they just cut it off there. Whereas she's saying the most legal and illegal immigrants that are treated with dignity, not, she's saying they're going to treat legal and illegal immigrants with dignity, not she plans on having a state with the most illegal immigrants. But yeah,
accept his, everything he's doing, everything he's saying. That's going to change.
You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that.
But also the Democrats are polling low because
you just need to accept.
One at a time, please.
You just have to accept that he's the candidate. He's the guy that the voters of Maine chose. You don't have to fucking gargle his nutsack. You don't have to.
You don't have to give him $50.
You can.
Yeah, you said you donated to his campaign. Like that's not just, oh well, the people of Maine chose him or something. That is a little bit more than.
You can be honest about the fact that you don't like his character. You have questions about him, but that shouldn't dissuade you from taking the only action that makes sense in this spot in the face of Trump and MAGA.
Do you worry that your support of Plattner, as tepid as it might be, with all the caveats that you've made, might do long-term harm in the future? Right, when people go and
well, what do you think is more harmful, like Plattner winning and being a Democrat in the Senate, or Republicans continuing to control that chamber of Congress?
That's not the question. The question is which is more harmful: the fact that the Democrats elected and supported and donated to a man who lied about having a Nazi tattoo and all these other really big red flags that people have huge issues with, or Senator Collins getting elected again and voting with Trump, 75% of the time, whatever.
It was one senator that blocked that from a public option. Why?
Yeah, this is what I keep saying. It's one fucking senator, dude. It's one senator. Like, even if you had issues with Mom Donnie as well, like, it was one fucking mayor, bro. These are not party changing things. These are not massive deals. And especially for like the stuff that he did, even those things are not massive deals, where like, again, we're looking at the stuff that the Republican Party is voting on and the types of people that they're voting for. Like, holy shit, dude. The fact that we even complain about these things just really seems it seems petty to an extent. Now, obviously, we don't want what the Republican Party is like doing to our politics. We don't want that to become the norm. We don't want that to become like, we don't want to be that party. But Graham Plattner isn't that either. Graham Plattner is not what these other guys are. Like, Graham Plattner is not he doesn't have all of the red flags that those people do. He's got like a quarter of them, and it's fine to point it out. It's fine to complain about it. When I say like it seems petty in comparison, it does, but that's because we don't want to be in comparison to the Republicans. Like, we don't want to compare to them. We don't want to be anywhere close to them. So we can still criticize. I'm not saying don't criticize Plattner. I'm not saying don't call him out for these things, but I am saying, like, it's not some like, party changing problem like Whick is making it out to be.
We acting like Senate seats are a thing to be gambled with right now. We have problems with the Democratic Party's brand. Those problems need to be alleviated from strong blue seats and the Democratic media. That's it. It's never going to be repaired by people fighting in vulnerable districts when conservatives are allowed to dictate what the party is to the American people. You cannot fight back on that from a vulnerable seat.
You repair the reputation with good policy and competent governance. Like Shapiro is a really good example of this in a microcosm in the state of Pennsylvania. Just replicate that at the national level. It's not easy, but it's
again, it's a cool story. Like, this is what Pisco kept doing when we were talking about what was it called? Packing the courts, where he's like, well, he's like, you're afraid that the Republicans are going to come back and just do it again to us, but what if we just never let the Republicans win again? Like, we just do good policy and then nobody ever votes for Republicans again. Damn, dude. Shit. Wish I had thought of that. Let's just win. Let's just always win. Why didn't I think of that? We should just always fucking win, guys. Let's just do that thing. It's so stupid. Like, if there was a point where we would look at stuff and then say, oh, well, if we just do good policy, then we'll always win. That would have been under Biden. That would have been the Biden administration. The Biden administration would have been the administration where everybody looks and they're like, oh shit, we did good policy. Like, it's not just policy. There's a lot of optics that come with these things, and the optics for the Biden administration were bad because he was fucking old. The optics were bad because we had a lot of immigration. The optics were bad for like a cajillion fucking, because there was inflation that they had nothing to do with or that they didn't cause, but the inflation was there nonetheless. And so we just had never-ending bad optics We can't just do good policy and win. It's not good enough. The optics are a big part of this, and Graham Plattner is part of bad optics. He is an aspect to that.
Shapiro did. He stand the Democratic Party. He was an unapologetic Democrat in a very purple state. And guess what, gang? It worked, right? He didn't have to apologize for being a Democrat.
He's had some shade for Biden and Kamala, I believe.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure.
I mean, nobody needs to be a sycophant. I don't think anybody here is
we're not
arguing
asking
that
for them
everybody
to...
needs to be a sycophant. But I think I can't get past this idea that's like, oh well, you know, if we can just push just like a couple of things over the edge, it's going to solve this big gaping hole. And I would say the big gaping hole that we have is the problems that came when we were in power. When we talk about, you know, while Biden was in power, that's where the damage came. The damage came from when we were in these offices, and that's why people don't want to put us back. And in order to do that, you do have to criticize ideas, but you shouldn't be throwing out the baby with the bathwater, because then any repairs that you're doing, it isn't actually repairing the party. It's just repairing that one individual. And I think that that's kind of the big difference here. I think the big difference is that, like, I don't think also that, like, you know, Graham Plattner, for example, needs to be going out to all these town halls that he's doing and saying, I know you guys have a problem with the Democrats, but let me tell you about how great they are. I think there's a big line between him having to do that and him calling people and him doing what he's doing. And other candidates doing the same. In fact, Hutch, I think you brought up a really great point that Tallarico is actually...
I mean, I agree to an extent, but that's also like why he got elected, was because of this fucking slopulism shit. Like, that's why he won. So you can say like there's a big line. Yeah, I don't like it, but it is part of what is working in Maine. It doesn't work everywhere else, and I would not advocate for everybody else to do it, but this isn't, I don't know, this isn't like, when we're talking about like, oh, well, we want to continue being the big party, you know, the big tent party, you can't do that while also being like, oh, you can't be off brand with Democrats at all. Like, I don't know.
Actually doing what you described the best. He really isn't throwing the Democrat Party under the bus. But he is also very, very carefully and very accurately addressing some of these problems. And I would say that he is a case study of what I would say it should look like.
I agree. I think he's doing a really good job. It's like a soft kind of distance, but it is there. It is distance. But I'm also thinking about races like in Iowa, this guy Sand, who's running for that seat in a state that's voted for Trump by 10 points, I think, in the last 3 elections. I'm thinking about like the independent guy running in Nebraska. It's not just about like, you know, defending light blue seats or being competitive in purple seats. It's also, you know, like we need to start targeting seats that are Trump +5 or Trump +10. And in those states and in those districts, you probably are going to have to be a little bit more firm in setting that distance, and you probably shouldn't be pulling too many punches when it comes to.
For you on this, right? Like how much, if say someone's running in Iowa, like you said, a Trump +10 district, right? And he wants to win, and he thinks, you know what, the only way I can win is I have to go as hard against the Democrats as possible. Is there a line where you'd say, okay, that's too much, even if it would increase your chances of winning? I don't think you should do this.
I'm sure there is a line, but I'm open to a lot of things if it means like flipping an R+10 seat.
Yeah, I hate it when people do this where they say like, well, where's the line? It's you can't really know until you're there. Like, you have to weigh so many different things where like, well, would you vote for Hitler? Like, in some scenario, yeah, I probably would. Like, there's probably some scenario where I'd vote for just about anybody for anything. It's just I would need to actually be in that scenario to know, you know, what it's like and what matters in the moment, and what is it that I'm prioritizing, and you know, what am I weighing their, like, you know, their bad rhetoric on this versus on other things. And like I would need just so much information to where the questions to me seem dumb in and of themselves.
Like I'm open to someone, running on some of the MAGA language on the border, for example, if it meant pushing them over the finish
Sure,
line.
what about abortion? Say someone was like, you know what, I hate abortions and I want to outlaw abortions in my state.
I think again, if it's about flipping an R plus 10
it
seat,
increases their chance of flipping the seat. It doubles their chances or triples.
Stop. Hold on. This isn't a fair question. That's like saying like, oh, so would you support a Democrat if they would vote alongside Republicans on every important issue? No. We're talking about rhetoric here. We're talking about like, quote unquote, throwing somebody under the buses and distancing yourself from their administration, akin to some kind of like populist type rhetoric. We're not talking about like, well, would you still vote for them if they would vote for,
No, they say they
would.
That this is the rhetoric they're using to get elected.
I don't know if that's a real.
That's a campaign promise. That's not just rhetoric.
Thing where you could just totally fabricate or lie about your positions and then get elected.
What do you think Trump did? What do you think Trump did? He fabricated and lied about all his positions. No new wars. All these things. It worked.
Yeah,
I'm not.
I think it's.
Yeah,
I don't think. I think that's a. There's a difference there that I can't fully enunciate right now. If it was the policy of like generally Democrats elected people to lie about shit and then get in office and then do shit, then they fucking lied about it, then that would be based. But the idea of like having just like the whole Republican Party does that. The idea of like trying to get a couple hyper-specific Democrats to lie about particular policy get elected. I mean, I guess in that case I would be in favor of it if you could demonstrate that was like a possible thing. That just seems like a little bit extraordinary for Democrats to do right now.
We're kind of revisiting a topic that was broached by Ezra Klein like a year ago, the pro-life Democrat in Missouri or whatever state. It was like the worst example he could have given because abortion's not popular for the Republican Party right now. But, on other things like being more hawkish on the border, being, more laissez-faire when it comes to like gun laws, these are...
No, it was the best example he could have given because it's not popular with Democrats. That is the whole point. Is that like I hated that everybody, like not everybody, but a few select people just like totally misunderstood the hypothetical because that is the point, is that it's not popular with Democrats at all. Yet even though we're very uniform on the issue of abortion, that doesn't mean that we can't have anybody in our party whatsoever who is not in line with the rest of us. We can have somebody on a position that is almost defining for the party, where they're different from us, but they're going to vote with the Democrats. They're like, that is the thing that we should care about at the end of the day. That it was the perfect fucking point, is because of how unpopular it is that made the whole point.
I'm not just talking about lying, by the way. I'm talking about like propping up candidates that will connect and resonate with the primary voters of that state and the general voters as well. So it's not just about like rhetoric. It's about like literally widening the tent and welcoming people that, maybe were a part of this coalition 20 years ago, but now serve or going for a district or a state that has been firmly red for like the last 2 decades. How else do we like build that Obama coalition?
Sure,
if not.
Yeah. Well, but this is the key difference here that I think keeps getting missed is like I heard you say that, oh well, maybe they should be more laissez-faire on regulations about firearms, and it's like the Democrats should be more laissez-faire about firearms because it's a popular policy. It shouldn't be the Democrats are the problem and I'm the savior and I'm Graham Plattner and I'm not going to ban assault weapons. The problem is with the policy. An unpopular policy should be challenged on a policy level, but not as a party. And I think that's the big problem, is that we need to be able to grow as a party.
No, that's no. That's not the point. The point is that in some districts they're different. So like currently we have 2 senators in the Democrat Party who are from Georgia, a very conservative state. We have 2 senators who are Democrats. The fact that Georgia got 2 fucking Democrats is a godsend. And those 2 senators ended up being 2 of the most conservative senators in the party. And nobody says anything about it. Nobody calls them out. Nobody's doing the whole like, oh, you're John Fettermaning us. Nobody says to Graham Plattner, are you going to turn into one of those Georgia senators? No. You know why? Because everybody understands that they're doing exactly what they need to do in a state like Georgia. They're doing exactly what they need to do. That they are against a lot of gun reform. They are against a lot of abortion things. They are against. They are like very pro. Locking up the borders, and I think they both voted for the Laken Riley Act. I think like they have both been very out of line with the Democrat Party. And there's people who come in the chat a lot of times and are like, we need to have like a lot more of a stigma, like a career-ending stigma for anybody who doesn't walk the party line. I'm like, nah, bro. Like that's what makes it to where we have less people. That's what makes it to where we have less Democrats. We have to be accepting of some variety here. And because if John Ossoff and Warnock don't vote with the Republicans on these things, they're not making it again. They're not going to make it through the next election. They're not going to win re-election. No shot. They have to do these things.
And if we move forward on the policies with our candidates, then that's great. But we also need to bring the party along with it. I mean, that's the repair that needs to come.
Well, I think some people have the goal of like perfect unanimity or like more unity within the party. I think I have an opposite goal. Like like my goal is to, be an actual Big Tent party, because I don't think it is possible to get to enough popularity with voters to have like strong majorities in the Congress.
I want unity. I want uniformity in the media. I want uniformity when it comes to talking points. I want uniformity when it comes to like what we say in response to bullshit, right? You can be against, like, you can be in favor of the Laken Riley Act and then also be like, dude, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were not pro open borders. Like, calling Kamala Harris the fucking borders are is stupid. Like, you are a stupid person to sit here and try to blame her for anything that happened at the border. And on top of that, like, we had a lot of good things that happened at the border. Like, you're able to get on message while not being like on board with every single thing that Democrats want, right? Like the messaging, the claiming the W's, the debunking the bullshit, the pushing back, the the attacks, the offensive attacks. Like, these are things that we need, and that's where I want uniformity.
And the presidency running like a hyper-partisan Democrat, or rather like what the platform has looked like for maybe like the last like 10 years. Like, I think we have to be a party of people that,
I do
roll out the welcome mat for people who kind of buck the current orthodoxy.
I don't disagree with that, but I do think at the same time, we need to make it more attractive to come into the tent, right?
Yep.
We need to make it like these R+10 districts and things like that. It's because they do not like Democrats, right? There's I forget what district it is, but there's districts, I wish I could remember off the top of my head. I'm blanking on it. But the Democratic candidate drops out so that the independent can run, because
it's Nebraska. It's in the state of Nebraska.
Yeah, the people won't vote for someone with a D next to their name. They just won't do it, right? And so we run the independent as the actual candidate that we want to run. And
that's actually not even the case. He's not going to caucus with the Democrats.
Oh,
like, but the Democrats know they can't win that seat. So like, it's no, but
better
that's
than the Republican, right? It's better
that's
than
a smart
Republican,
decision.
yes.
Yes,
But the problem is with that strategy is it just kicks the can down the road further and further and further. And what I am talking about is the need, and I think what Bishop is talking about as well, and he can speak for himself though, is the need to.
Tom, you better hurry up and save liberalism, dog. I'm working on it. Okay, but I need y'all's help. All right. What you need to do is you need to go and share the stream. Okay, share the stream, hit the share button, copy the link, and then go paste it somewhere. Okay, paste it on Discord, paste it on Twitter. Go tell people to come watch, and you could post it, you know, in a channel, in DMs, whatever. But everybody, if you're working right now, if you're doing something, just stop for a second, just real quick, just for a minute, and share the link, and tell everybody to come watch. That'll help us get there, and then also hit the thumbs up button.
Rebuild the Democratic brand. And I think that the responsibility, and I'll disagree with Destiny here, the responsibility is on people who run in a competitive or even in a lean R district, right? I think that they do bear some responsibility. Again, I'm not asking for complete and total lockstep purity testing, all that shit. What I'm asking for is you simply don't call the DNC, the Epstein class, you don't throw Chuck Schumer, Pelosi, Biden, all of our leadership under the bus, because one, I don't think that
Yep, I totally agree with this.
it will work long term, not for the Democratic Party. It might work for that specific candidate, but long term, it's led us to the place that we are today, and the place that we are today is not great.
And Hutch, I think you know, for me, I want what you just described, which is a Big Tent organization. I would like for there to be Democrats of all flavors, right? I'm a Virginian. I am you know, a very typical like Southern Democrat, where I think a lot of other Democrats would consider me a moderate Democrat on a lot of issues, like the Second Amendment, for example. And yeah, you know, like, and maybe this is just like me projecting, but like what I want to see from my politicians and from this Big Tent party is us bringing these policies into the Democratic Party so that the voters can say, yeah, but the Democrats do right in our elections. On our state politics, you know, we don't have as much of an aversion to this.
Yes, again, so exactly. So this is all, this is messaging. This is what we need. It's not just being uniform on voting. That is one thing that we want as much as possible. But the main thing that we need are a bunch of people. We need the majority. And then while we have the majority, we need the majority to be on board with messaging. We need them to be on board with our rhetoric. We need them to be defending our guys, defending our things. In the Republican Party, that is what they all do. They all defend each other. They all defend Trump. They all they don't all vote together on everything. They're not as like uniform in voting as a lot of people try to make them out to be, but they are uniform in their fucking rhetoric and what they say.
Because one of the things, like what we saw with Kamala Harris, was she just carried so much baggage. She carried so much baggage because people were associating all these negative things with her, even though she was campaigning on an entirely different issue. And I think it's a matter of if we're going to build that Big Tent, then we need to be able to associate those new ideas with the Democratic Party.
I believe that the reputation that the parties have comes from the media. I don't think individual politicians can do almost anything to change this, and looking to politicians themselves to try to change this, I think it's a fool's errand. I think it's impossible.
I think the president is enormously influential in terms of for the incumbent party. And so like Obama had a hugely positive impact for like the party brand, not just here in the States, but you know, across the world. You know, he had some problems, like obviously with the ACA being unpopular, and
he got crushed. How many was it, 6 sessions in a row, whatever, that they didn't have majorities in the Congress? Didn't he have a fuck Congress for so long?
That's because he spent all the political capital that he had, and not just him, but you know, Democrats voted for the ACA knowing that they were going to lose their seats. So like, you know, they did sacrifice. I mean, that is what political capital is. It's just like losing seats to get a policy across the finish line. And at the same time, that happened at, you know, after the housing crash. So I mean, he was going to have a rough go of it regardless, but he is by far the most popular politician in the country, I believe, to this day. Definitely the most popular Democrat in the country. And so, you know, Biden just wasn't, he was a good president. He did good policies for the most part, but he just was just a horrible spokesman. And unfortunately, I think that's a big part of the job. So I think a lot of the damage that you guys are worried about in terms of the brand and like, how do we fix that? A lot of that falls on who the Democratic primary voters pick in 2028. And then after that, it depends on how they govern.
I mean, certainly there are other factors at play here. It's not just any one thing. There's no, unfortunately, magic solution or magic bullet that we can use to fix all the problems of the Democratic Party. That's just not possible, and I think it's beyond the scope of this conversation. I do disagree with Destiny, though, that nothing that the candidates do can really fix this issue, and it's all the media's fault. I would agree that the media absolutely bears a lot of the blame here, and how they talk about it and how streamers and influencers and journalists and etc. all frame these issues and discuss these issues absolutely matters. I would never disagree. But I just reject the notion that there's nothing Democratic politicians or candidates can do to change that fact. I think that if they are wise and message better and have better rhetoric, that it can mitigate some of the problems that come from a negative media environment or a corrupt media environment that we find ourselves in. And to think otherwise is just, why do anything at all? Why not just fucking get up there and say a bunch of slurs and then just let the media do what they do, right?
You mean like the Republicans do?
I mean, are they winning right now?
Let's not do this. Let's not do this again.
I mean, one of the things that I'm really worried about is, like, we see that, like, the state of the modern Republican Party is, like, a lot of people, and I swear Kamala Harris got so much flack for this, and maybe I just see this more because I'm in the pro-Ukraine space, but the truth is the more moderate run, the calling to these other values and saying, hey, we are defenders of democracy, we are defenders of these values, it did bring a lot of people that are traditionally conservative over to the Democratic side. I mean, I inhabit a space of politics where all of the Reagan Republicans fucking hate Trump and they fucking hate MAGA, and they are at least not voting if they're not converted on the political side. And we've seen groups of people flop from voting for Obama, and then millions of people went from Obama to voting for Donald Trump. And so I think that there is a manner of being able to, like, win voters over. It depends, I mean, on leadership. And I agree, Destiny, that we have such a very particular media environment, and the way that media influences public opinion and things of that matter is something that our brains are just categorically, they're just not evolved to handle. And the media has gotten very good at taking advantage of that. But I also think that, like, at the end of the day, it's leadership that's responsible for these things. It's party leadership, it's political leadership, and they are the ones that we're supposed to look to move us forward as a society.
I feel like I want to point out that part of Trump's success, or a big part of, you would say a crucial part of his success in 2016, was kind of torching the Republican Party. Like, I don't like that this is the case, but where we're at right now with the electorate is probably a vast majority of the country is dissatisfied with both parties. And we can do the thing where we can get really wonky and explain, well, no, actually the border wasn't as big of a problem because of this and this. Like, you've already kind of lost the debate at that point. It's just, these are really complex issues, especially when you get into, like, policy. Right. And so for me, it just makes more.
What does he have, a black box? I have no idea, man. I have no idea.
Sense to just not necessarily fight against the current vibes and, like, use those vibes to your strength. And you don't have to permanently toss the party under the bus, but we're going to have to rebuild at some point. And in order to do that, you can't ignore, like, how voters feel, even if those feelings are wrong.
I understand, but here, one of the things you just said is precisely my worry. You are correct. In 2016, one of the major reasons that Donald Trump was able to be successful, not only in the primary, but in the general election, is because he torched the Republican Party as a whole. That has had disastrous effects for the Republican Party, the Republicans' brand.
It's gone.
It's basically dead. It's a hollowed out shell. It's now infested by parasites called MAGA.
But right? Trump is completely.
They'll be back in 2032, bro. Don't worry. They'll be fine. It's American politics.
But look at what's happened to their values in the meantime. I mean, the Iran warhawks in the Republican Party are crying themselves to sleep right now. I mean,
that's fine. But this didn't happen because exposed Republicans in competitive races decided to torch the party. It was because the guy who won the presidential election, who should be the biggest champion of your party, was completely antithetical to the party. I think it's a different. Like, I don't think I would want, if somebody's running for president, I don't know if I want the person running for president to throw the entire Democratic Party under the bus.
Even if it would win?
Sure. you're asking hypotheticals that are almost antithetical to what we even imagine of a Democratic candidate to be. Like if you're saying like, would you want somebody to win the Democratic candidacy if they pledge to like have the Aryan race, secede as like the master race of the United States? I can't fathom that.
Here.
I'm not being hyperbolic. The Democratic Party brand, I would argue, has been relatively consistent through time, at least in my lifetime. Like if you look at the politics of Clinton compared to the politics of Obama, compared to the politics of Biden, there's like a relative amount of stability there. So it's hard for me to fathom a hypothetical where you say, well, what if the next person running for office was able to win by throwing all the previous Democratic establishment under the bus?
You wouldn't have to. You wouldn't have to throw all the previous establishment under the bus, but I can imagine an AOC or similar style candidate, even though I think AOC has moderated quite a fair bit, and I actually kind of like her now. But that's beside the point. I can imagine a candidate like that getting up and saying, hey, Democrats have been the problem. The era of Clinton, Obama, and Biden just hasn't worked, and we need to do something different, and we need to really change this and go off on the most populist brain rot you can possibly imagine. And I can imagine that candidate possibly winning in this environment. But I think that would be a disaster. That would be a disaster for the Democratic Party
tone from the
and
very
America.
top that would completely change the party. I think that would be bad.
I mean, it kind of is a little bit similar to somebody like Bernie Sanders, where like he was able to do fairly well in a couple of elections by being very critical of the Democratic Party and what it is that Democrats had done, and wanting to saying that they didn't really represent people, that they're taking money from the big donors, that they're working for big corporations and blah blah blah. Like he was that, but that's not really like calling out the entirety of the Democratic Party, because on most things, Bernie Sanders was still in line with the Democrat Party. There were a couple of things where he wasn't. There were a couple of things where he diverged, and those were the things that he hyper-focused on. But by far the majority of things, he was still in line with the Democrat Party and made clear that he was running as a Democrat because he was mostly in line with Democrats.
We would want these other people in exposed districts, if they had to win, we would want them to potentially distance from the Democratic Party brand in service of furthering the Democratic Party's political goals. If the president or person running for president throws the entire Democratic Party under the bus, well, then it seems like we're moving now on a different path to further a different set of goals, which, depending on the person, I probably wouldn't be okay
Sure.
with.
But one of the problems that we're having, and one of the things that I am concerned about, and one of the reasons that I wanted to have this conversation, is because I feel like people like Plattner, people like the guy who just won in Philadelphia, what was his name?
Brad.
Yeah.
Maybe it was. I might have been Philadelphia. It might have been somewhere else. Anyway, what they're doing is they're building a precedent, and this precedent is going to be referenced, argued for, advocated for, and possibly even used by candidates going forward, not just in competitive districts, but districts all over the nation. Because one of the things about politics is it has become nationalized in a way it wasn't 20, 30, 40 years ago, and that has had unfortunate effects. And I think that this precedent that's being set, and this precedent that we set by saying it's okay to trash the Democrats if it helps you win, is going to be used by bad actors to make that the new normal. And it's a problem. And we are playing into it. And I don't think we need to, frankly. I don't think we need to do that to win. I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, and by the way, if you can only win by throwing the party under the bus and by throwing Biden as a whole under the bus, you don't deserve to win. Like there is just this huge problem. Tell me how we're looking at the state of Maine while Graham Plattner is tripping over obstacle over obstacle over obstacle, and nobody else has the ability to step forward and take charge in that election. Mills was still in the election, and she wasn't able to capitalize on the absolute implosion that he's facing. And so,
that's more on Schumer. Schumer's more to blame for all that than anybody else. He recruited Mills, and then they didn't support her. And so, I think Plattner's a bit of an anomaly. I still think right now, even though we're seeing some high profile like DSA types win elections across the country, they are for the most part like almost exclusively limited to already like very blue.
Yeah, but
seats.
I'm worried about the rhetoric that they use becoming normalized, because I think that the rhetoric matters. I think that the rhetoric drives discourse, drives perception, and I think perception matters in how people vote. Like you said, people have the memory of goldfish in a lot of ways, and that comes to policy too, right? You can have the best policy in the world, and I think Biden had great policies in a lot of ways. Didn't matter because the rhetoric, right, wasn't communicated properly, and a whole bunch of other issues as well. And then we have what we have today, not because Biden failed as a president in his policies, but because of how those policies were communicated, interpreted, and all the other things surrounding it. And I think that, yeah, we are in kind of crisis mode right here. But I think
who said here that wasn't Obama the best or whatever most memorable president or whatever? Did
Popular.
he destroy the Democratic Party brand?
Yeah, he's currently still the most popular politician in America. If you look up the most popular Democrats, Obama is number 1, and then like number 2 is like Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom. Like the two of them keep going back and forth from second to third. There's some other people that are in there that are like old people that I don't even know who they are, but yeah.
Like, didn't Obama kind of run as an outsider a little bit, right? That was Hillary's nomination. Hold on, I'm sorry, I'm dramatically underselling it. Obama definitely ran as an outsider. Hillary was like the candidate who was supposed to win that election. Like when Obama entered that primary, I don't want to say he was quite as behind as like Bernie, but I don't think many people saw that as that serious initially. And then he gained a lot of popularity, and then that was considered a huge upset. And I feel like Obama talked quite a bit, right? Hope and change about changing, the direction of the country and everything else. So I don't think that did lasting damage to the party there. I think there are ways to mess.
Well, there's a difference,
a little bit.
I'll let Bishop take it.
Yeah, I you're completely right. But once again, this is the difference in rhetoric that we're talking about. There's a big difference in talking about repair and, talking about hope and change, and talking about demolition, which is saying that we need to overthrow the entire system because they're all a part of the Epstein class. I think that there's an outrageously important difference. And one of the things that Whick is talking to, it's so funny as we're talking, I'm kind of sometimes getting swayed a little bit, and then I'm getting swayed back and forth as we continue to talk about this. But the rhetoric is so important, because I think about somebody like Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani, very popular right now, seeming very, very successful. But because he's in office, and because the rhetoric he's used was allowed, and because he is encouraging more of that rhetoric, he's backing somebody who seems to almost explicitly be against aid to Ukraine because she's the DSA candidate. I mean, she apparently her campaign severed contact with Progressive Victory when they started trying to corner her about her position on Ukraine. And then when you look at somebody like, let's give another example with Bernie Sanders, who didn't even win the election, but because we accepted his rhetoric into the party and we incorporated it into the party, we've just had 10 years of him endorsing nightmare after nightmare in American politics, whether they're political pundits, whether they're political candidates. And it just goes to show that the spread of this stuff, it needs to be addressed. And we can't pretend. I think it is so silly to sit here and be like, oh, well, the rhetoric on a winning campaign isn't going to impact the perceptions of a political party. I don't understand how you could even really make that argument.
Well, I would agree real quick. I would agree on both of those points. Although maybe these people could do better for endorsements, but I think that furthers my argument that this is maybe the job of people who are in super ultra safe blue seats. Like Bernie and Mamdani are not facing heavy Republican opposition, and I think sometimes our furthest left in the country maybe spends a little bit too much time criticizing the party rather than trying to build the brand up. I don't know if I would go as far as to say Mamdani has done a poor job of that. I feel like for the most part, I know this particular candidate, people feel a certain type of way about the Ukraine stuff, but I mean, these are not vulnerable seated people that are doing big damage to the party, I don't think.
Of all the sitting members of Congress, how often are we thinking about or centering their campaign rhetoric in the last campaign that they did in the discourse? Like, I feel like that just like never happens.
Well,
like once you get
it only happens when it's a problem, right? Like,
well, what do you mean? Well, what do you mean? I'm saying like a year. Let's say Plattner wins. So like, do you think in a year we're going to be talking about his campaign rhetoric, or do you think we're going to be talking about his vote
How much does Fetterman right now define the average Democrat? How many people in the Democrat are like, man, Fetterman, wow, that's a guy we all should be like? How many Democrats are like, man, Manchin and Sinema, these are, yeah, wow, that's what we got to be like, guys?
I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm a big Manchin fan, but it's fine.
The mix.
Well, I'm saying that Manchin. Hold on, hold on. Why are you trying to trigger the fuck out of me, Hutch? When you say you're a Manchin fan, you mean that you were a fan of the Democratic senator in West Virginia, right? But I imagine you probably wouldn't have been happy with him if he was like a California senator or like a New York senator, right?
Correct.
Yeah. What I mean is that like these guys who are in the vulnerable seats that sometimes have like these positions that are a little bit not in line with the party or a little bit out of line with the party. They don't define the rhetoric for the rest of the party. It's not like the whole party became Manchin and Cinemas. The whole party hasn't become John Fetterman's because of the people who are in the vulnerable areas, having off-brand takes.
But in the area, like the person who sits in Manchin's seat, I believe, is a Republican now. because again, Manchin built his brand, but it did nothing for the Democratic brand. And in fact, I think that Manchin is a perfect example of the problem that we have. It worked for Manchin, and it worked for no one else because the Democratic brand was brought to ruin. Because
that
of all the
had
crimes.
nothing
Our media, not because of our legislation.
Both.
No,
It's
that's
both.
not why Manchin. That's not why Manchin fell from grace. His popularity tanked after he supported Biden's agenda, and then there was a revolt from West Virginia voters. Like his support for the ARP and the IRA and the infrastructure bill in a state that's like coal country, you can track like his approval rating. It fell off of a cliff when he voted for Biden's agenda. That's what lost him that seat.
Yeah.
Fair. That's a fair point.
Yeah, it's a fair point. And once again, I mean, I think that this might just be me being, I don't want to say pedantic, but stuck on the issue where I think that when you have candidates, let's say in red areas or purple areas, whatever, that adopt policy issues that run contrary to the typical Democratic Party issues, I think that's fine. But I think what's important is to tie that to the Democratic Party in that area, because like we're seeing in some races, to be a Democrat is just to be poison. And it's up to leadership. It's up to political leadership. It's up to these campaigns to be able to change that. And you could say that, oh well, Nancy Pelosi needs to.
How can they change it? These people are nobody on the media stage. Right.
Is Nancy Pelosi supposed to fly to rural Kentucky and craft a political movement, or are we supposed to have political leaders from their local areas stand
first of all,
step
even
forward?
Nancy Pelosi, I think was it 2 or 3 midterms ago? Was it over the BLM? Even Nancy Pelosi was telling people to throw her under the bus if she thought it would help them win their races. That might even be a direct quote from Nancy Pelosi.
It did.
But what I'm saying is that Plattner does not have a YouTube channel. Plattner does not have a podcast. He doesn't have a media presence anywhere. It's just whoever decides to. Well,
I mean, he has a colossal media presence right now. The whole world is listening to everything he says.
He personally doesn't, but he has people behind him that do.
He can't craft a message. These people in vulnerable areas aren't able to craft messages. Even Gavin Newsom is the closest thing maybe that we have to it. But for the most part, it's up to the. If you don't have any kind of messaging arm for your party, nobody is going to be able to message for the party. If you were a Democrat, let's say that you're Ken Martin right now, and you want to establish, you know what, the Democratic Party, we're going to have a stronger position on Israel. It's going to be no more aid, no defensive, whatever weapons, if Israel can't agree to ABC, to some, conditions for peace in the Gaza Strip, to some conditions for normalizing relations with Lebanon and Hezbollah, even, or whatever the fuck, I don't know what it is, but if Ken Martin wanted to message that, where the fuck would that even go to?
I think that
where would you take that message?
Sure. I think that people are.
I'm asking you a specific question. Where would you take that message? What platform?
You would find an advocacy group that agrees with you, that has this infrastructure in place, and you would push it forward. I don't know what specific advocacy group would be.
I would ask you this. If I were to say Trump, I think that for a Trump thing, Trump should say we need to nuke Iran. Okay, but that's just Trump. Actually, Trump does have his own media platform. Where did Trump go? Trump can go to Fox News. Trump can go to Joe Rogan. Trump can go to all these platforms. He can put out and that message will be heard crystal clear, and it will ring from the mountaintops, okay, in the United States, all the way down to the valleys of California. Okay, and everybody will hear that message crystal clear. But that's not because Trump is a great messenger or because
the Democrats should be the party of pro-civil rights, equality, good working conditions, and fair pay, a strong public education system, pro-family protections, and looking after the vulnerable. I mean, I think the Democrat Party does have an identity. I do think that people, it's that we don't have a single leader, but we do have an identity. And I've said this numerous times, that even just by the things that they're fighting against Trump on, they've made clear what it is that their identity is. By the things that they've opposed from the Trump administration and from Republicans, they've made clear what it is that they want instead. They never came just to say this is bad, but they came with responses to say this is what we want instead every fucking time. So they were very clear. I think that they do have a clear identity. I don't know why. The issue isn't that we don't actually have an identity, as in nobody knows what we want or what we stand for. It's that we don't have a figurehead. That's the issue. We don't have a figurehead, and so there's not a clear mouthpiece for the Democrat Party.
they're on point or whatever else. It's because their whole media apparatus is built out to message these things. I think you're asking too much from vulnerable seated Dems for people who are running for Congress who have smaller platforms than you, Whick. Honestly, they can't message anything. I'm not making fun of you, but I feel like some of these people running for Congress will have like a Twitter account with like 2,000 followers, and then like they get like 1 like per tweet, and nobody knows about them. Their mom fucking runs whatever shit. Maybe for a congressional office is a little larger, but like a lot of these people, they just don't have like the ability to get out here and have like massive messages to repair the Democratic Party brand. So everything they do is just going to be the detriment to themselves without really helping the Democratic brand at all, trying to do some impossible mission of rehabilitating a brand that they have no control over. Yeah.
I'm asking specifically for them to do no harm, because you better believe that message of them calling all the Democrats in Epstein class will be picked up by media apparatuses that are highly
I don't think they should call all the Democrats the Epstein class. I don't think anybody's done that, though. But I don't think they should do that.
Okay. All right. I'm going to head out. Everybody do me a favor. Hit the thumbs up button and make sure you check the description. I've got all my socials in there. Got my Discord. I've got my TikTok, and I've got my Twitter. I just showed you guys a minute ago some of the videos that are on my Twitter. I've got a bunch of videos that are over there that are not anywhere else. They're not on YouTube. They're not on Twitch. Twitter. They're not anywhere else. Okay. You got to go follow me on TikTok. There's a lot of stuff going on over there. And then also there's lots of times I stream just over there on TikTok, and I go live and I debate people and do call-ins over there. So make sure you support me over there. We need to get more content with call-ins. YouTube is totally fucked up my algorithm for me to do vertical streams, to where vertical streams now I just don't get any viewers, and that's used to be where I get all of my call-ins from, and it's just not a viable option currently. So the only way I can do it is on TikTok, so make sure you follow me over on TikTok as well. What is this? From Alley Cats for 29 months. Damn, can't even read my compliments or nice rap. Fools in this house. Damn, can't even do it. But all right, I will be back on tomorrow most likely. You're probably shadow banned on vertical. It's literally everybody goes through it. Everybody goes through it. Verticals are up and down all over the place. I've been streaming on vertical for like 2 years now, and every time I have to either complain to YouTube about it, and they like, I don't know what they do, but every time I've complained to YouTube, it's like they hit a reset button and I'm just off to the fucking moon again. One time I had literally, unironically, 18,000 people watching concurrently while streaming on vertical. It was absolutely fucking insane. No raids or anything. But yeah, it's a like a next day sort of thing. Like it happens like that. You'll go from averaging like 300 concurrent viewers every stream for 3 months, and then the next day, nobody. You'll average like, you'll get a total throughout 8 hours, like 10 viewers, unironically, like not concurrent viewers, 10 viewers overall. It's like the next day. And then all of a sudden you go through that for a long time. So then you just have to stop streaming on vertical for a long time and then eventually go back to it, and then it works again. But even like Jola goes through this a bunch, and he tries to like reset his streams over and over and nothing happens. And yeah, it's just a weird thing that happens. So I've been off of vertical for about 2 months now. So I'll probably try it again. The vertical, I've talked about this for a long time. It really fucks with my, what do you call it? It fucks with my analytics. It makes it really hard to like know what my views are and what my subs are, and it really screws everything up. And since I stopped streaming on vertical, okay, I was going up like a couple hundred subscribers a week while streaming on vertical recently. Just in the last 28 days, I've lost 25 subscribers. Like, it starts to like root out like tons of bot subscribers and shit like that, and that is a net negative 25 subscribers. So while I'm gaining subscribers during live streams, I'm gaining subscribers from videos published, I'm gaining subscribers from panels and debates and shit like that, I still have a net negative 25 subscribers just over the last 28 days. Like just a month ago, we were like right at, I think we had just, yeah, we just hit 14. It was like, I think we were almost at 14,000 a little while ago. And then, yeah, now we're down to 13,600. So it's dropped pretty dramatically in 2 months, but we might try it again coming up soon. We'll see. They hate your drip. I like to turn my AC way up to where it's freezing cold and then put on some warm clothes. This is what I generally do. So I always wear like long sleeve shirts, hoodies, stuff like that, cuz yeah, I like cranking the AC, getting super freezing cold, and then wearing some warm clothes, and then I go to bed butt naked and put my covers on. YouTube saw that and deemed it drug rug shadow ban. Don't know what that means. I don't know what you're even talking about. Saw what? Look at this rich guy affording AC. What country do you live in? So I know people who live in other countries, like Mantis talks about living in New Zealand and the fact that she doesn't want to turn on AC or heat because it's too expensive. Whereas here, like, everybody affords AC. Like, poor people use AC all the time. It's not really. I live in the country of North Carolina. Weird. Sheesh. That's odd. A Ford is doing some heavy lifting there. Duke Energy wants to raise it up another 17% this year. Really? Well, go Tar Heels then. You'll get some characters with the vertical streaming. I mean, I've done it a lot. Like, I've done hundreds of call-ins. Literally the format that is currently used on YouTube, I'm pretty sure, I don't know, like again, like people could tell me if you saw somebody else, but I searched for a long time for other people who were doing what I was doing. There were a ton of people who went onto TikTok and streamed on TikTok and then just restreamed their call-ins from TikTok to YouTube. That was pretty common. I don't know anybody who did call-ins on YouTube through Google Voice. I don't know anybody who did that. I'm the first person I know of that did that through verticals, and so I was doing that for a long time, and I don't know of anybody else who was doing it. So from my understanding, like I was doing this for a while, where I set up a phone number, told people to call in through there, and then just did call-ins every show, and yeah, it worked out. So I'm aware of like the people who call in and how it goes. But now, yeah, I see like Jovan. I literally like went through it with Jola and got him to do the same thing. Like got him to do vertical streaming, got him to use the Google Voice phone number. I think what's his name? There's two other people that that guy doesn't exist, started doing it as well. There's a bunch of other streamers on YouTube now who do the same thing that I helped set up. I didn't help Jovan, just to be clear. I'm just saying I just saw him start doing it way later. But all right, join the Discord. Links in the description. And follow me on Twitter and TikTok. I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. I'll see you next time. Later, fools.